I usually don't get like the full-on hoot.
You got
They're,
that,
ow, yow.
got that call.
No, and I have to apologize. Laura indicated to me backstage that whatever is happening to my voice after the first day of the convention, it's offered it a resonant, rich bass. And so I'm not responsible for any feelings it might stir in the audience.
Yeah, it's just collateral damage from communicating.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not your intent.
No, no. Now, in what way may I be of assistance to you, Mr. Stroud?
Steel myself.
Yes.
Are you ready to do this again?
Yes. I am absolutely ready to do this again. I have no other choice.
You find yourself in what seems to be a small cubic room. Looks like a medical laboratory almost.
Clean?
Not so clean. No, it's actually very clean except for a.
Except for me.
Yeah, you're the dirty one. Except it's clean save for a column, a metal column that is about 3 feet in diameter, rising out of the floor. Then at about waist height, condensing. You remember in Tron, the master control program, and how he spun around and he was like a big face?
Do I remember?
But he's like,
Tron.
but the shape of this thing?
That's hurtful.
Apologize.
Yes, no, yeah, exactly. So we're talking about something, we're talking about a cylinder.
Yeah.
But it's almost like a spindle.
But it's got a spindle, and then there is
absolutely.
not a disk drive because it's too thin, it's too small.
Yeah.
But just
Some kind of aperture?
Little aperture in the center there. In front of that aperture is the mess component. Are possibly thousands of Post-its in a heap.
Oh, in a heap, they aren't applied to the
No,
cylinder.
no,
Maybe the
they-
cylinder resists Post-it notes.
Yeah.
That's
the technology.
Already, this game is off the hook.
We're going to go some strange places. Some interesting ideas for investors.
It's sponsored by 3M.
No, sponsored by 4M.
Yo, shit.
Because they got it locked in.
Oh.
See, I was worried.
It was right on here.
We don't even need a game. I'm gonna throw this away. We're just gonna do this.
So there's like a nest, like a rat's
of-
nest of.
Yeah, and it's clear, like from their coefficient of friction, that they lead up to this center of this dais, or whatever it is.
Jesus. Okay, no, am I looking around? Like, am I seated? I'm seated on a chair.
You are on the floor having been knocked over from a chair, from seated.
Oh, really?
And as you stand up and perceive this, and this lab space with its, work height tables, various implements and tools, beakers even, flasks, and some like filing cabinets in one corner.
Any mirrors?
There are no mirrors. In fact, the only windows in the room, save for this one door, which seems strangely heavy to be like an examination room.
It's
It's a big door. It's like
It's
a submarine
a combination lab jail.
door. Yeah. They did it. More innovation. That's what I'm talking about.
5M.
Save for that huge door, there are like portals on each wall, just 3. And what looks like on where you're standing, it just looks like there's more of wall behind it. That may be a corridor.
Do I get the sense at all that this is looking just into a parallel box like this?
No.
I try to lean around slightly on the edge and see if I can see the edge of another spindle or.
You come around as you stand. You look through the porthole, and you're seeing what it looks like a hallway.
Okay, all
Like you're seeing a corner, and it peels off that way.
Strangely comforting.
You also see a dead man in the room, also having fallen off the chair.
I would have
Apparently.
started there, and then we could have riffed on Post-it notes, at our leisure. After that point.
I thought about putting him under the notes. No. What a surprise. He appears to be the technician, and he looks like, I mean, I imagine you approach. You would love to see
Oh,
if
no,
he's actually dead or not.
I'm curious about this corpse, yes?
Just napping, maybe.
Yeah. My co-conspirator here.
You see that he's dead, but he is also, you look at his clothing and his skin. Clearly, he's older than you.
Which takes some doing.
Yeah, in these places, in a lab like this, with its many hazards, you see that his clothing is almost it's not pilling, but you know when you run something through the dryer and just the weave of it starts to it just
Yeah.
loses that thread count.
Yeah, exactly. It starts to become less than itself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it seems almost like you know what a lab coat should feel like, and this is almost like it's a jersey.
Wow.
And it's actually similar for, you know,
The skin?
it's not as pliable as that, but like it's dry and like there's a dessiccatedness to it. Not super dramatically, but it makes him appear, I mean, not just recently dead.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a strange look. It is a peculiar thing you take notice of.
Configuration.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna circle it warily, just looking for any signs like a tag, any kind of equipment that he might have been, trying to manipulate the spindle with, or anything of this kind.
You you find an access card in one of the pockets. When you pull it from the pocket at the seams actually does come mostly out, and you just can reach in. He also had a wadded up tissue paper in there, so that's not important. But
Okay, but it's
it's
for
in the
you.
pocket.
Maybe he had a cold. I don't know.
Yeah, it's almost as if the clothes are, you caught the clothes partway to becoming lint, I guess, is what's happening.
In that precious liminal state.
Yes. No one's ever observed this before.
Yeah, it's me.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it feels great. So I just flip the card over. Is it nondescript?
The card
It's just
is,
got the strip on the back.
it only has a strip on the back, but it does bear the logo and the name of the company, Applied Conceptual Solutions. And you remember that you agreed to take part in this experiment for the nominal sum of $5. They said it would be, an
Well,
hour's
quick.
work.
Quick,
Yeah.
right?
Grab that 5. It's in the part of town where the restaurant you want to go to is.
Oh, it's buy it.
Yeah,
So
you
I
get
can,
that.
I can go to the KBBQ
Swing
spot.
by, grab that
Exactly.
fiver.
Get the bunch on.
Yeah.
Get set up.
It made sense
Head
to
over
you
here,
now.
$5.
Right.
It's like basically this medical experiment is like a coupon for the Korean barbecue place.
Yes.
Okay.
And they knew it too. They set up next to it specifically for that reason.
How deep does this rabbit hole go? All right.
Well,
So
I mean, it's supposed to be an hour long. You still have hope that there's $5 coming.
yeah, exactly right. So I am. I snatch up this card. In terms of the visage, what kind of an expression does this
Oh, it
now object have?
this technician, it's a calm one. I mean, he was almost, you would assume he was mid
Hey, we don't know this guy.
whatever he was doing. Yeah, but it doesn't seem like one of fright or
Yeah.
anything like that.
I don't get the sense that like he was like, oh no, the spindle or something like that.
Yeah, if it looks as though he just was in his chair and then pitched over. He wasn't like running toward or doing something important. It doesn't seem like.
Just fell over as much as I did. Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
All right, I guess. So I'm gonna pocket this card for now, and I'm gonna start taking a few of these Post-it notes off of the device, or off of the heap.
You notice that the topmost Post-it notes all have sort of just a scribble on them, just like a line. And that's all they are on the top. As you go a little deeper, you're seeing ones that are like, hello,
Oh
hi,
no!
hello, anyone, question mark, question mark.
Oh no! It's a mode of communication. This feels like a mode of communication over time.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, That's horrible. I'm going to dig a little bit deeper.
They increase in their coherence, but as you get deeper, they too seem to have this fibrous, like,
Oh, the older messages have the same deterioration.
yeah, toward the bottom, you can even see, like just at the perimeter, you don't
just-
have to go all the way down, but like it's almost just dust at this point. There, and whatever attempt to have written something on them, the ink, it's almost as though it has completely bled into it, rendering it unreadable.
No.
But there was a lot more writing. You get the,
And the recent,
idea.
right, and the recent writing, like the more recent, this is not an indication of a person's progress toward a solution. It's actually a dissolution of capability from the oldest to
Right.
the newest.
yeah.
Yeah. Is this part of it?
Oh, thank you. Much appreciated.
What am I doing to these?
Oh, swap it out. So much.
It's just going to be here now.
Yeah, like we all know what that is.
No, it is.
It's a vape rig.
It's like when you, it's like I just put like a pistol on the table.
And I put a sign that says, don't.
Yeah. No, shoot.
Toward the bottom, or like maybe 3/4 of the way in, because I imagine this
Powder.
is maybe
Yeah.
the most interesting thing in the space. It's almost like there were like deeper attempts. You see like numbers potentially, other like addresses maybe,
I hate this.
and
I
as
hate that so much.
Yes, you do.
That actually hurts real life, Jerry.
as you're down there, you feel like a brief sensation, like none other you've experienced. But it's almost like it's like a pressure wave, like when you stand right next to a very loud, big speaker.
Yeah. There's a tactile sensation of the movement.
Yeah, and then there's none of the noise associated with it. It's just that impression of pressure, and then a Post-it slides out of that
No.
slot
Okay, oh no.
with another slash on it, a little scratch.
I'm gonna grab one of the ones that says hello, and I'm gonna take that and put it in the slot.
Okay. So you grab one that says hello.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a pen, so the only way I can communicate is with this increasingly maddened pile of pre-written. This is like when Messenger suggests what you're going to say next. The conversation
so
is going to.
bad.
The conversation is necessarily going to be limited, but if we can do something.
Yeah. I mean, you have no pen yet, but
Oh,
ooh, wait for the third act. When a pen arrives.
No. There's a pen on the mantelpiece.
I should have started. Okay. It goes through, and
Like, is there a pneumatic sound? Is it like those awesome things that used to be at the bank where you put them in and it goes. Doop?
you can tell that there is a pressure, like a
To
differential.
snatch it?
Just that if you have the courage to just listen slightly, you can hear air movement. But once it is inside and pushed in as far as it will go, it recedes. It's gone into this thing.
All right.
And a moment later, you get a pressure wave sensation, much diminished this time. And this is a fresh note that says, hello, exclamation point, question mark, question mark.
Ugh.
And it has been, you could tell it has been hurriedly, like a dollar bill that won't go into the,
Oh no!
machine.
Tug,
It was
tug,
like
tug.
go through.
It's already dog-eared.
A little tiny bit. I should add though that this aperture is, you get the impression that the space is maybe like 3 centimeters by 3 centimeters by like 1 millimeter. It's so
Nothing
small.
else could fit in here.
Almost nothing else
The
can
only
get
thing
in
that
there.
could fit in here is one of the incredible products from our sponsor, 3M.
Yes, because they knew. I hate to tell you this, but I'm here representing Dennis and labels, so we're gonna have a problem.
Ah, fuck. All right.
Yes, it comes through hello.
Yeah, well, and agitated, and all right. Well, I mean, I think I've seen enough. I go out to one of the holes and I say, I don't even need the $5. This is plenty. Hopefully you got what you needed.
There's,
I'm gonna go home.
having approached the porthole, there is, now from this angle, you can see down the other side of the hallway, there's just the edge of like the bottom of a shoe and a closed leg, pant leg.
I see one out there.
Yeah, you can just make it out at the edge there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'll give you $5. You're gonna end up making money on this if you think about it.
You can bring 2 guys in next time. Yeah, no, nobody gives you $5.
But also, you know, I keep my $5, so I mean, I'm even. But I'm saying, like, I don't even see a shuffle. There's no movement.
None whatsoever.
I say, there's a dead person in here. And so if that's not, if that's part of the thing, then that's weird. But if it's not part of the thing, I feel like you should come and take him out.
You,
and his clothes are fucked up. And his skin.
It's like his mom's gonna be mad.
Yeah. And his
be
dermatologist. It's gonna be a huge issue. CeraVe, our other sponsor.
Yeah.
If only there was some way for us to moisten this corpse.
That would be the solution. Revitalized. He's back to life. Let me open this for you.
Scratch the word dry on his skin.
You hear, or you feel that pressure wave again slightly, and the post-it now says, how long?
Fuck. Okay, I need some way to write on these. I don't like it. I'm gonna have to. I have to really hardcore rummage through this, the technician's equipment, like his clothing, his genitals. I got to make sure I'm getting full access.
Because what if?
I got to go to work.
Yeah.
I don't know where they keep pens here.
What if it was? See, this is the problem with this game, is because I'm just gonna want to make jokes about it. Like,
You should.
what if somebody got trapped in a space like this and assumed it was a saw trap, but it wasn't at all?
No.
So it's like I cut the guy open, there's nothing in here, I did all this stuff,
Yeah.
I cut my own arms off,
No,
and then the guy opens
and
the
they
door.
just take you to jail.
Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, we were late for the interview.
Oh God! Ah!
Oh, this was an interview.
Oh yeah, exactly. No, I cracked the rib cage open.
You're right. I do have my resume still, though.
Yeah, it's
so.
and obviously I'm dedicated.
Yeah. Weaknesses.
Willing to get my hands dirty. You know what I'm talking about?
They didn't put in the quit when they made me, so that's I don't know if that's a negative or positive. Where were we?
Oh no, I'm at the point where.
Oh, that's right. You're looking through his.
Yeah, because it seems like these messages are coming in fast.
Yeah, and you readily like in like off to the side under him. There is a pen. There's a pen, and it's.
Is it an ACS?
Is it a? It's a Pilot G2 .07 millimeter. It's one of the finest pens on the market. You can even see how much you have left. That's how you know it's good.
Oh, that's exquisite.
Right down to this orange plug that indicates cessation of ink. Why was that the word?
I don't know. We had a good time. So I have this pen, and I nervously.
Oh, and additionally,
Yeah.
near like on his desk, among papers that similarly are.
Yeah, this place is disintegrating.
Yeah, there are Post-its where that there's a significant parcel of them, so you're not worried about running out.
I got a good supply.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got what you need.
Exactly. So I'm gonna grab that pen. I'm gonna nervously click it a couple times, and I'm gonna grab one of these notes and say, "I just woke up."
You send it through?
Yeah.
Okay. The one that comes back says, me, no idea. Me, comma, no idea.
My face went, "No idea."
Yeah.
I say, I am Jerry Holkins, This was not worth $5.
Could you roll your D6?
I can.
Go ahead.
But you know that I do lack skill in this
It's okay.
arena.
Well, I may also. Let's find out. Go ahead.
Roll it inside the thing, all right?
Yeah.
Would it surprise you to learn? I have one trick. I have a 1. Just in case the cheering didn't indicate that.
Yeah. The message goes through, and it comes back now saying, too many words.
Oh,
And then through again, another one. How long?
oh no, oh God. Are they trapped in something? Are they at some other point in the sequence? How long? I'm gonna say 12 minutes.
Okay. That's fine. Yes. 12 minutes goes through, and when it comes back, it says, lucky.
I'm just gonna write the word yeah. With a period, this person needs comfort. And I push it through. And then I'm gonna put an arrow up. I'm gonna see if symbols can get through the parser.
Oh,
An up arrow, and then beneath it, I'm gonna write Jerry Holkins.
Okay. It comes through, and there it's an arrow up and Jerry Holkins, but it's been rewritten. No, not this early in the. I couldn't have done it this early in the game. A message comes through again. It says, tried same thing.
Yeah. I'm gonna write, are you okay?
I may have to roll for myself on that one. You don't have to for that. Better now.
Yeah. I'm gonna write good conversation. Yeah.
It goes through, and there for a time, there's nothing, and then a message comes through. Yours still alive? Yours.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I say no. And then I push the message through, and then I'm gonna go over to these portals, and I'm gonna start reaching through them with my arm and trying to reach.
Oh, like if there's anything you can get at.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to see if there's anything I can cat's paw in here.
Oh no,
Any objects or tools.
Oh no, your hand encounters glass right away. Like
Oh,
God.
God.
it's got a concave
Bubble type.
bubble on it. Yeah.
Fuck. I'm just gonna write fuck on a note and put it through.
Another note comes through saying, some experiment.
Yeah. I'm gonna write $5 question mark exclamation point question mark and put it through, and then I'm gonna send another one through immediately after, and I'm just gonna say, what do you know?
There you hear it's a different kind of a pulse this time. You sense it. And you recognize that now that you're feeling it, it's almost though it's been building up this entire time.
Oh, it's like a pressure build.
Yeah.
Each of those previous ones.
Yeah, and a message comes through and says, D. Gauss.
Okay. D. Gauss.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. Well, I'm gonna start reaching around the cylinder itself,
Yeah.
I want to have, because it appears smooth and featureless.
Yeah, but
I want to know, like, lover intimate level of knowledge
oh yeah, you're
of this thing. I
what
want
you
to
did
find
to the body, you're now applying.
exactly directly, and
Yeah.
I'm already an expert. So
When all you got is a hammer.
no, exactly.
Yeah.
I want to know everything. If there's a seam of some kind, I want to try to find like the hidden button, maybe at the very bottom of the spindle, maybe at the top. I want to gently cup the spindle, right?
That does it.
This is the content people came for.
What else? Tell me slower.
Too many words.
No, beyond, so beneath the post-its, once you pull them away from the cylinder, you do see that there is a single recessed button in there, and the placard above it, which has degraded. Though it being metal,
Yeah.
it seems like it's not doing too hot.
Well, no, I mean this is the implication here is that I have been sending these messages to this room long before I ever even got here.
Yeah, the placard on it says do not degauss during knot manipulation.
Which not in, is it KNOT or
Yes.
NOT? Okay.
No, KNOT. And another message comes down. Time loop. It's the 2 words.
Yeah.
And that pressure sensation is very strong now.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, God, it's building up here. So I'm going to write a note, and I'm just going to say not manipulation.
Note comes back, degauss first.
Okay, I'm going to hit it.
Okay, you hit it, and yeah, that sensation is
Okay,
relieved.
so that pressure is building the whole time, and it just has to be maintained every now and then and tamped down. So do I feel like physically better after I release this?
Yes, you do. It now seems like there's much less of that sensation. Another note comes through saying, thought I'd tried everything. This message is very frayed, though, as it has come through.
Yeah.
Boy, this is a challenge for me also.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
trying to figure out how to describe
Well,
this.
well, here exactly. I mean, it's perfectly fine. I'm happy to fill the rest of the space, and I'm just going to write on a note. I'm going to say, "We got this," and feed that through.
It comes back, thought psychological. Another one comes through. Isn't.
Just one word.
Yeah, isn't. Then how old are you?
I'm gonna write on a note rude, and send it back. And I say, "How fat are you?" And I'm just gonna put that message in.
A new one comes through. Cretinous hominid.
I'm gonna write back.
Another one comes through. Fuck you.
All right. Okay. Now that's some much needed levity. I'm just gonna write on a note and say, "Let pressure build." And then I'm gonna put that through and then say, "Just a thought." Because if the issue is we're constantly resetting this because it's creating this sensation and it's unpleasant, are we actually keeping ourselves here by by constantly degaussing it?
Right.
Which seems like a psychological test, although my interlocutor doesn't believe that it is psychological.
The message comes through no, underlined a number of times, and that shortens loop.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the loops are happening. All we can do is change how tight the wave is.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, fuck. All right, now I'm in. I am at this point. I'm in full puzzle room mode. I'm turning chairs over and shit.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm dragging him around. I'm like, is there something on his fucking back? You know what I mean?
Is he it?
Yeah,
Do I
man.
push him through
like,
the
yeah,
whole thing?
exactly. I'm gonna write a note that says "Why technician," and put the note in.
It comes back. Doesn't matter.
Fair enough. Anyway, yeah. Do I find anything like? In his ass? No.
Yes.
No.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
you
question.
finally found it. Now we're getting somewhere.
An identical spindle
Yeah.
rises up.
Yeah. Oh. No. It's getting lurid. I am like, I have to like, I'm getting his like coat and stuff off.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure. Nothing is now that nothing is off the table, and I don't even think I'm being technically observed. We're in a no crime zone.
I guess
this
so.
This is the same context that is created by White Claws, where there is a point in the consumption. You may not know this. There is a point in the linear consumption of White Claws where the law itself is suspended.
Yeah. And you can't be stopped. They'll see the wake of empty White Claw cans behind you as you race down the street.
Oh,
They'll
exactly.
say, well, that's it.
They're like, yeah, well, I'm not.
He's got passed.
I'm not getting anywhere near that. The law has been suspended for that, man. It's the purge, but localized.
You had asked about the technician.
Yeah,
You had
why-
received back, doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly, and that's fine. Fair enough.
and
He'd
then-
know better than me.
And then a message says, yeah, it doesn't matter. And then another one comes through saying, lucky for me. And there is a drawing of
A drawing.
like a little rudimentary,
A rutabaga.
rutabaga. No, a little rudimentary looking, like a chicken leg drawing. And then a little frowny face next to it.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm just right. Wow. And put that through. And I say, just 8K BBQ.
Fuck you.
No, I'm just gonna write. I'm just gonna pork belly. I'm just gonna start going through turnip kimchi.
Too soon. So now you've opened everything that can be opened.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about?
Person, place, and thing.
Yeah.
And you,
It's useless.
yeah, the documentation, like anything that looked like it held files, the paper inside is dust.
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
Too much time has passed in this chamber for physical objects to endure, except for this leathery, catcher's mitt of a person.
Yeah, as you are, sifting, like just close it, wastes your time.
Yeah.
You get another message through that says, not tied too long.
Yeah. And I'm gonna write what is not. Or just not question mark. That's faster. He can apparently get through 4 words, but he's been doing it longer than me.
Well, I should mention, since you're now noticing this, yeah, the longer, even his 4-word ones, and even this little sad chicken message.
Yeah.
It seems degraded.
Yeah. Yeah. He is.
But
He is.
single
He is.
concepts get through.
He is locked in a different point of time.
Yeah. Yes. So you had asked what's the not, right?
Yeah. I'm just gonna see what I can extract from this, because We know that the knot is connected. And it's like, while the knot is being shifted, we're not supposed to degauss. We have to degauss to sort of maintain the loop.
Yeah, you.
Thresholds. I mean, I understand basic stuff about it. But while I'm waiting for the message, I'm like, again, puzzle room. I'm like taking the box, like the filing cabinet. I'm just like scooting it away, like knocking it over. I'm just trying to find out anything. It's like I flip the chair over. Do I get a car? Like,
No, not this time.
ah,
Not even a coupon.
come on.
Another card comes through. Another note card comes through. It says, "Degauss soon. Space-time shit." Then another, and each time the pressure wave
Yeah.
occurs to you. And now that you've experienced it once, you feel that you're at a space where you were before with that,
No,
that
exactly. So
sensation.
it's the communication that creates the pressure. And so each message is creating this, and it's probably having to manage the synchronicity of these two different times. So that's why we have to degauss it. I'm sorry, Chris, it took me a long time.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Anyway, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna degauss my room,
Yes.
and then in the manner of the iPhone, because I only have one button, I'm actually going to hold the degauss button down
Ooh,
for 60 seconds.
interesting. Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, because again, I only have one modality.
Yeah.
I'm gonna attempt different thresholds of interaction, but I am not gonna tell my interlocutor this
Okay.
because he seems like he's in a bad state, and I don't think that he believes it can be modified. I think that he is deeply demoralized at this point, and so I still have some energy from that broccoli thing that they have in the banchan, and so I'm gonna put that energy to work. I am gonna experiment with multiple distinct thresholds of presses. So the first one is gonna be a full 60 seconds because that's a comically long amount of time for this sort of thing. But essentially, I'm gonna try to discover and find the failsafe.
Right.
Because there has to be some way to do it. There has to be some way to interact with this for the technician, if not the person being experimented on.
Right. So you hold it down for the full 60 seconds. Can you give me another dice roll?
Mm-hmm. The 3.
I also got a 3.
Ooh, that seems good.
That actually does seem
Oh
good.
no,
doesn't it?
Chris, are these connected?
I don't know what you're talking about. It'd be funny if they weren't. This is all BS. It just makes me look smart.
I love the idea.
So when you've pressed in the button for 60 seconds, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The second you lift off, a note comes through that says, "Fucker, don't hold down."
That's why I didn't ask him. It's better to, I say,
And then I can't. Comes through.
yeah. I'm gonna write 2 notes. And I'm going to, the first one is gonna say, better to ask forgiveness. I don't even need the second note. I know the rest of the phrase.
Yeah, you would need to.
Okay, now I'm gonna, if holds are not the issue, and it seems like holds would actually materially affect in a negative way the experiment, now I am going to begin using it in the manner of a Morse code, where I'm actually going to try discrete sequences of presses.
Oh,
and so
for the
I
degauss?
I sit by the button, and I grab a tall stack of Post-it notes, and I'm going to try to catalog any results from any of these interactions. And so I'm essentially going to try to create a kind of alphabet of interactions. So it's going to start with a single press, because the degauss typically had to be like a hold. It was
It's
a
a
press.
reasonable length, yeah.
Exactly. And so now I'm going to create a kind of lexicon based around button presses in an attempt to find, like on the soda machine, in an attempt to find the
Like the master
the non
admin code.
the non-user serviceable parts of this, like when the time spindle technician comes in every 2 weeks to do their maintenance.
Yeah. How does he get it back to 0?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a brute force thing, but it sounds like I have a long time.
So you're,
I'm trying to manufacture a true lexicon of inputs, and I am writing them down, and I'm giving them, I'm going to start with letters, and then I'm going to move into numbers, and then I'm going to invent the emoji, and I'm going to try to create, essentially, these are just for my use so that I can write sequences down
Okay.
and know that I have used certain ones.
Okay.
Because otherwise I'll get fucked up.
So
This is more rigor in this pretend game than I have applied to anything in my life.
well, this is life and death.
Yeah.
For your character.
Well, yeah, or apparently I just stay in the fucking box forever.
You are starting to do Morse through there.
Yeah.
And
I'm just trying to find the symbols.
yeah, you are experiencing, number one, you're so focused that you're doing this that you don't notice any sensation in your body as it may be changing. But when a note is able to come through, it says, don't abuse degauss. Another one comes through again, shortens loop. And now reading this message, you are aware of the inverse of what you had been experiencing. It's almost as though before it was a strange high pressure, like a compression sensation. Now there is an absence.
A sense of volume.
Yeah, and it's not oxygen related as far as you know. It's not actually the volume of the room, but it is just an awareness that this area, this region,
We know exactly.
doesn't feel right to
No,
you.
exactly. Well, it doesn't comport. The size doesn't comport with the sensation of it.
Yeah. Another message comes through saying, my tool broke.
I write a message, tool? Question mark. And then I put another note in that says, love them.
Shut up. That should be free to go through that should just be assumed. That doesn't consume any data.
No.
There's no rollover.
It's already known on each side.
Shut up. You don't have one?
I said, what is it?
He writes back, flat metal bar. Then another
Oh, that's right, I have my card. I got so obsessed with talking to myself that I forgot my access card.
It's flat metal bar comes through, and then another one comes after saying, broke it first thing.
Oh, I say, do you mean card?
It comes through, card doesn't work.
Oh, okay.
And then underneath it says, card doesn't work, quandle bar.
Quandle?
And then another one comes through, bullshit, I know.
Quandle. It's a flat metal bar. So the card does nothing. Can I put the card in the slot?
You put the card in the slot, and it does actually do nothing. It was accurate. Oh, you're saying you put the access card in?
Yeah.
It is too wide.
Oh, it's
won't go through.
so small.
Yeah,
right?
it won't go through.
Okay, God, so now I need to look everywhere for this card. I mean, or this tool, the Quandle bar.
The fabled.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna write Quandle, question mark, Jesus.
It comes back, more not shit.
Yeah. So yeah, while I'm waiting for these messages to come around, I'm just gonna write back. I didn't have one. Yeah, I would.
And he says, or it comes back, mine atop dais.
Oh.
Or like mine was atop dais.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So and I mean I have the.
You're looking at the top of it. You have not you've turned over most of the room.
Oh yeah, and I've also become amorous
with the
spindle itself. Okay. We're married in several states, just on account of our intimacy. Common law with the cyber spindle. I'm saying I am touch.
Right. You should, if there was a quandle bar.
If there was a fucking listen, if there was a fucking quandle bar on this thing.
Will you roll for me?
Yeah, I'm gonna activate the quandle. Well, that's there again. I can't stress this enough. They're not clapping for a 6.
Gosh, this is kind of a sticky position here.
Yeah, wouldn't it? It's a sticky wicket. So, when he had one, for him it was part of the test. Now he's had to devour this man, or some part of the man. No quandle bar. God, I wonder if I can make a quandle bar.
So if you've, I forget if you've indicated that you couldn't find or you don't have it.
Yeah, I did say I didn't have one. Because I gotta start quandling soon.
Yeah, it comes back. Need it to untie knot.
Okay. Oh yeah.
And the second one comes
good.
through saying, or at least push away.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So the knot is this. This is their term, or this is my term for the time issue that we're both simultaneously experiencing at different points. Mm-hmm. And we need a quandle bar to fix it. And I know this at some point in the future, but I broke it right away. And so then I had to live there for an interminable period of time.
Another message comes through and says, under Post-its, question mark?
And I'll just write shit. And then I'll slide that through. And then, yeah, I mean, I thought that I had gotten down to the dust.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because it is just dust.
But it's a big pile.
Yeah.
I'm gonna really
you sift it.
Assess this shit.
You find a
quandle bar.
You find a premium quandle bar.
Oh.
A quandle bar +2.
Wow.
Quandling.
A bar of quandling, I think, is the way that it would be rendered.
So this thing is it is a piece of metal that, unlike the metal cabinetry and stuff like that, which in this room seems like there's some abrasion.
The anodization and so forth is starting to peel. This seems like it's endured.
It's made of the same metal that the dais is and the device is, and it is about a little less than 3 centimeters wide, and a good maybe 1.5 feet, 2 feet long.
Oh God! So this is the optimal device for doing quandle maintenance. I'm going to write a message to myself that says, found bar of quandling.
It comes back, dork.
I say, I write another message, say, broke it. Exclamation point. And then I write another message that says, V fragile.
Hold on a second, let me see. He says, no, you didn't. Fuck off.
I say, accidentally ate bar. And I pop it through. And then I'm just gonna draw a little shrugging person.
He sends through, wish I could, palate cleanser.
Yeah, exactly. And I say, bar in slot.
He writes back, yes, halfway.
Okay. I was gonna say this. Maybe that's how he ended up breaking it on his side. I'm
Yeah.
glad he can even fit messages through it. If he was fucking around with his quandle, that's on him.
Right.
Okay, so it's basically like a magical tongue depressor
Yeah.
made out of an undying steel,
I think so.
molybdenum.
That's accurate.
Exactly. And I mean, do I get the sense that it is fragile?
It itself is not fragile, but you can see that on one end of it, it looks like there's a tine where a handle would have gone.
Oh, okay. So that's the wood,
Yeah.
which has been completely obliterated.
You do not have, well, I mean, if it was here, it would have been obliterated.
I guess that's true.
Yeah, but the tine itself is also, looks like it has snapped, which leads you to think it was on his side, and he didn't know what it was.
I have his.
You have his.
Oh. So, if we get this thing synced up, I will put this through halfway, and he will have part of it, and I will have the other side.
Right.
Okay, well here, then now is a time to I say, gonna degauss, then try.
He responds, yes. Can't untie knot with one. Maybe move.
Yeah.
Elsewhere.
Exactly. I was going to say, and I'll just write a note that says displace. Displace not.
It says, not must exist,
Oh, it just,
but
it
just not here.
exactly. So they've just trapped it.
Yes.
Whatever this phenomenon is, they did not make it. Or if they did make it, it's not something we can stop now.
No,
it exists.
They're abusing it in their reality for some purpose.
Yeah, for some purpose.
Right.
And essentially, I'm just the externality. Like, I'm just the exhaust of their process.
Right.
And so we can shift it.
If you move it off the string someplace else.
Because we only have one of the device. If we had two, we could.
You might be able to, I don't know how you do
Yeah,
it
well,
in extra dimensions, but.
Well, no, I was just going to say, I mean, essentially, if we had to, my suspicion is it would be like adjusting the bunny ears
Yeah.
on a set. We'd be able to get that show in. Mwah.
Right.
All right.
This is more about making the bad TV your neighbor's problem.
Yes, exactly. This is more like stealing cable. Yeah. So I am going to write a note that says, here we go.
Okay.
And I'm going to, like, slide, and I'm not going to push the sharp part through on that side.
Right.
I'm just going to take it, hold it firmly, because it's long enough, unlike the notes.
No, it's
long
very
enough to push through and actually hold on this side. So I give it a quick degauss.
Yeah, and it goes through, I know you're still holding it, but
Yeah.
it has gone halfway through, and you feel the sensation of another handle.
Yeah.
And as you hold it in one place, you feel the sensation of the bar being turned.
It's like dowsing or something, right?
Various directions within this tiny space, and then being pulled toward and away, and you get the sensation.
It's almost like a saw team.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly. And that you get the impression that as you're manipulating it, you're moving toward these high pressure, this high sensation.
Okay, so it's continued. So it's actually building fast. Oh, of course, because basically what's happening is while the device is through, it has to maintain it not just for individual messages. That pressure is going to build until our heads explode, basically.
Right. And you occasionally in this process roll the D6 for me.
Bajow!
What you got?
3.
Okay.
That's what I get. I get 3s and 1s.
All day.
Yeah.
As you're feeling it, like sometimes you'll feel a tug,
Yeah, it's
which indicates to you move it this way.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. And so you get to the point where even the awareness of this strange, this differential, this pressure, this sensation, it's not too low, it's not too high, it's beginning to normalize itself. And as you continue,
Really? It's starting to come down.
yeah, it's starting to come down to the point where like it's off axis, right? It's not about how much is there, you're now moving in this direction.
It's like a theremin.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And the only sign that you have that you've successfully managed to offload this knot to some other reality is that there is a crisp breaking sound, and you pull the bar back, and it is cleanly cut in half.
Oh, so they're completely parted.
Right, and this time loop becomes someone else's problem.
And I get my $5.
And maybe you get your $5. Jerry.
Yes.
Ready to do this again?
I hope so. They don't have any choice.
Jerry Holmes, everybody. Thank you for joining.
What a pleasure. What a pleasure. What a pleasure. Joy. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. I mean, the only challenge that we had with this one was that we ended up spending too much time writing the 3rd episode of this show about halfway through this one.
Yeah.
But would it be possible to hear it for Dungeon Master Chris Stroud?
Whew. Whew. Scary. Scary. Delighted to do it.
Thanks, pal. I had a blast.
No, same.
You wrote you did a bunch of diagrams and stuff that I never even got to see?
Well, they were for me.
Oh.
Like, the problem was that, like, we didn't have this until...
Well, here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we have cameras here, right? Look at this.
Uh,
you did a bunch of crazy shit in here, man.
No, like this game didn't exist until like yesterday or previous on a plane.
Oh, that's right. You were frantically typing.
Because there's a bunch of versions for it, but like for me to build this stuff puts me in the mode of the space, right? Like I need to see that to realize it.
Oh, look, here's the tool.
Yeah.
Here's the tool.
It's a classic bar.
Oh, man. Oh, and here's our spindle. Okay. And we got some, oh, God, you have the whole room.
Yeah, that's the whole room. And then, because I need to be able to I want to see it.
Yeah.
I'm very visual.
Okay, and then look at this. Oh, wow.
What's that one?
That's the picture.
Oh, right. And then there's the strata of your decline.
Oh, Gauss box. So you wrote a couple of the notes down.
Yeah.
Documentation on the 3-ring metal plates. I love it. Well, hey, listen. I've got incredible news for everybody. PAX Unplugged 2022 continues now, even as we speak.
You could even do more.
Enjoy the show, and we'll see you next time.
Blessed. Blessed event.
Ooh. Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome to the Knights of Evening Star final episode. I know, so sad, but we're going to have a lovely time here on the stage at PAX Unplugged. My name is Mark Humes. I'm the Dungeon Master for Knights of Evening Star. You may also know me as the Dungeon Master for a little show called High Rollers, or appearing. Oh, thank you. You might have also seen me around doing lots of other D&D style of events and things like that. But today, I am here to play one last game of D&D with my lovely, lovely friends here for Wizard of the Coast and Penny Arcade as part of PAX Unplugged. Speaking of players, I should probably bring them out here on stage for you to say hi. And first up, we have Jonathan Indovino, a.k.a. Shady Penguin. Oh, a sneaky, roguish man.
Rogue boy, you can't see my face. Don't look at me.
You can't look at me. Don't look at me. Following, obviously, one sibling to another, it's Miss Anna Prosser. Woo! Wonderful, wonderful. And then rounding it up here on the table, we have Mr. Nate Sharp. Woo! Woo! Just so chill, just ambling around. And then, not joining us here at the table, but joining us from home, a Paulie, Mika Burton, joining us in. There she is!
Hello, I'm here.
She's here. She's here. We managed to get her here. And we are going to be, playing through our last episode of Knights of Evening Star.
I have many emotions.
Many emotions to come around. And it's been a bit of a run. And yeah, we're going to be playing through this. If you're watching at home, live on Twitch, make sure you send us little messages in the chat and all that good stuff. And we're going to be playing through this final episode. I do have a pretty big recap. For those of you who might not have ever watched Knights of Evening Star or might not be fully caught up, I've got some stuff to go with that. But how is everyone feeling? Is everyone ready? Everyone good?
I'm never ready for
No?
you, Mark.
What do you mean?
No, because
I'm a
you
lovely
do things
DM.
to me.
No.
Stop it.
You've been the most nervous all day.
I have been, yeah, because I have.
He's been the most nervous for many episodes.
Yes.
I feel like I have the most to lose right now. Okay, I have a sister. I have a. Never mind.
We'll see.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, you don't have a fiance who's definitely gonna die, so
No.
You're right.
No,
right.
if Alyssa
Spoilers.
dies, we riot.
that's fair.
I think we're discounting what Clive has to lose in all of this.
Yeah, I've got.
I've got Darkle.
You.
So there's more for me to lose then.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
exactly it.
sure, fine.
All right. With that, I guess I will read through my little recap, and then we'll crack on with all this wonderfulness. All right. Over a year ago, two young Cormyrean nobles and their two advisors were given the lands around a small village along the high road in the north of the kingdoms of Cormyr, land of the famed Purple Dragon Knights, named after the victory over the terrible dragon called Thalmaglor. Throughout that time, our heroes have helped a small village of Evening Star become a prosperous, successful town, building commodities, defenses, and raising a small army to help protect their lands. They've delved into shadowy castles of undeath, into abandoned mind flayer laboratories, but most of all, engaged in politics and subterfuge against a manipulative ancient green dragon called Shadowbriar and their mortal allies and servants. Now, after the kingdom was drawn into a civil war between the ruling monarch, Queen Raedra, and another noble called Davian Cormoril, the heroes and some of their forces rode out with the queen to fight a decisive battle against Davian. But to their horror, as the two armies weakened each other, Shadowbriar made her move and sent her army of dragons and draconians to destroy the survivors and take her revenge on Cormyr. And that, my friends, is where our final is going to begin. But first, because that was a lot of talking from me, let's have our players give you one last reminder of who they are and who they're playing. And we'll start with Anna, because I'm looking at her.
Aw, nice. I'm Anna Prosser. I'm playing Agnes Crownsilver, who is a noble, but thinks that that's pretty uncool and often tries to seem like she's not a noble, even though at heart that's how she was brought up and that's who she is. And comes out well when she is leading and serving people, and maybe not so well when she gets really bossy or impulsive. And she's a wood elf, and she is a Circle of Wildfire druid.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Woo!
Let's have the other Crownsilver sibling take it away next.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Indovino, aka Shady Penguin. I like your shirt. I'm playing Tarkle Crown Silver. Yeah. I'm playing Tarkle Crown Silver, who grew up in the Kingswood, very simple life with his father, but was called by his birth mother to lead Knights of Evening Star, rather, the Village of Evening Star, with his sister. And throughout the season has had a relationship with a woman known as Willow Song.
Oh, we're calling it a relationship.
Well,
now.
I mean, it's I'm not saying a relationship
Oh.
like strictly romantic. I'm just saying we know each other in some fashion.
You like her?
No, stop it. Not anymore. She's mean now, but now she's okay. Anyway, so Tarkle has had that going on, and as of recently, during our time skip, he obtained a sick blade known as Epilogue, which has the power to end things, and he has had a few dark moments since then, and has definitely had his personality shifted a little bit throughout the show. But that's essentially Tarkle.
You say I do all these bad things to you, and then I gave you a really cool, badass magic sword.
Yes,
so-
a really cool badass sword that is also making Tarkle a little evil. So yeah. I
Oh,
mean,
well.
You did cripple a bunch of horses.
I did.
That was pretty mean.
It was Tarkle, not me. It wasn't my fault.
Well, Mika Burton, why don't you tell us who you are playing, who's definitely also not a little tiny smidge maybe evil, maybe?
I mean, listen, I am Mika Burton. I am playing Azara Mithras. She is an elven mage who used to have more of a hard exterior. She started off just being a draconic sorcerer who tended to use lightning for her own good, and kind of had a scary near-death experience fighting with her friends, and decided to tip her toes into the Tempest Cleric. Now she kind of prays to some goddesses. Sometimes she fell in love with a really adorably hot orc commander of her armies, and she likes to be tough. She likes to say like, oh, I know how politics work. You got to do what you got to do to get stuff done. But now Agnes is her best friend, and she has a fiance, and she may have feelings, and that's a problem. But she's not afraid to sacrifice herself to the Raven Queen if need be for the power of good.
Which I have noted from last time.
I just wanted to put it out there again in case you forgot.
Yeah, no, I've got it all written down, don't you worry.
Okay,
I don't miss
okay.
things.
Okay.
And then wrapping it all up, so far, these, mysterious, beautiful humanoid elves and half-elves. And then, Nate, who are you playing?
I play Clive of the Wildmane, who is a lion man, Leonin barbarian of wild magic. So his whole backstory is, he likes fighting. And because he's wild magic, I wanted to make the most chaotic barbarian I could. So every time he rages or takes damage, anything could happen from vines growing everywhere, light beams shooting out of his chest, or pixies just
Exploding
explode.
pixies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So who
exactly.
knows?
Clive is sort of a secondary join. Nate had a previous character and then sort of transitioned into playing Clive, who's become the sort of warden, the war master of Evening Star to lead their troops.
He was sent on some kind of mission, but he forgot what it was.
He
So now
forgot
he's
what
just
it
here.
was. It's long past at this point. We're in the final episode. It doesn't matter. All right. With that, in that case then, my friends, the sky turns dark and long shadows fall over the broken lines of soldiers fighting as dozens, maybe hundreds, pairs of dragon wings tear across it. Blasts of fire, lightning, acid, poison, and frost send people screaming as the humanoid draconian warriors and mages begin to filter out of a distant tree line, filling their ranks. Fall back! A regal, older woman's voice calls out, and Queen Raindra signals for her forces to pull back and regroup. Those of you fighting for Davian, you're either with us or we fight and die together now. Nobles, commoners, and mercenaries alike. And you begin to watch as slowly forces are beginning to congregate and sort of regroup and gather as overhead these streaking dragons are just causing untold destruction. And you can begin to see the reinforcements of these draconians, these hulking, sort of half-dragon, dragonborn-like-esque creatures, but you know them to be very different to those. You can see that several war wizards in the Queen's command are conjuring various barriers and wards to help provide what cover and protection they can whilst something is devised or decided upon. And this is where I ask, what would you like to do?
We were
Yeah, that is an apt response, Mika Burton. Yeah, you guys have, your forces all around you, but you can see that this is, the battle that you had previously been fighting against Davian's very human, normal soldiers has very quickly descended into this chaotic mess as now people are just running and screaming from these dragons that have appeared out of nowhere. You did watch as Shadowbriar herself, who is the biggest, oldest looking dragon, her scales are so dark green they almost appear a kind of glossy black, like a malachite kind of texture and coloration. And she is enormous. And you can see that after this initial pass where she devastated Davian Cormoril, like melted him with poison effectively, a number of his like elite guards, she's sort of pulled back and is now sort of circling the air, looking down, observing what's going on. So, what would you like to do?
And we're in retreat, right?
Currently, you could be, yeah, if you want to kind of like
someone's
start
yelling,
pulling your
"Fall back."
forces back.
The
Yeah,
queen
yeah,
was yelling,
yeah,
"Fall
the-
back,"
The
right?
queen is
Yeah.
yelling to fall back and regroup, basically. Try and figure out what's going on.
And she told us to fall back like all the way to Evening Star, didn't she?
She did.
She did.
Did she?
She did say.
She did. She said,
I mean, that
"Go
is
to
certainly
Evening
something
Star."
you can do if
So
you
let's
would
go
like
home
to.
and ignore the whole thing.
I love it.
Been a
End
great
the game.
game. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I mean,
Bye, everybody.
it is very much a case of like, seeing everyone flee. You can see that there are troops, members of the Queen's Guard who are fleeing the battlefield. And there is this absolute breakdown in morale. And you can see sort of as you're kind of figuring out what you guys want to do, the Queen is clearly trying to formulate a plan and speaking to people around her in like rushed, rapid planning and trying to figure something out. But yeah, you don't know what's going on currently.
I want to just throw down a wall of fire
Mm-hmm.
to protect. I know it can't protect like all of us retreating.
Yeah.
Where is the queen in relation to me?
Like not too far ahead. Like, you had this long battle line stretched out across these large rolling plains and hills. And she would have been like in the center of the fighting. And you guys would have been off to one side, kind of protecting one of the flanks. So it wouldn't be difficult for you to get there. And you can see that all of the Draconians are coming in from this tree line ahead of you. But the dragons over ahead really can just streak and strafing run, kind of blast with fire and acid and lightning and stuff as they come and go.
Well, I'm just gonna at least throw down a wall of fire, a wall of flame in front of the queen and her unit, and also put my unit behind that
Okay.
as we're trying to figure out.
So
what
like
to do.
as you're kind of like, you're going to try and move closer and like create this like defensive line of
Yeah.
fire to offer you what protection it can.
Right.
All right. Okay. Nice. Yeah. You watch as the flames roil up, and it does give the Draconians who are kind of coming in this pause, or as they see this giant wall of flame, and they begin like looking for other targets and easier areas to go. Anything from anyone else?
Hey, Park.
Yes.
Hey, DM.
Yes. Hello,
Hey.
Mika Burton.
I know I'm pulling out this voice really early in the session.
I was going to say this is quite early. Are you sure you wish to use this voice now?
DM. So I have this little thing called control weather.
Yep.
Ooh.
And
What's
one
it
of the
do?
conditions. One of the conditions is I can make a storm and or a gale or a strong wind.
Okay.
And I can direction it in a specific way.
Sure.
And I can place where I would like this weather to be controlled.
Mm-hmm.
To aid said retreat,
Mm.
can I, hypothetically, make the wind go that way where the dragons are, so we can go this way where the not dragons are?
You absolutely can. I'm going to conveniently forget the casting time of control weather.
I would love for you to conveniently forget the casting time.
I'm going to
of control
conveniently
weather.
forget that because it's an epic visual, and I love a good epic visual. And I like the idea that like the control weather spell, I think it takes like 10 minutes, I think, to cast. But it's like it's a slow build up, and you're moving
slow
through the
build.
lines, right? And
Yeah.
big battles like this aren't quick. They do take time as like troops get there. So sort of as the others are moving, Azara is conjuring these elements, and yeah, you are definitely creating these strong howling winds to make it harder for the dragons to get by, and that's buying you more time with the queen to try and figure out what you want to do. And you can see the dragons peel off, maybe going for some of the further away units, maybe some of the cowards who have fled the battlefield. They get hunted down and scooped up by one giant blue dragon who swoops down and grabs several soldiers in their claws and flies on, taking them off somewhere. And so you've bought yourself a bit of time with like Agnes's wall of fire and Azara controlling the weather and using these great blasts of wind and storm and rain to try and provide you what protection you can. Time to think, at least, and figure out what you want to do. is the plan to go back to Evening Star? Is it to go and find the queen and figure out what you want to do, like what her plan is?
I also wanted to point out that we did, I think it was plant growth last time. So in the area
Yes,
where they
that's
were,
true.
so there's like this wind, there's fire, there's plants. So like, I feel like the Cormyrean earth is fighting back.
It's definitely like
Ooh.
kind of rolling, and you can see that it's become, the battlefield has become this just mess of terrain, right? There's all these like twisted vines, and some of it's on fire, but some of it's not because the plants are magically fine somehow
Yeah.
because you're a druid. Anyway, but yeah, and now you've got these storms blowing in and doing all this crazy stuff. Yeah, it is and with the dragon swooping overhead, like they're blotting out the sun almost, and now with the clouds of the storm, what was previously this kind of bright, sunny battle, even though it was this giant warlike battle, is now this gloomy, overcast chaos that's spread around. Shade.
I think Tarkle's instinct when he sees the dragons and Shadowbriar is to communicate with Willowsong, because they have telepathic communication right now, and I think he just wants to. Do we have any hope?
I think so, but not now. We need to regroup. We need to think. We need to get away from here. Like, she kind of moves up. Like, she's been like with the mages and Azara. Azara's kind of rejoining you guys, and Willowsong will come to you, so you don't necessarily have to speak telepathically. And she'll say to the rest of you, like, we need to figure out what our next steps is. I need time to think. Like, I need time to realize what she's trying to do, but she's overconfident. Like, and she points, and you can see that Shadowbriar has not attacked any further. She's actually flown up to this lonely watchtower that sits overlooking the valley where the battle took place, and her giant serpentine form is kind of coiled around this tower, almost just like claws under this long draconic head, just kind of watching everything from this distance at the time being. Anything from Clive, or is...
As everyone's discussing retreating, you'll like look over and see like through wind and fire, Clive's just standing there, sword raised, just like screaming at the dragon. Like it's like, you cheap bastard, I saw you go out there. While everyone's like, how do we get out of here? He's ready. He's ready to just go.
Clive,
Nice.
get back here, Clive! I'm gonna just.
Oh, shit, oh,
No, we need to figure this out. Do you see how big she is?
it makes it more fun.
It can be fun in like 10 minutes. Let's just go talk about this.
It's like,
You and me.
and we're talking like maybe a couple of miles.
Oh, absolutely.
Like Clive's like this dragon in the far distance, like.
It's like those scenes where he's like screaming and there's epic music playing and there's wind, but when you zoom out, it's just like this tiny little silhouette.
Like all the rain and wind, and it's just this little tiny speck, just like waving a little pointy stick around. I love it. Perfect visuals. But yeah, you're like screaming out, and you can see it's not just Shadowbriar. There are, it's hard to count because they're moving around so quickly, but there is a lot of other dragons here. And you can see this draconian army growing closer and closer. When you do eventually kind of regroup with the rest of the Cormyrean forces, Queen Raedra, the various other nobles, and the various other alliances and cities, there is this general state of what are we going to do? And you can hear like the nobles like, we need to head back. I need to head back to my city. Like we need to evacuate the people and blah, blah, blah. And then the queen is like, no, we need to gather our strength. If we split up now, we will not stand a chance. And she's trying to keep everybody together.
So is it to my understanding that Davian's army is now tempted to join us?
What is left of it? Both of the armies, like when Shadowbriar appeared, both of your armies had been fighting for hours and had decimated each other to a considerable point. Now, your side of the forces, especially Evening Star's forces, came out very, very well. You sustained a couple of little losses to some of your cavalry and your mages, but you are, in general, in a pretty good standing. Like, you have most of your troops left. Looking at the Queen's forces, they're in the same place. They've taken some losses, but looks like they were about to win. Davian's forces what are left are scattered and broken, but it does look like that they have decided it is far better to fight alongside their previous enemies than the dragons, who are absolutely obliterating them and destroying them. Okay. But yeah.
I think Azara is going to turn to Willowsong and look at her and say, if there was ever a time to reveal yourself and tell us what you know and how we can defeat this army, it would be now.
She will look at Azara and say, I don't want to transform just yet in case people consider me a target. But I think that I know that my mother cannot be defeated by mundane means. She is exceptionally powerful in magic, and she has spent centuries planning this. But I do think I know ways to beat her. What the problem is that right now, Cormier will splinter. I think we need to worry about Evening Star. She knows that that is where I've sought refuge. She knows that you have been the ones to thwart her plans many times. If she has not sent forces to Evening Star, I would be very surprised. We need to consider heading there as quickly as possible. And I think that perhaps my mother has lived a very long life. She is an old dragon, but that makes her arrogant. That makes her confident because she has planned. She knows Cormier well, but Evening Star has arisen in the blink of an eye to her. A year to her is nothing, and you have done so much in that city. She likely does not think of it more than the simple village it once was, with no defenses, no army. It may be that if we can fortify ourselves there, we stand a better chance than in one of the larger cities. Even though they are larger and thicker walls, I think that she would have prepared for that. I don't think she would have prepared for Evening Star.
Azara will turn to Raedra at that, because she can hear this conversation, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
Rhaedra's
yeah.
right there.
Well, Raidra's
Yeah.
like kind of the Queen is
Right.
meeting with generals and trying to coordinate the defenses and stuff, but she's probably
Right,
aware
well-
that you are having a conversation, yeah.
Well, then I'll turn to Agnes and I'll say, I know that politics are not your thing, but if there was ever a time to pull what favor we have and bring what forces we can to Evening Star and finish this fight, it would be now. And she'll like look over at the Queen, like, go talk to her.
Okay, Agnes kind of like wipes her hands on her pants and walks over. Queen Raedra,
Agnes.
Clive.
let us fall back. Agnes looks like she's trying to think of something really flowery to say, but she just says, let us fall back to Evening Star.
Can you make a persuasion check for me, please, Agnes?
I can.
Thank you very much. First roll.
I rolled a 9 plus my persuasion, which is 7, so 16.
16. She does like listen, and you can see her consider the idea for a moment, and she sort of frowns, and she's like, Evening Star, but, and then she can see that she's about to say like, no, one of the larger cities would be more appropriate. And then she thinks about it a bit longer, and she's like, I understand you likely wish to go and protect your people. I'm sure that the rest of our cities and towns are all under threat. It is not, I do not know if I can commit everything now. I think we need to regroup. Perhaps we could use Evening Star as a rally point. We can muster our forces there, decide what we do next. But I need to attend. And she points at these other nobles who look like they're all ready to basically run. She's like, I need to deal with them now. But I think you should go. I know that you have these Tresem, these flying mounts of yours. Now, the rest of our forces, it will take us days to reach Evening Star by foot, but you could get there quickly. You could go back to your people, make sure they're safe, look after them. That is everything that you should be expected to do as nobles and advisors of Cormier.
I certainly want to protect my people, but I motion to Willow Song, and I kind of have her come over. I say that the dragon's daughter tells us that we may be able to take advantage of the arrogance of her mother. And I kind of motion for Willow Song to convey what she did.
And
to
she'll
the Queen.
convey the same
Yeah.
thing. And you can see the Queen kind of ponders it for a moment. And as she's thinking, this booming draconic voice echoes out across the valley from miles away. And you realize it is the voice of Shadowbright, this ancient dragon. Go, my children. Fly to their cities, their towns, their villages. Burn them. Melt them, cover them in rime and ice. The vengeance of Thaumaglor and draconic kind begins now. And you see the dragons that had been sort of harassing and harrying the army that you had kind of assembled all begin to split off and fly in different directions. And you can see the Draconian army begins to divert away from this ragtag group of survivors that the Queen has managed to rally here and now. And you begin to see them sort of all diverting away.
Queen, is there no one that you know that has teleportation magic?
There is, not here, but there are. I think that perhaps if this dragon's daughter, this Willow Song, has an idea of how to beat this one, then we should follow it, but it will take us time. I will need to travel likely to Mithranor to seek the aid of the elves, perhaps call out to my allies across the Sword Coast. It will take us time, but perhaps you're right. I'll begin mustering our forces. I'll need to regroup and gather. You should go back to Evening Star. Prepare it for us, and we will get there as soon as we can. But it may be days. Prepare for a siege if you must. And with that, she'll sort of like nod in your direction to see if there's anything left you want to say.
I want to, whatever's left of our army that was not on Tressum, I want to send them with her.
Yep.
And they can make their way slowly, but then the Tressum unit and all of us who have our Tressum mounts, we can all go back to
So it'll be your Tressum Knights, and then you guys.
Also, the druids, they can shift and fly with us.
Oh, good call.
They are not class druids. They do not necessarily get all the same features. They can shapeshift, but I'm gonna probably say that they are like bears and they don't have flight transformations.
They can't turn into owls.
No, I'm gonna say no.
Or spiders. They could be spiders and ride in the Tressum's tails.
Oh, that's true. They could become small spiders.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, that's clever. I like that.
Yeah.
Sure. All right. Way to
Or
get around my
fleas.
limitation.
Yeah.
Yep. Players.
And then you said some mages have magic carpets, if I remember correctly. So
A
all the
very
mages
small-
get to
yes, a
team up
couple
with,
of them
you
have,
know,
yeah, like winged
piggyback.
boots of flying and things like that.
Yeah,
All right,
they're
sure.
coming with us.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey,
all right.
Mark.
Yeah.
I know normally only one person can ride on a Tressum, right? Is that your rule?
Yeah. No, you can have someone to ride side saddle if you wish to. yeah.
Okay. Because Aaron has been using mine.
Yes.
So I don't want to kick him off when he comes up. I just want to.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Is
Don't do that.
because do you want Aaron to come with you, or do you want? Because if you're all leaving, the rest of your forces won't have any. Like, Alyssa wants to come with you, and she has a Tressum. She's on the Tressum Knights.
Yeah.
But who are you going to leave in command of your forces if Alyssa comes with you?
If I tell you that I want to leave Aaron in command,
Yes.
and he does not show up to Evening Star,
Yes.
we're gonna have serious issues back there. I'm gonna tell you.
Well-
there will be a problem.
I can't make any promises, Shady.
Can Aaron command an army?
I don't know. Can he?
So he
It's time for a
commanded
good old
banner.
Tarkle pep talk.
I don't think Aaron. Does Agnes believe that Aaron can command an army?
Agnes is like looking very upset because she is like, well, our blade captain would be the logical person to command our army, but I can think of so many reasons why the blade captain really should be with our unit right now. And she looks at Azara.
I'll do it.
No. You're coming with us.
All right. Then.
Good suggestion, though, Clive. That's a good suggestion. So yeah, I mean, yeah. What do you want to do? Do you want?
I
Aaron?
just look at Azara because it's
Azara takes off her necklace and gives it to Aaron and tells him to attune to it
Okay.
and holds it in his hand and will say, I don't want you to have to use this, but if you need to, you have a little extra power on your side if you are going to command this army in our stead.
Okay. And is this the Snowmorn amulet?
Yes.
Nice. Okay. Like Aaron will take it with shaking hands, and you can see that this battle, he is just like overwhelmed by everything that's happened, but he kind of like looks and nods. And you can see that because he's carrying the banner, right? He carries the banner of Evening Star. A lot of the other soldiers are looking to Aaron like, you know, you've been entrusted with this position. What are we doing? Like, what's going on? And he kind of takes the amulet and he, slips it around his neck, and he's like, yeah, okay.
I also give him my sending stone because Melodonus's was covered in blood and I don't want to traumatize him with that. So
Okay.
I'll keep Melodonus's and give him my sending stone
Nice.
and say, and if you need something, we are just a call away. Is it call? Is it call in D&D?
We can say call. Yeah. That's
Okay.
fine. We
Just
can
a
get away
stone
with
away?
it. It's a stone away. Yeah.
Text me if you need me, good sir.
Nice. With that, yeah, Aaron will take it and be like, yeah, no, as soon as we can, we'll come back. We'll travel with the Queen, but as soon as we can get to Evening Star, we'll bring everyone.
I'm actually gonna aside ask Alyssa, can he actually do this?
Alyssa will say to you, if he's with the Queen, he won't need to command. He just needs to keep them around, keep them on task. And honestly, yeah, he can do that. I wouldn't trust him to command a battle, but I trust him to keep them together. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
I'm also gonna approach him.
Okay.
I'll
Oh,
reach
no.
into
Clive?
my
He
pouch
salutes.
No words. I take out a small dead rat, hand it to him.
Okay. He's like holding the sending stone in one hand. He's got like the banner crooked in his like shoulder. And he takes the rat in the other hand. Is this like a magic rat? Yeah. Okay. So,
That's it.
Magister Azara, I had to like concentrate on the necklace, she said. And he starts like, and he like walks away concentrating on the rat.
It'll be fine.
That's very sweet of you, Clive.
Nice.
I know that rat meant a lot to you.
Well, I just found it 2 minutes ago.
All right. So with that, at this point, because you have your Tressym Knights, you can fly basically immediately home. No time to rest. This is just sort of a red-eye flight, just as quickly as you can, traveling back to Evening Star, while the rest of the Queen Ranger and your own forces go back physically and will have to travel. And it will take them time. It will take them several days.
Thank goodness you wanted to build that wall.
I mean,
Yeah.
just for the theme park, so.
The journey goes by quickly. Your thoughts, your fears sort of playing on your minds as you race back. And you begin to see parts of the Kingswood aflame, crackling with acidic smoke. You can see parts of it have been frozen. Looking in the distance, you can see sort of mountaintops burning and things like that. You can see the damage that these dragons are wrecking everywhere across the space. You think that the dragons that showed up to the battle are likely not the only dragons that Shadowbriar had access to. Same with the Draconians. You suspect that her forces are even larger than the ones you saw wipe out Davian Cormoril's army. Within nearly 24 hours, arriving tired, saddle sore, you fly over the Kingswood and begin to see in the distance the shape of your town. The walls that you have built over the last year, the keep at its now center, banners fluttering in the wind. And you see little flashes of light here and there as the sun is beginning to set, and you can see that outside the rim of the city, you begin to see the little figures of Draconians assaulting the walls. You can see your archers that you had left behind in Evening Star firing down as your own troops barricade the doors and the main gates. But overhead, a white dragon covers part of the wall in ice, and you can see the defenders desperately trying to shoot arrows and protect it. As you guys arrive, Evening Star is under siege. So, you guys have your Tressym Knights. You have the infantry in Evening Star as well as your archers inside Evening Star. You are outside. You have your flying Tressym Knights. You have a couple of mages and the shape-shifting druids hiding in the Tressym as spiders.
Yes.
Very, very clever idea. What opposes you here at Evening Star, what is besieging Evening Star, is an adult white dragon. Willow Song will tell you that their name is Rhyme Razor. They are one of her sisters. There is a large force of Draconian foot soldiers. They're the ones who are assaulting the walls and the gate, trying to break down, trying to get inside the city. There also appears to be a sort of command squadron of elite-looking Draconian guards and mages, along with the half-dragon commander who is leading this force. You see all of that as you're kind of flying in. You have Alyssa with you, and you have Willow Song with you, and that is the scenario we find ourselves in. Yes, Nate.
So
Nate wants to battle.
So there's a dragon,
There is, yeah. There's a white
we're-
dragon flying around.
and we're on Tressym back.
Yes,
So the dragon's in the sky.
yes,
I am also in the sky.
you are.
Oh no.
Is Ice weak to fire in this game?
Surprisingly,
Is this
no.
Pokemon?
Darn.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's as weak to fire as
I know.
skin is weak
But
to
I
fire.
wanted it to be extra weak.
Unfortunately, not. It is not. It is not.
Alright.
Pocket Dragons, the game.
And I'm on my Tressym alone.
Yes, you have a Tressym mount to yourself.
Are we going right back to Evening Star now, or can I do something? I want to do something.
You want to do something on the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want. If you want to have like said that you did something along the way, it will delay you getting there. There might be a bit more damage to the city when you
I'll
arrive.
tell
or some
everyone
such.
else that I'll catch up.
Okay.
Okay. I want to try and fly above the dragon. Yeah, I'm gonna.
So like go up high.
Yeah. I'm gonna jump.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Yeah. No, this is perfect.
Agnes also is like she sees him doing this, knows exactly what he's doing. She's like, yeah, I was gonna say, everyone to the dragon. Like
So you want to have like all of your forces focus on this
the
dragon
Tresem
solely.
at least, yeah.
Yeah, on the like,
Don't you?
Yeah,
I mean, I
that's
asked
fair.
Azara. She's the strategist.
I'm gonna jump.
Azar is like to the dragon. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, in a more regal way, but
So jumping Ebon Scorn hilt up, I'm gonna try and land a steering wheel on it.
Sure. Can you
Oh,
give
no.
me an athletics check?
Yes, I can. Huh. 18.
Oh yeah.
It's good. Hold
Oh,
on.
yeah.
Math. 30. Wait, no, not 30. 27.
27. So Clive flies up, and
Wait.
you're kind of moving
29.
around. 29. So the dragon, completely oblivious to Clive, focused on the Tresem Knight surging towards it, pays no attention to the one lone Tresem Knight that flies up above it, thinking it to be a coward, fleeing this battle, fleeing away from its mighty majesty, this big, hulking female white dragon. And then the rest of you see this little golden teardrop just fall. As you slam the dragon slaying blade down into the back of this dragon, you watch it arch its back as it kind of like snaps its wings back and almost goes into a diving spiral. It does manage to kind of recover itself as you are now like the sword embedded into its side, hanging on Shadows of the Colossus style as it kind of sweeps through the air, having dealt this grievous blow to it. If you want to roll your normal damage for me, Nate, but treat it as
damage.
if you'd rolled a crit.
Oh.
So you get all your brutal criticals.
Okay. Oh
Brutal criticals.
Okay. How do you do brutal critical?
It would be the same as my normal crit rules, so we max the dice and then we roll the dice again.
Okay.
So,
it's
how many
one-
brutal dice do you get?
Oh, that's a
math.
That's
D&D math time.
No. Uh-oh. As
So it should be in your features and traits.
Yes, and then class. Brutal critical. Why isn't this alphabetical? You can roll 2 additional weapon damage dice.
Weapon damage dice. And are
Yes.
you using this, you two-handed, you said, wasn't it? You like two-handed plunged it down?
Yep.
So it'd be 3d10, because it's your base d10 plus the extra 2d10.
Okay.
So that's 30 minimum.
Okay.
Plus your modifiers, which is what normally?
7.
7. So is that with, you're not raging yet, so.
No.
Would you like to be?
Yeah.
Let's add on the extra rage damage then.
Okay.
So that's 3, right? So that would take us up to 10. So that's 40 base damage minimum. Now roll 3d10s for me.
Oh, plus 3. Okay.
Yeah,
so
because
we've
it's
got-
max the damage and then roll the damage dice again. Now, I like doing that because it's then you're guaranteed to always do more damage with your crits.
Okay. So we got 1,
41,
7,
48.
5.
All right, so 53 points of damage.
Not bad.
As you come slamming down. And do you want to trigger your wild magic rage as well?
I very much would like to do that.
please be a flump for everything that's holy in this world. Please be a flump.
Okay. Let me just pull up the chart on D&D Beyond.
It's cool. While you're doing that, what I'm going to do is, rather than rolling initiative, you guys pick what order you want to go in, and then also consider what you would like Alyssa, the Knights, and Willow Song to do as well. Treat them as if they were a character. And you get to tell them what you want them to do, basically.
That's
Okay. I want Tarkle to go to the gates.
Okay.
Yeah.
And like start fighting with the foot soldiers down on the ground. Okay, cool.
Wild magic
I
gives
want-
me.
Oh,
Oh, go ahead.
Just do the wild magic first, and then we'll come to
Yeah,
you,
wild
Miko.
magic
Okay.
first.
Wild magic gives me +1 to AC.
Perfect. Okay, so you're kind of like covered in this protective aura as you slam down on the dragon, and Clive is now like stuck into the dragon by by Ebon Scorn and is like flying through the air with
And
it.
he's just like, yep, I got it under control. Just as planned. This is good.
Nice. Perfect. So we know that Tarkle is going to go down to the main gates to help with the foot soldiers. Are you going to land on the Evening Star side, like inside the town? Or do you want to land like outside and start fighting off this army single-handedly?
So there's the gate. I would like to like wedge myself between the gate and this mass army.
Okay,
So like
so you're,
I
like,
want to
in front of it,
drop
basically.
and slide down the wall.
Yeah, cool. Willow Song will probably come with you
Yeah.
when she does that, when you do that. So she's probably on your Tressum because she doesn't have a Tressum of her own. So
Yep.
the two of you are going to drop down and land together.
Sick.
Azara, what was Azara doing, Mika?
Azara's gonna have the mages who can also fly with her alongside of her, kind of guide them in like bombing runs of magic amongst this army.
Yep,
So
the
like
foot soldiers.
we fly down, fireball, lightning, fireball, fly out of range, come down, kind
Yeah,
of like
I love that.
Yeah, like bombing runs.
All right. Can you roll an Arcana check for me then, and give yourself advantage to represent these like other minor mages helping you and giving you like additional firepower, right?
Also,
right,
before you do that, Agnes
Yeah.
also wants to do Galathir the Guiding Light and shoot one of the guiding bolts.
Sure, yeah, perfect.
Because that will make spell. What does that actually do? Something with spell damage.
It like increases spell damage, but like for this, because it's being a bit more abstract, if you just roll like an attack with Galathir for me, and then we'll treat this as you guys kind of supporting each other. So as Zara is like doing these bombing runs with the mages, like lightning bolts and fireballs, you're flying like in front of Azara, kind of marking priority targets, right? Like, oh, there's a mage-looking soldier down there, and then you mark them with the light so they take more damage. And then you mark the next one
you're
and do
not
that
dealing
kind
with
of
the dragon. You're dealing with the army.
Yeah,
Never
the dragon,
mind then.
they're draconian armies, so they're kind of like dragon men.
Never mind. I
people.
take it back. I'm doing something else.
Okay,
Azara can finish her thing.
okay.
I got a 22.
22. For this then, if you roll 8d6 for like a lightning bolt, and then I'll double it to represent you like with these extra mages and stuff.
Okay. I'm going to do 4 twice. Okay. That's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16. Okay, hold on. I got to do it again. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. 33?
33.
And then double it?
And then doubled it to 66. All right. So as Tarkle, as you land with Willow Song, you watch as Azara, kind of the back ranks of this army, Azara and these allied mages kind of fly past, lightning bolts and fireballs and magic missiles just taking out these individual kind of like lower ranked soldiers. And, you know, these huge bombardments of fireballs, like, you know, sending them flying up into the air, thinning out those ranks that are racing towards like kind of, you know, impressing upon you and Willow Song. And then we'll come back to you. We'll do you guys last. So what does Agnes want to do?
Actually, the Galathir the Guiding Light was a spell guiding shot to the dragon.
To
is
the
what I wanna
big
do.
dragon.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
And that what that does is it gives advantage on spell attacks and disadvantage on dexterity saving throws usually. So whatever you want to do with that here.
Yeah, we'll say that basically like any spells against that dragon will now do extra damage. And then also, yeah, I'll make it so its defense is like it's more clumsy and stuff in the air and stuff. So like
And then
any
what I'm
checks.
going to do is all the Tressum that have all the spiders that are the druids.
Right.
I want to like create a spinning cloud of spellcasters around the dragon.
Just like free falling through the air,
No,
like
no, no, like on the
skydiving.
Tressum. We're
right, I
because
see.
they stay on the Tressum, but the little spiders are like choo choo spells.
Technically, they can't cast spells in their druid form, Agnes. But I like the idea that like they maybe like the Tressum fly them close. The Tressum fly up high, drop the spiders, who their terminal velocity they would slow. Then the Tressum dive down and catch the druids as they shapeshift back into
Yeah.
people,
Yeah.
like launching like flaming spheres and stuff at
You
this
get what
dragon.
I'm
That's
doing,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah. So give me a ranged spell attack. For this is for Galathir.
That was a 9, and I think it's plus 10 for me.
Okay.
No, it's plus 9. So 18.
18, I'd say 18 is just enough. You managed to kind of mark it with the guiding light, kind of coating the white dragon in this silvery moonlit energy. And then you kind of like, now you count out to all the Tressum Knights, and all these little spiders just drop off, and they begin sort of floating and hovering in the air, and then they turn into elves and dwarves and humans and halflings, and then just launch out all these like fiery blades and flaming spheres and whatever, and call lightnings that they can muster in the few seconds that they fall through the air, and then the Tressum Knights kind of scoop up and grab them all. They do then have to like take them into the city to drop them down.
Yes.
And drop them down into it, basically.
Druid, Tressum, Magic, Dragon Party.
All right, awesome. In that case, for me, could you roll, let's do, it would be 6d10 and then double it.
All right. 2 plus 5 is 7. Plus 7 is 14. Plus 3 is 17. Plus 1 is 18. Was that 5?
I think
That was 5.
Okay.
that was 5.
Uh-huh.
Okay, nice. So 18 and then doubled to
36.
36. 36 points to the dragon. Perfect. So you watch as Clive, you're hanging on. Suddenly, you watch all of these people just falling through the sky and then transforming back into like little creatures and kind of like floating through the air before the Tressum pick them back up. And they just bombard the dragon with all these spells, and you feel it shuddering and throwing it to the side. Can you just make another athletics check for me to see if you are holding on?
Yep. That's a 6 plus 17.
17. So as you're kind of like holding on, you feel that like the blade is like sliding out of the wound as it's being rocked to the side back and forth, and it's like, and you're like sliding down the side of the dragon like as the blade is coming free, and you think you might fall out, on, fall off this dragon in any second.
Clive's like laughing maniacally at all the lightning and people falling from the sky, and then the sword slips a little and just, uh-oh.
And you haven't fallen yet, but you can feel yourself falling as you go. So as you do that, Willisong and Tarkle, as you guys are facing down the kind of onrush of these foot soldiers, these draconians, these hulking dragonborn-like figures with like rough, crude-looking swords and shields and things like that, Willisong will turn to you and just be like, "Right, let's finish this."
Yeah, and in my mind, we do like a back-to-the-back Avengers type of thing, where we just start like, taking everyone by combat. Because I know, can she summon like a magical blade for herself of some nature?
If you would like her to do that,
Or is she gonna dragon up?
that's what she was planning.
Oh, she could dragon up. Yeah, let her dragon up. Yeah.
So like as you kind of take a step forward and you watch as this, this elven woman kind of like takes a step back, and she almost like steps back, and you watch the forms twist and change as this elven woman becomes this green dragon, this reformed green dragon that you form this bond with, and now stands behind you, kind of like silhouetting you as these draconians rush up, and it causes them to pause momentarily. And in that brief moment of pause, you then strike out, and you kind of slash in your blade, and even in her draconic form, Willisong is providing you cover by like conjuring mists and fog for you to hide in, and like using her spells to misdirect as she's like slapping them with her claws and biting them to the side as you kind of work together in this way. Can you make a stealth check actually?
Ooh, okay. That's great for me. Oh, nope, that doesn't count. It wasn't in the tray. 6 plus 14, 20.
20 points. Okay. So I would say, roll for me a sneak attack.
Okay.
As if you'd made a sneak attack. And just a sneak attack for now.
Just the 76.
Yeah, just the 76.
That's
Plus
just
normal
76.
epilogue damage.
Oh, and epilogue. Okay,
Yeah,
hold on.
yeah,
Let me okay, cool. Let me get another one.
Just casual 76.
Okay. Wow, that's a good roll.
Oh.
6, 12, 18, 28, 33, 36, 40, and then also plus 6. So 46.
46 points of damage.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And that's just
All
like
skill.
That's just Tarkle like darting in and using this like magically created fog and darkness to like strike and kind of appear very sort of Naruto ninja, kind of like ducking around everything. Can you now roll? So Willisong's claws do it would be 2d6 times 2.
2d6 times 2.
Yeah, sure.
8.
So 16.
16.
16. So, and then as you're kind of fighting, she's not only casting spells, she's also like batting some of these soldiers to the side and knocking them, around and sort of like snapping her jaws at one, knocking them away with her tail. And the two of you kind of create this fight outside the main gates, which is you can hear the foot soldiers inside Evening Star, is giving them time to barricade it and secure it and make sure it's prepared, as the archers on the wall above are kind of firing down, pulling their bows, taking shots where they can to try and take out as many of these soldiers as they can. Between all of you, with all of your forces and the Tressum Knights being led by Alyssa, the dragon, like Clive, as you're kind of on it, you begin like hacking and slashing at the dragon as you kind of pull down. And eventually, between all combined with all the forces of Evening Star, you defeat these forces that are and these initial kind of forces as you're facing. And the foot soldiers flee back into the woods. The dragon comes crashing down in a plummeting kind of strike into the mountains beside Evening Star. The commandos are caused to flee, and Evening Star has this brief respite. And you hear cries and cheers coming up from the people inside as the gates are thrown open, and all of your forces are sort of like drawn back in to try and prepare, because you can see that this is merely just the initial attack. This is not the full thing. This is just a sort of to test its defenses kind of thing. And so you're kind of brought back inside. You find familiar faces of like the NPCs that you'd left behind and your forces. What would you do now? You think that you might have a few hours. Willisong will probably sort of reverting back to a humanoid form.
What does the dragon do?
What do you mean?
Well, because they're retreating.
Yeah.
and I'm.
Oh no, you're like hacking. I'm assuming that you fought this thing until it died and
Oh,
it fell
okay.
into the ground.
Cool.
But yeah,
Awesome.
like you just ripped this thing apart, along with like the shapeshifted druids kind of like tearing it apart and things like that. We don't have time to do a full army battle, so I'm gonna kind of speed over it a little bit for this one. But yeah, you like tear into this thing and it comes crashing into the ground, and like you are like on its corpse, victorious, having ridden it down into the ground.
Can you do like a jump off as it hits the ground and superhero landing in front of it like an explosion?
Oh yeah, and it
Can
like
the dragon just explode?
It can explode in blood.
Okay. Is
Yeah.
that good?
yeah.
Nice.
Okay, nice.
Can I take a tooth as a souvenir?
Yeah, you start hacking away and you pull out this
Sweet.
giant sort of like more tooth from the dragon.
Cool.
When you guys enter into the city, Willow Song, having reverted back to her form, she'll say, we have a few hours perhaps to sort of prepare ourselves. And you have that time. What would you like to do?
Is Sarah Lee here? She's back at the wizard
You had
tower,
taken
right?
Sarah Lee to Suzail, because she was kind of providing...
Heck.
There we
Well,
She was
there
kind of
goes
providing
my
that magical
research.
research. Yeah.
Huh. Does she still have a sending stone? Can she do research on dragons while she's in Suzail and tell me what's up?
I would say that you absolutely can still do. You can send
All
somebody
right.
for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I would just, if she can get any weaknesses on ancient dragons, I'm sure that's probably not possible, but the Suzail library seems dope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark is indisposed at the moment, but he says yes.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So he's just, yeah, I got it.
So in
Thumbs up.
the meantime, we can all level up to level 20. We can
Awesome.
get-
Right, yeah.
I think that's
Yep,
such a
whatever
great
attack
idea.
spells we
Wow,
want.
and Mark can't say
And
no.
we win D&D.
We won. We did it.
Wow, we beat it.
Wow.
We beat the game.
What an easy game.
Meanwhile, I
gotta
get
take the
power
DM's
word
mic away and
kill,
you're good.
and, you know,
I mean,
you
maybe
just-
not 20. No,
But
you
we can
have
level
this
up.
moment, and Sarah Lee will try, like, you send a sending spell to Sarah Lee to try and give you as much research as she can in the short time that you have available to you. And yeah, you're not sure if she'll get back to you in time, but you can certainly, you've put the request in.
Well,
you
that's
send
all
the
I've
email.
got, Mark.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. It will suitably dramatic moment. You might get a response.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Good.
I am going to work on fortifying outside the wall with all the druids, assuming they have things like I have like an erupting earth and things. We're just gonna make all the terrain super difficult, and we're gonna
Like
enchant
earth and sort of like barricades and stuff, like to give you
Yeah.
even more like, make it more difficult ground to cover and stuff like that.
and enchant the plants to help us.
Okay.
Trying to, they'll try to grab anyone that comes
Sure.
through, try to strangle people.
Yeah,
that kind of
absolutely.
stuff.
Yeah, great.
I think Tarkle wants to just check on like the forces of Evening Star, like internally, see how many people we've lost, and kind of pep talk anyone that's left and let them know what's coming.
Yeah, well, you get the impression that this attack that they've been fending off, was maybe only a few hours before you guys even really arrived, and they managed to kind of keep the dragon away with arrow fire, but then that allowed the forces to get right up to the walls. But you guys arrived just in the nick of time, so they haven't really lost anybody yet, but the townsfolk are shaken because, to them, they just think that this is another attack, but then seeing you guys return without the army, people start asking questions, and, information starts getting out that this is not going to be the end of it, like there's more to come. But for now, things seem okay, and the forces are prepared to face more things head on.
We should also evacuate the people to the keep.
Ooh, good idea.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
smart.
yeah, it's a good idea.
Very smart.
So like pretty much bringing all of the civilians up into Starwatch Keep and sort of securing them inside there as best you can, fortifying it, barricading it. Okay.
Can Aaron's mom bring like a ton of the Evening Star pastries
Yep.
to the keep,
Absolutely.
so everyone can have a snack
Absolutely.
while they await certain death?
Perfect.
Cool.
Perfect. I love it.
Hey.
I'll also send another note to the Summer King, just like, hey.
How are you
just-
sending this note?
Through Zara. She's
Oh,
my
okay.
mailbox.
Yeah.
Hey, just thinking of you. Hope you're doing good. The battle was going well, but then turned out the dragon army actually is just trying to take over the entire realm.
I think that's probably the 25-word limit there.
We're then another one. We're holed up in Evening Star, doing
Okay.
fine, but might just die, I guess. But anyway, it's been really fun. Hope you're doing good. Happy summer. Bye. Heart,
Okay.
heart.
Ha.
Is there a way to attach like a really sad but cute picture of Agnes to the sending? like a little
You just
sad
imagine
selfie
it
so
as
he
part of
really
the
gets-
sending spell.
yeah.
You just send
Okay,
a mental
cool.
image picture of
Yeah.
Agnes looking really
It's like
sad.
a really cute but sad Agnes, like might die. XOXO Gossip Girl.
Okay.
It's like posing next to the earth that I just made all like messed up. Like,
Yeah.
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 And the dead dragon in the background.
Sure. You get basically what is the equivalent of a magical answering machine, where a sort of a disembodied spirit voice, a sprite voice, is just like, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. The Summer King's out hunting right now, but we'll pass the message along as soon as he gets back."
Oh, his out of office was on.
Yeah, his magical out of office is on. Yeah, exactly. He left it on, probably. We've all done it.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, you send the messages, you do perform the research, and these attacks come and go over the next few hours, and maybe a day of fighting, kind of fending off these attacks. And there's not always a dragon. Sometimes it's just draconians. Sometimes it's creatures like drakes or nature spirits and elementals. But you manage to fend them off with the, the impressive defensive works that Agnes has conjured, the boosted morale of the people, like kind of being reinforced, and the allies that you brought back, the druids, the mages, and the Tressim knights, kind of all contributed to this defense. And then, on the second day, you see a much greater shadow fall across Evening Star. Emerging from the Kingswood, an adult blue dragon, an adult red dragon, an adult green dragon, an adult black dragon. Okay, you see ranks of these draconians, fully armored, 100, 1,000, 10,000, all beginning to line up, vastly overwhelming, like spread out across the long line of the Kingswood, which stretches onto the horizon. And then finally, one giant green, nearly black claw, as Shadowbriar herself pulls herself free from the tree line. Well, 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 this little hole in the ground has been a thorn in my side this entire time. I thought to use you as a tool, and yet you have proven so frustrating.
Thank you.
Are these your little pets, my daughter? And you see Willow Song kind of looks. Just remember, her arrogance. She is old. She thinks that you are far, far beneath her. I don't know if we can hold out against all of this, but if we can find a way to get her alone, I think all of us can do something. I'm waiting on, and she looks at Azara. I think Sarah Lee might have an answer, but we need to hold on until she gets back to us.
Wait, ask your mom?
Yes.
Have you tried asking her to stop?
If only it was so simple, my dear Clive, but unfortunately, she won't listen to a thing that I or you or anyone here has to say. She is, how would you put it? She's an asshole.
I've heard this term.
Yes. The ranks begin to file up, and you feel the morale of Evening Star just breaking. Seeing this vast number of, these dragons, this army, and then Shadowbriar herself, who is bigger than any of the other dragons, older, looks terribly formidable. The soldiers, you just hear cries of, "Oh, it's hopeless! We're all going to die!" You hear these kind of cries coming out from the archers and the infantry, and maybe even some of the civilians up in the keep, those of you who are nearby. There is this feeling of hopelessness that, this is just delaying the inevitable.
If she's so arrogant, what if we issue a challenge? Some sort of duel?
She's arrogant, but she's not foolish. We need leverage. She would see no reason to fight us in a duel, not when she has such overwhelming strength. If only we had a way to even the odds, but unless your friends come through, I'm not sure if we will.
And it's at that moment, out of the tree line, we see all of the army.
I mean, not so far.
Damn it.
Nothing comes in.
Thought that would work.
No portals opening up?
None that you can see.
You don't hear on your left.
There's, nobody says on your left. You don't see any glowing orange portals. No handsome men come flying out of them to deliver witty one-liners.
Dang it.
Oh, dang it.
This game sucks.
I know.
Yeah.
But you see this moment laid out before you, this is, obviously I don't want to tell how your characters think, but it would be very reasonable for people to think that this is unwinnable. No? So Clive is ready. He's stood on the walls.
He's like, hell yeah, dude, let's go.
Nice, okay. Yeah, where do you see Clive? Would he be on the walls, or is he out the front? Is he I'm going to go right into the line of fire and be there ready.
I mean, unless someone stops him.
Yeah.
We would stop him. We always stop.
Yeah,
We would.
I would just encourage you to stay on the wall with me, like, because I imagine that we're on the walls.
You could have like a Legolas Gimli moment, like shall I fetch you a box kind of moment.
Darkle, you,
Don't.
all these people here fear death so much. What's got them not wanting to go to the Feywild so bad?
Well, I don't think everyone goes to the Feywild when they die. It's not the same here. See, like if I die, I don't just go back home. I die.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
oh. Okay, everyone's attitude makes a lot more sense now.
Azara's gonna take this moment to she's with her friends, but she's going to sidle over to the side and commune with her Adrifania belt that she has around her waist. And she's going to say, I guess internally to herself and also to her goddess, I know our past we fought against each other, the dragons and your kind, and I don't know what kind of power you could lend me now, but if there was ever a time to offer up all I have, offer up my life force, offer up anything I can provide to you and your people in your realm, I'll do it if you just give me the power I need to fight these beasts.
When you whisper that to yourself, thinking it in your mind, you feel the wind sort of caressing your skin, softly drifting across you, maybe shifting your hair ever so slightly. There are no words. You felt a similar thing once before, praying for your goddess to aid you in these desperate hours. You felt this enveloping wind around you, like an embrace, a protective embrace. And you feel in your heart, Azara, that Adrifania could offer aid and wishes to offer aid, but she is a weakened goddess. She is not as powerfully worshipped. However, you know you have strength inside you. You have a well of magic that you have yet to tap into, potential, magical potential of your draconic blood. And she could take that power, but it would mean that you would never be able to cast a spell again. Not as a sorceress, perhaps as a cleric, but not as a sorceress.
I have full-on goosies.
It would drain the draconic essence from you and strip the arcane magic from your being.
Wow.
You would probably have enough magic to last this battle, but once, if you survive, you would never be able to use arcane magic again.
No pressure.
She was asking to die, and you gave her a fate
That's
worse.
true. That's true. This is worse. This is worse than death.
Dying is easy, son. Living is harder.
Damn, you got me with the Hamilton. Damn. You know what, Azara, with one tear, one serious, this is all she is. She came from war wizards.
Yeah.
This is her life. She's
It's been her ambition, right? To be this powerful sorceress.
that's all she wanted. And she realizes she probably can't do her job after this. She'll probably have to leave Evening Star after this. But as long as there's an Evening Star to leave, it's worth it. So she'll make this deal.
Okay. I think it's probably at this moment, not realizing what you're doing, kind of like this internal debate, that you just feel a strong hand kind of grip your own as Alyssa is stood with you, sort of looking over the walls. And you just hold your hand, doesn't say anything, just hold your hand, seeing that you're upset, probably misthinking what's going on, thinking that you are just sad about this ending. But just hold your hand and it just says, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. And you feel something almost surge in you, Azara. This kind of icy chill spreads through your body and flares, and you feel that draconic rage burst in you and swell one last time, but it doesn't linger. You feel it pulled from you, And the rest of you see that Azara's veins and like almost like tattoos, like spiraling arcane runes, spiral up her arms, up her neck, around her face, and they flare brightly. And then you feel the wind. There was a gentle breeze begin to rush and pull and suddenly surge, and it becomes almost silvery and blue like Azara herself. It gains color, the wind itself, and it pulls away like a vortex, pulling to the side, to the open fields. You watch it storm and swirl and spin. And then as it dies down, it leaves behind armies, Raidra's armies, your armies. It brings back allies from Mithranor. You see winged elves that you have never seen before, these elves that have these beautiful butterfly-like wings, almost hovering in the air as it leaves them behind. The army's looking confused, as if they were suddenly whisked away from anywhere. But there are tens, hundreds, thousands, perhaps 10,000 of them in number. And as they arrive, you look, and you can see the dragons still with their aid and Shadowbriar's more than a match for those armies that bear. And then you hear, and from the woods, you see, dressed in red and orange livery, with hunting horns and longbows and great axes, satyrs, centaurs, and eladrin, all surge forth, cheering, singing, banging drums, and playing music. And at their head is one huge, 16-foot-tall, satyr-legged man with this flowing mane of red and yellow and crimson as he just strides forward. To battle! As the Summer King draws out, finally. Beloved Agnes, your king is here!
Your
Boyfriend's great.
As he does, you see that that is not the end of your allies. From the mountains behind Evening Star, 3 metallic dragons, gold, silver, and brass, as Lolathia, the dragon that you had befriended during the tournament, leads 2 of her kind. Yeah, this was Kate's character. They come flying in to oppose these enemy dragons as well. And you feel this telepathic in your minds, like, I hope we made it in time, kind of like calling out to you as Lolathia draws in. And then there is one more. And at first you don't recognize them at all. Pulled not from the winds that Azara summoned, but as if they had been marching for a long time, traveling in this direction. A unit of mercenaries, large numbers of them, and at their front, wearing a purple and blue cape, stood next to a similarly dark-haired young man. You see Marcel.
You know?
What?
And you not just see Marcel, but what you can only assume is Marcel's brother, a living human person, a half-elf stood beside him. You see Hadley, the older leader of that old unit, the one who seemed so suspicious. Next to him is a young girl, maybe sort of 10, 11 years old, a daughter. And you can see all these different mercenaries are all in pairs. And the brother, you see Marcel's brother, has these runic sigils all up his arms as well. And Marcel just wordlessly just doesn't draw a sword, doesn't seem to have a weapon on him, but just nods in your direction and just holds his hand out. And you watch as the brother turns, grins, and you just watch as he becomes a blade that Marcel snatches. And you watch Hadley's daughter do the same thing. She becomes like light and becomes armor around him. And you see in each of these pairs, one becomes a weapon or armor or a shield. And then they come surging forward to join your forces. The battle launches ahead. You see these armies clash. The dragons, Lolathia and the other dragons, smash into some of the chromatic ones that you were fighting earlier. The Summer King himself is like, my bow! And he gets handed by a satyr kind of musician this enormous longbow, and he's like, that one's mine, as he points to the red dragon. And you watch as he jumps like 20 feet onto the walls of Evening Star, thum, 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 launching these arrows like tree trunks, chasing it down as it tries to avoid these arrows away. You watch as all of your allies come running in and begin engaging these forces, and Willowsong looks and is like, this is it. We single out Shadowbriar. We take her down. I can't hurt her, but you can. and I can give you the aid. I can give you the chance you need. We just need to sing her out. Jump on. And she becomes her draconic form. Now.
All of us?
Yeah.
All of you.
I'm hopping on.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
All right. You
Can we
guys.
just take 1 second? Can we just take 1 second to appreciate what just happened?
Oh,
You
Mark.
absolutely
Just give me a little
can.
bit.
You can take the moment. Absolutely,
Mark.
you can. Do you know what was funny? When you were making the Endgame Avengers jokes, before we
Yeah.
did this live session, I said to these guys backstage, I was like, I've got a certain vibe I'm going for this session, but I'm not going to tell you what it
I
is.
thought you were going to make me cry in a different way. Not like that.
In my notes, I just put Endgame.
Oh, I love it.
It
So-
is really hard to make me cry with D&D. Like, it's real hard, and I'm full on, like,
You
tear
got it.
rolled down my cheek. That was
Yeah.
good. Good job, Mark.
Thank you very much. You know, it's all about having fun. But the fun's, let's not get too happy yet, because you still got an ancient, very powerful
yeah.
green dragon
Oh,
to
yeah.
fight. And you know what this is going to be, my friends? It's time to roll initiative.
Oh my god. So, quick question. I have this magic for this fight, essentially.
What's that? Yes,
have
you
my
are.
sorcerer
You are.
magic,
You are
okay.
still your normal self for this fight. Do not worry.
Okay.
You are absolutely fine.
We're all like, thanks,
Sorry
Mark.
if you
He's like,
guys hear
I
my
can
dogs
still
doing
kill you.
Zoom.
I can still kill you. Yeah, don't worry about that. Okay, so I'm going to get everyone's initiative down. And then, alrighty. So let's go with, I'm going to go around Agnes first.
19.
Agnes at 19. Azara,
16.
16. Clave.
14.
And Turkle,
20.
20. All right, now before we begin this fight, there's a couple of things I'm just going to say to you guys now, because this is special, because it's the big, this is Shadowbriar, big enemy kind of fight. It will be a little bit different. There might be some mechanics here where there's almost like a bit of a puzzle element to it. Like I like doing my kind of MMO-style raid boss fights, right? You were also, Willow Song is going to be joining you. She has initiative. Willow Song cannot harm Shadowbriar because of the magic used in their sort of relationship. She cannot physically or magically harm Shadowbriar. What she can do is she has 3 sort of actions that she can take on her turn, and you choose them. As a team, you'll pick whichever one you want, right? And this is as you're kind of flying towards Shadowbriar, and this is Shadowbriar like takes into the air, and it looks like she's going to assault Evening Star herself. And Willow Song gathers you all on her back, and she flies up to intercept, and you're going to be fighting in the air above Evening Star. You guys, some of you on Shadowbriar's back. I know some of you can fly, but the rest of you are there. Willow Song will say to you, and Sarah Lee, you probably get a message back in your mind, Azara, like, oh, Magister, I think I found something. And she begins kind of, you see in your picture these kind of wards and sort of runic shapes. Based on what Lady Willowsong has told me, I think that there may be some magical protections you need to be aware of. And you're going to get, part of that is that research that Sarah Lee's done is these kind of mechanics, right? So Shadowbriar, one of the things that she can do, she will tell you that Shadowbriar is protected by something called an armor of mist. This will prevent weapon attacks from hurting Shadowbriar. Weapon attacks cannot hurt Shadowbriar as long as she's covered in this armor of mist. However, certain magic, and you're going to need to decide what that's going to be and figure that out, certain magic can destroy the armor of mist temporarily and cause Shadowbriar to have to regenerate it, right? Whilst the magic can still harm her, but it's not as effective, what Willow Song can do is mark weak points on Shadowbriar that you will need to climb to or jump to or get access to, and then melee weapons will do extra damage if you target these weak points, right, to do damage to her. It's one of the only ways that you can really do too much damage to her. The other thing she can do is she can prepare a shield around herself that will protect you from Shadowbriar's poison breath. So she can kind of conjure a shield around herself to defend you. And then the last one is she can cleanse Shadowbriar's magic from you. If you get afflicted by powerful magic, she can use it to cleanse one of you with those effects. But I'll remind you of that when it's her turn, all right? So imagine you are on Willow Song's back. You are on this giant green dragon, all 4 of you, flying up in the air. Shadowbriar, you're going to be clashing enough that you guys can like jump across and make melee attacks. You can cast spells, don't worry about range. This is like in the air above Evening Star, kind of these 2 dragons sort of circling and dogfighting each other. One still massively bigger than Willow Song. Willow Song's huge, but Shadowbriar outclasses her in size. And we're going to start with Tarkle.
Okay. If we're flying in, so Willow Song's not able to identify a weak point till it's her turn, right?
No, not until her turn, yeah.
can I choose to hold my action until she does?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, you can drop yourself in the initiative if you like.
So my action will be to strike with Epilogue once Willow Song identifies a weak point.
Identifies a weak point. Okay, perfect. Agnes, and you can see that, like Shadowbriar herself, this ancient green dragon, you can now see this armor of mist, right? It's like this thick, cloying green fog that just hovers above her scales and skin, like this thin sheen that seems to constantly be flowing over her that protects her. And yeah, Agnes.
I'm going to, assuming that I've been able to recharge Galathier since
Yeah,
the battle.
absolutely. Yeah,
I'm gonna do the guiding light
Okay.
on Shadowbriar.
Shadowbriar.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Well, that's going to be a roll to hit them, please.
All right. Yeah.
It's like a normal ranged attack.
21.
21 just barely hits. Yeah, that strikes true. So you roll. So don't roll the damage for me, but the effect will trigger because the weapon damage won't do anything to her while she's protected.
Okay.
So and the effect,
effect
is
is
spells
that-
attacks have advantage.
Yes,
And
and
she
sh-
has disadvantage on dex.
Yes. and I'm
Perfect.
double checking to make sure there's nothing else, but I think that's it.
All right, perfect. So you watch as Galathier, kind of the arrow strikes through, it spreads this kind of silvery in energy all across her body, mingling in with this green mist-like shadows. Perfect. Anything else on your turn, Agnes?
I think that is all I can do. Oh, I'm assuming I had also summoned Candor. Is that an okay
Yes,
assumption?
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Then Candor will spit a flame seed at her,
Okay, sure. Yeah.
which is 17.
17 is not enough. It kind of bounces off this armor and the scales, the fire not quite strong enough to burn through and penetrate. But it does see, you see as the flame hits, that mist, where it does strike, that mist burns away a little bit, but then it quickly regenerates. The flame not quite strong enough to burn the full misty armor off of her. But it does, fire does seem to be maybe a way to do that in the
We
future.
love it when fire does damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Willow Song on her turn, what would you like her to do? Would you like her to try and mark a weak point?
Are you guys okay if she marks a weak point for Clive and I?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool, sweet. I would like her to
Alright,
do that.
So you watch in her draconic form, her claws kind of twist and bend, and you watch this sort of purple rune on the back of Shadowbriar's neck begin to glow. And that is now activated, so you can try and strike that. So your ready action would go off now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I want to do that.
All right. Well, can you first, like, how are you going to get to Shadowbriar? You're going to have to leave. Are you going to jump across? Are you going to try and, like, balance up her neck and climb? Or are you going to try and climb along her scales? How do you see this working?
I would hope that I could take a page out of Clive's book and have Willow Song fly a little bit above, maybe not as high, and then just let me drop down on the spot on her neck.
Okay, sure. So this would be an athletics check.
Okay. Boy. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's a 7 total.
No, it's fine. You are going to take a little bit of damage. You drop, and Shadowbriar, for her size, is far quicker than you expected. And she twists her neck and she rolls her body, and you scrape along her sort of scales, not quite able to strike the weak point. You can take some damage, but Willow Song will swoop under and pick you up, so you don't fall to your death. But you are going to take a little bit of damage as you kind of slide on past. I'm just making sure I've got the correct dice. This one. That is going to be 15 points of bludgeoning damage as you kind of like poof, 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 slam against her scales, and then Willow Song manages to grab you just before you fall, but unfortunately not able to strike as you weren't able to successfully balance
Next
on.
time, let Candor take you.
Thanks, sis.
You're
As I'm like
welcome.
just bouncing along Shadowbriar.
All right, then we go to Azara.
Fire seemed to burn off the mist. Would Azara and her arcane wisdom?
Yeah, you can make an
know
Arcana
what-
check, or yeah,
I
absolutely, you can make an Arcana check.
Would that be my action?
No,
Or
I'd say that would be a
okay?
bonus action.
Dope. 19 plus 7.
19 plus 7. Looking at this mist, the magic of this dragon, looking at it, you think that there's two things. Burning away the mist, like trying to burn away fog or like moisture, like evaporating the mist would work. You also think a powerful gust of wind, like using a powerful blow of air or something to blow the mist away temporarily will also work.
Got it. Well,
Or I would
don't-
say lightning would also do the same thing as fire, like if you can do enough lightning damage to ignite it.
Now, interesting that you say that. It's very interesting that you say that. I think in that case, I'm going to we'll do the 5th level. Cast lightning bolt. That seems fun. Yeah, we'll do that.
All right?
No, absolutely not. I'm not going to do that. That is a dexterity saving throw. Wait, but she has disadvantage on
Has
that.
disadvantage on it, and she's not like she's quick, but she's still big. Like she's not
still
like a
big.
nimbly rogue.
All right, we'll take the risk.
All right.
Dex 16.
Dex 16. So disadvantage.
Yes.
So 3. So that is a total of plus 7, that's 10 total. So she fails.
Love to hear it. That is 10d6. Excuse me while I,
Right, whilst you add that up,
yeah. Sorry, sorry about that.
once you've done this, I'm going to use one of Shadowbriar's legendary actions. In fact, I'm going to use all 3 of her legendary actions.
I mean, you don't have to.
Cool. That's cool.
In one
That's a
move.
choice you could make, I suppose.
That is a choice I can make, and I'm
But-
choosing to make it.
What if you didn't?
What if I didn't?
got
It'd
a
be
point.
kind of a bit of a boring end of the last
That's
10 minutes, I
fair.
think, so
Okay,
I'm going to do
that's
it.
fair.
But Mika's going to do lots of damage
28,
first.
29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40,
Math,
41.
D&D.
Plus 4, 38, 39, 40, 41, 40. 42 points of lightning damage.
Hooray!
42 points of lightning damage. So you watch as on the back of Willowsong, Azara kind of channels this wind and this, you can still see the remnants of this runic energy blazing in like these tattoos, and just this lightning blast surges out of her. And Azara, for the first time, it feels almost painful as the magic leaves your body. But as it does, you watch it strike Shadowbriar, who kind of like, tenses as if a gnat has just bitten her. But you watch that mist burn away across her body, and she's like, my daughter has been telling my secrets, it seems. And as it burns away, leaving that weak point now exposed. But I need all of you to make dexterity saving throws as you watch as Shadowbriar in Draconic, and she raises up her hands, and you watch this emerald fire, this green flame. Yeah, I had to do it. I'm sorry, guys. I get to DM at PAX and I want to be like Chris. But yeah, you watch this kind of emerald fire like launch out, and it almost clings to you or tries to. So dexterity saving throws from everybody, please. And I'll tell you now, it's DC 20. So you can tell me if you succeed or fail.
20.
You got a nat 20? Okay.
I get advantage, right?
You get advantage? Yeah.
Okay.
I passed.
Okay.
21.
21. So it was 3 passes so far.
I did not pass.
Okay, so what happens is the rest of you are all going to take 10 points of fire damage.
I take
Agnes,
nothing.
you are also going to take 10 fire points of damage. But, go on.
But I'm going to use a reaction to cast Absorb Elements.
Okay, so for this you're only going to take 5 points of fire damage. But everybody else kind of dodges to the side and they kind of get scorched as it rushes past. You are engulfed by these emerald embers and it sticks to you. And you can feel it kind of covering your body. And it doesn't shift. It is going to continually stay there as it kind of
So-
like burns away at you.
Cool. It stores that energy for my next melee attack, so it's just going to keep giving me more and more energy.
As long as you keep casting Absorb Elements, yeah.
Cool.
Absolutely.
This is a combo I did not realize I could make.
You could do. Nice. With that, we then go to Shadowbriar herself. And lashing out, she's going to see that her flames have kind of engulfed Agnes, but sensing that Azara has like dealt this grievous blow, but also kind of sensing who's like potentially going to be a threat. And she definitely looks in Tarkal's direction, very displeased with the one who's corrupted her daughter, angry mom.
She literally tried to make me a tool.
Yeah, she
a
did,
garden
yeah.
tool.
Yeah, she did, yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you ruined it. You ruined her plan.
But then you kissed her daughter, so you know.
Yeah, exactly. Well, against the Zara, I'm afraid that's a 24 as she shoots a bolt of poison in your direction.
Sure, I mean, technically that hits me.
I'm just gonna use the average damage. That's 17 points of poison damage to you, Azara, as you're gonna get struck by this bolt of poisonous magic. And then against old Tarkal, that is a 22 to hit.
I cast Uncanny Dodge.
Uncanny dodge.
Uncanny Dodge.
All right, so that would be 18 points of slashing damage, and then it would actually be another 10 points of poison damage, so 28. So that's going to go down to 14. Yeah. Bam. Okay, so you manage to kind of throw your body to the side as these claws rake along you, and you feel, as the claws do, you can see they're coated in this venom that seems to almost just ooze out of her bones
Gross.
as it rakes across you, just snarling away. And then so that's going to be her 2 attacks. And then we have old Clive.
All right, I'm on rage.
Alrighty.
So,
Let's
am I? So the shield's down.
Yes,
Okay,
the
shield's
mist
down.
is now gone, yeah, and that weak point is exposed. But it's on the back of her neck, so you're going to, again, need to shadow a Colossus to get on there somehow.
I can do.
And, like, you could wait until Willowsong, like, flies close enough to, like, leap across and stuff like that if you wanted to. Nah.
I'm gonna do it now.
Okay.
So you want athletics first to see.
Well, we're going to roll your wild magic.
Oh yeah. Oh, because I could teleport. Oh, I just had it. I
You could indeed
there it is.
just teleport.
Okay. We have, that's a 2. You can teleport up to 30 feet.
Wow. The dice know.
That's crazy.
All right, cool.
All right.
I'm gonna teleport
Okay.
onto her.
All right. So you get to make the attack. If this attack hits, it will deal a set amount of damage.
Okay.
Plus what you roll.
So it's a plus 12.
So if we get a crit, it's going to be big.
Nope. That's
Would you like to reckless?
Oh, yes, I would.
Just because I want to see you crit, man. I want to see a big crit with those Norse Foundry dice.
15 plus 12.
It's still enough to hit, and this is Ebon Scorn, so it is Dragon Slayer weapon as well. So if you roll your normal damage, plus an extra d8 for Ebon Scorn.
Okay. So that's a 1d10 plus that. So this plus 7. Ooh, 13 plus 20.
20 points of damage. Plus, because you strike one of her weak points, 100 points of damage. Whoa. For 120 points of damage. So you watch as Ebon Scorn plunges in, and Clive, you feel the sword tasting the blood of this ancient dragon. You see the sword almost seems to glow red as it awakens its true form. And it glows, and you watch the pommel kind of grip turn into this draconic claw, almost stretching outwards. The grip seems to widen. The head of the dragon that was gripping the blade seems to open its jaws, and it becomes a +3 longsword of dragon slaying. As you plunge it in, as you pull it free, the blade kind of leaves this gaping wound, and Shadowbriar is like reaching up to try and knock you off and just flailing around desperately.
Oh, would you look at that?
Because you struck one of her weak points, she is going to start to inhale her breath. And you can see all this poisonous mist filling like into the gaps along her neck, into like, kind of lines along her body. If I can't kill you, I'll wipe out your town. And she points and begins flying down to Evening Star, ready to cover it.
But can I get my second attack? Hooray.
This was her reaction to being struck in a weak point.
Nah.
It is reckless.
Oh, we're double. Oh, we're super reckless.
It's reckless every attack, man.
Not
you
a
get reckless on every
single
attack.
wreck to be found. Nope.
Oh.
No.
That's okay. 8 plus, so dirty 20.
Dirty 20 is just enough to beat her AC. It's literally on the AC.
Kill the dragon.
I will try. Okay, remind me damage again because I'm blanking.
It'll be
D10.
1d8 plus an extra d8 for Ebon Scorn.
Okay. 1d8 plus an extra d8. So that's 1, so that's 3. Extra d8, 7. So 10.
So 10 plus 100,
Plus 100.
because you strike in a weak point.
I like plus 100 a lot.
So you watch.
More DMs at home, take note. Plus 100.
I mean, I imagine most
great.
DMs don't have a 90-minute time limit to worry about, but it is pretty fun to let your players do an extra 100 points of damage every now and then. You watch as Clive, this random warrior from the Feywild who came to your aid once and has been embroiled in these politics and this strange tale that you have found yourself in, stood on the back of the dragon with this long sword in hand.
Wait, right before the strike, just
Clive of the Wild Man.
And you watch as the blade, now awoken, digs in, and you feel this voice in your head, Clive, like, yes, now taste my fury, dragon. Clive and the Wildmane and I are one. And you feel this power ripple through Shadowbriar
Well, what now?
as something within Shadowbriar is consumed. And the body goes lifeless in midair. What do you do, Clive? The dragon is falling out of the air as you are holding onto it, and you feel like this blade in your hand has just taken something.
I'm gonna teleport wherever I can because I still have that. Oh wait, no, that's a.
Candor can do it. I'll send
Oh,
Candor
cool.
after you.
So you want to pull them back onto Willowsong's back,
Yeah.
and then you just watch.
Is he just falling?
Yeah, I mean, Shadowbriar died. She
I'm
literally
gonna,
like.
I'm gonna
gonna
ride.
surf? You're
Yeah,
gonna
I'm gonna
surf?
ride the corpse to the ground.
Okay, so Candle's there, and you're like, go away.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I got this. I want to see where this goes.
Okay, give me one laugh athletics check for Clive.
Okay.
And this is how Clive died.
How much does 20d6 damage do on average?
Oh,
That's well, I
Well, that's
rolled
falling.
a
That's
28.
max falling damage. 28?
Yeah.
All right, you can half this because you ride the dragon. You managed to put enough of the dragon between you and the ground to cushion some of the blow. Average of 10d6 would be 30. Yeah, thank you very much. 35. And then, so yeah, I'd say like you take about 70 points of bludgeoning damage, but half that to 35
Nice.
because you're raging.
That's easy for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
So you
land-
just you watch as Clive rides this giant dragon's corpse into the mountains behind Evening Star, just like Clive of the Whelming. And you wait, and there's all this dust that's kicked up, and when it clears, just Clive's just stood there. Listen, we are out of time, unfortunately. You know, I know it's not the most climactic ending, but as Shadowbriar is defeated, the soul consumed by Ebonscorn, this draconic blade that you've carried for so long, everything goes to a brief moment of peace. You watch as your allies finish out the army. As Shadowbriar dies, the Draconians turn to stone. Many of the other dragons that have not been killed or defeated flee, flying off to who knows where in Faerun to pursue whatever goals they wish, now free of their mother's control. And Evening Star cheers in great celebration at the victory that has been won. Quickly, go around the table. Where do we see your characters in Evening Star in 20 years' time? Just because this is the last time we're going to get with these characters, and I want to kind of wrap it up, like make sure that we see what happens, what becomes of them, right? Like,
Or we
I
should
know
do
we're a
a
little bit over time.
freebie follow-up one-shot.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe,
if you would like to do that, you know I'm always game.
maybe
I feel like
there's so
I
much
don't
to be
know.
said.
Sure.
So let's
Put a
pin.
yeah, we'll put a little
yeah.
okay.
We'll put a pin in the 20 years, but I think that probably like Agnes and the Summer King definitely kiss at the end of the battle. Right?
Okay, in that case, let's not do the 20 years on. Let's do the end of A New Hope, like the medal
Yeah,
ceremony,
yeah.
or Battle of Endor, the Ewoks.
Yeah.
So we see like a big party in Evening Star.
Yeah.
Giant Summer King picks up Agnes and like, because he's massive as well,
Yeah.
so it's like a kiss on the cheek, but it's like most of your face.
Yeah.
And we get like that on the side. We probably see, I mean, I don't know about Azara, but like Alyssa and Azara probably rush to reunite kind of thing.
I think it would be a Pirates of the Caribbean-esque. She would have Agnes like do the ceremony with like the corpse of Shadowbriar in the background as the setting as they
Yes.
get married on the spot.
Nice.
On the battlefield?
Perfect. Yeah, we
Totally.
love
Yeah,
that.
on the battlefield.
We stand that very much. What about Tarkle? What do we see as the battle concludes?
I think that Tarkle just goes to Willowsong's side. And I think in the moment, if we're just doing reactions, what Tarkle would do, I think
Yeah.
Tarkle would take her hand.
Yeah, so she's like in her humanoid form,
Yeah.
like, and she's like in the background, like she always is. Like she
Yes.
lets everyone else celebrate and just takes this step back, not seeking glory. And you just take her hand.
Just like a squeeze. So we still don't know if it's romantic or not, but,
But
it's
there's
one of
this-
those like, hey, your mom just
The
died.
close-up shot, right? Like we see in the
Weird.
movie, we see the close-up shot of just the hands and
Yeah.
that little gentle squeeze together, and that's it. That's all we see. And then the hero of the hour, Clive the Wildmane.
Woo! Darkle.
Clive.
He holds out a hand.
Can I roll a d20 and see if I lost it?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh no!
I didn't
only
lose
one
it. There's
in the
more
game.
teeth on there now.
He collected teeth for Clive.
No, it's just the one tooth, and I hand it back.
And say, thank you for being a good man and a good friend.
I will hug the giant lion man.
Gives him a
Yeah. You didn't even need that to kill the dragon, huh? Clive
say-
the Wild Man.
And then the last thing we see is as all these celebrations are happening, we see one very bloody, very exhausted Aaron pull himself over the corpse of a Draconian. For Evening Star! And he waves the flag. And then smash cut Star Wars. Dun, 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 and then that's going to be the end. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you,
I'm so
guys.
sorry we ran over. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, my friends.
Thank
It's
you,
been a
Mark.
pleasure running this game. Thank you for coming to see us. Check out everything that we do. You can follow us all on social media. You guys know where to find us. We've been doing it a long time. If anybody wants to quickly shout anything out, otherwise we gotta go.
Goodbye.
Bye, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, cats and dogs, children and logs, welcome to the best show on earth. This is Shut Up and Sit Down podcast all the way from England, UK.
Hello, hello, hello. Sorry for the mistake there. This is not the Shut Up and Sit Down podcast. Apologies for the answer there. It is, of course, the Shut Up and Sit Down cardboard courtroom. Woo! My name is Matt Lees. I'm joined by Tom Brewster.
Hello.
And Ava Foxford.
Hi.
Sadly, Quentin Smith could not be here this year, but don't worry, I've been making up for it by wearing aggressively borderline inappropriately loud shirts and getting the rules slightly wrong when teaching games for the first time. So,
Slightly.
just a touch.
Slightly.
Just a little bit. So on today's show, basically what we're going to be doing is we are going to be asking you to put yourself, or potentially others, up for judgment in the realm of cardboard justice. Now, I would ask you, when we start taking contributions, if you are going to be declaring other people guilty of cardboard-based or board game-based social crimes, that you do so in a kind of nicer way. If it's your own thing, your own confession, great, go to town. But if you are throwing someone else under a bus, regardless of whether or not they're here, do be warned that we do have a couple of bailiffs in the room who will remove you from the court at the signal, where the signal will be... they are trained in all forms of modern martial arts, and I've been given... I've had it confirmed to me by the people running PAX that they are allowed to use full lethal force in the event of any pushback. So
We actually
do not
asked for
push
that
them.
specifically, didn't we?
We did. I said,
But
I'm
it
not
was-
getting on a
it was
plane.
Such a battle.
And they said, it's not legal, Matt. And I said, I'm not getting on the plane. I want them armed. But yeah, that's it. Basically, what we're going to do is people are going to stand up in front of the microphones in a moment, unless I think there's a possibility we might have some internal grief that we need to deal with first. But otherwise, we're going to have people standing up behind these two microphones here, and you're going to come to us with your kind of like Judge Judy style complaints/confession, and then our trained team here.
We are all professional arbitrators.
Yep.
Yep. I did so much research before this. I now know what the word subpoena means.
But not how to say it.
It's a family show. And I mean, almost everything I do is arbitrary, so I'm kind of ready for this. What we're going to be doing is we're just going to be like taking it in turns. One of us like, I'm going to be the judge for this. And
Oh, is that how we're doing it?
I think
I
so,
thought
yeah.
you were just the judge.
Well, I'll start off being the judge, but then
Right.
you can be like, I'll defend this person, I will attack this person.
Anyone can put on the judge costume at any time.
Wait,
But
if I
anyone
got
can be
to-
like,
if
I'm
I
sitting
got-
out, I'm going to judge this one.
Have I got to fight people?
Possibly. You know,
Oh,
it's
dear.
defendant and prosecution, that's it, not attack. Don't attack anyone.
Attack, prosecute. Okay, that's
You're not allowed to, only this gentleman and this woman are.
these are the ones that are cleared. for the
They are
lethal
combat
force.
ready, combat cleared. But yes, that's going to be the way it works. And I don't know how it's going to work outside of that. It's not going to be like normal courtrooms. It could be that you come out and then two people decide to prosecute against you and no one defends you. So just be warned. Life
I think
comes
you're
at you
making this
fast.
sound worse for them. We do need somebody to come up.
Yeah.
You're not actually going to go to jail and we won't be horrible, I promise.
And the lethal force thing was a joke.
Yeah, that's...
Was it?
So,
Oh.
without further ados,
The phone lines are now open.
found a rope.
That
I mean,
was
I
another
know
ado.
that you had
This is
an
all
issue
ados.
with somebody playing board games in the past few days that you had some grief with that you might want to bring to the court.
Excuse me?
There was last night, there was an incident where you were rather fried and unhappy whilst playing a game.
Oh, yeah. So last night, we played a little game where Matt offered to teach everyone the rules. And not only did he get the rules completely wrong, he got them wrong in a kind of booster rocket of failure that was just absolutely astounding. And the thing that really sort of like took the biscuit was the fact that it's a deduction game. And there was a sort of point in the game where I had sort of mapped out perfectly my surroundings in this game. We had sort of slowly put out feelers and try and understand where things are. And I said, right, I know there's a fence there, because this game was mainly about locating fences. And Matt said, no, there isn't. And I think we had like maybe the most tense disagreement we've had so far at this convention, on whether this bloody fence was there.
There wasn't a fence there. There wasn't a fence there.
You told me there was.
The funny thing is, I do genuinely think that Matt was in the right there, even though he was wrong about literally everything else in the rules of this game. Like, I'm pretty sure that Tom's notes were wrong, and Matt was. Anyway, we're jumping ahead. We're going straight to the end of this.
I mean,
and I'm
effectively-
revealing
We can't
the
have
corrupt I am.
interlegal battles already.
Effectively, it was a game that was meant for children, really, of trying to navigate a town and find pizzas and deliver them past ghosts.
Yeah.
And if you just Google that, you'll probably find the game. But yeah, I taught it so badly in the fact that I wasn't telling people precisely where the fences were, and that was the one thing I was supposed to be saying. There's a fence to your south now. I was just telling people there's a fence in your vicinity.
And instead, you just let people run into fences every single turn. And like, you weren't apologetic about it. You took some kind of sick glee in getting the game completely wrong.
To be fair, I think the manual does emphasise that like the game master is supposed to take a theatrical approach to everything. I don't know why I'm defending Matt. It was really annoying.
But it was, the limits of his theatrics were being evil and occasionally going, boo, as a ghost. That was all the energy he could muster.
I'm a natural thespian.
They were really good. Booth.
I made you jump a few times with those boos.
You did.
You
It
were
was
like,
terrifying.
what happens, Matt? And I go, hang on, let me just check the rules. Boo! Every time. Yeah, I thought
Scares
you
me
were
right now.
taken to the hospital. But no, yeah, I felt very bad about that because it was effectively a game for children, and I turned it into like a hellish Minesweeper game where you had absolutely no idea where anything was, but had to like do intense sort of like Sudoku to
Yes.
work out where you were, and then occasionally you got teleported across the map and had to just start drawing a new map. And I've never heard people groan faster than when I went. They were like, ah! Just getting a sense for their surroundings, and then they were completely somewhere else.
And for context, we started playing this game at 11:30.
Yep.
We finished about like maybe half midnight. And when we finished the game, there was no like, woohoo. It was more just, yeah, okay, great.
yeah,
we can leave.
I want to, but you didn't leave. You looked at the manual and then went, Matt.
I did win though.
You did.
I got a pepperoni pizza to a single house, which
Yeah.
makes me the best pizza deliverer ever.
The first person to deliver one pizza, it's the winner. It was spectacular, but it was, yeah, it was. I think in my defense, I'd say that the problem was because I was the only person not playing the game. I was just telling people what was happening when they gave me instructions. I was just sitting there very confused that everyone seemed to be struggling so much with what appeared to be a children's game. And I was like, doesn't look that hard to me. Just got to pick up a pizza and walk across the thing with it.
I think we're now beginning to waste the jury's time. Shall we take our first cardboard confession? No, not cardboard confession. Cardboard courtroom, cardboard
Cardboard
case.
courtroom case.
Cardboard kite, cardboard
It's
case.
time to dish out some cardboard justice. However, do not be alarmed. I can see we haven't got many people standing up yet. If people would like to stand up and move towards the microphones and get involved, do. And if you don't want to do that because you're afraid, don't worry. The first 5 people will get a get out of jail free card. Doesn't matter what you've done, you're walking out of here alive. All right? And if that doesn't reassure you, I don't know what to say.
Thanks for doing this, guys. I'm actually here on behalf of my father. I get together with him once a year to play his favorite game, The Thing Outpost at 31. I've added a mechanic that he absolutely despises that we borrowed from games like One Night Werewolf. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Outpost 31, but there's the bluffing, or there's the blood test that happens every so often. And I added in the mechanic where during the blood test, when new aliens, infected are created, everybody closes their eyes and then allow the infected to open their eyes so that the infected know who the other infected are. I feel like this is really thematic for the infected to know each other and be able to kind of pseudo-coordinate for the rest of the game. My father insists that this is absolutely cheating and it's BS, and it's my game, so he has to deal with the house rule, but he bitches about it every year, and I just want to get a definitive ruling on this for the future.
Can I just confirm that this is your literal father?
Yes. Oh, yeah. This is my actual,
Who
literal,
you're just,
biological
like,
father.
Who you're bullying in this board game?
Yes. Yes.
I have to say,
It's making up for decades of bullying when I was younger, and he got to set the rules.
I'm
It's
very
my
sorry
game now.
for the confusion. The family courtroom is actually in the next room along. But we can have a pass at this. I'm just going to say as a judge, very briefly, this is actually a very fascinating, sticky situation. You refer to it as being your game. Well, of course, you own the copy of the game, but do you own the rights to the design of the game? An interesting question for the prosecution and defense to consider. And secondly, your father-in-law insists it's cheating, but is it really cheating when the rules of the game are changed for everyone? Would anyone like to defend this man or prosecute this man?
I think I'd like to prosecute this man.
Certainly.
Wait,
Ava,
hold on.
Are you interested in defending this man?
Yeah, sure.
Is the
You're in
wait.
trouble. You're in trouble.
Is the man in question the dad? Here.
No.
I think it would be me in this case. It's my house rule.
Right. And wait. What does the prosecution mean again?
It means you're telling him he's bad.
He's bad. Right. Let me just look at my
Although
notes for a
technically, I
minute.
think actually, no, that's not true. We're
you're a
prosecuting his
plaintiff.
dad.
No. You're a plaintiff. The plaintiff is making the complaint, which is the defendant again. Yeah. Prosecution.
Plaintiff?
Yeah.
What's Jamaican food got to do with any of this? I don't...
What's a subpoena?
Stop drawing them.
Okay.
We've subpoenaed the people in this room to come and appear in the courtroom.
Right.
They've been served.
But
That's
his
where that
dad
comes
hasn't
from.
been subpoenaed.
Stop
Oh,
drawing
yeah.
them.
Is your father in the room with us today? Could you point him
Oh,
out?
no, he's not here today.
Okay.
No.
So I think that I don't really know what I'm doing, just firstly. But I think there's an interesting little sticky conundrum here because our client, our guy over here,
Your client?
my guy,
No, wait, my client. Oh, no.
he used two words, right? One word was cheating, and one word was bullshit. And it's very important to me that we make the distinction between the two terms in this court of law.
They've got like a long storied history. There's loads of precedents about the difference between cheating and bullshit, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Would you care to elaborate?
No?
But
I'll allow
No,
it.
no, bullshit is totally allowed in games. Bullshit is fine.
Objection.
Right?
Sustained.
I think going back to Matt's point, the judge's point. The judge is making really good points in this case.
Thanks, man.
The cheating, if everyone's doing it, it's not cheating. It's an addendum to the rules. It's a change to the rules. This man is not the designer, which makes it bullshit, right? Therefore, the dad's fully in the right. I don't know which side I'm targeting here. I forgot. I'm prosecuting him, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So I rest my case.
Right, we've got one of the cases has been rested, but until the other one is all rested and cozy and ready to go to sleep, we cannot close the case.
I mean, I want to rest.
You want to rest the
I
case?
mean, so I think, did you achieve consensus beforehand? Was going into the game, did your father know that this was the rule you were going to be playing with?
Yes, it's always been the rule, and he's complained about it every year.
Oh, beans.
Yeah. No, an
the-
agreement has been reached to be playing a slightly different game to the one designed by the actual designer of the game. The court is not here to attest to whether that game is better or worse, but whether the people at the table agreed to play the game, and they agreed to play the game according to this man who has definitely no bias whatsoever.
Hors d'oeuvres! Hors d'oeuvres! You have been found innocent and may leave and sit down and continue to be alive.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Contestant number 2, tell us your crimes.
Not my crime so much. I have my friend Patrick here next to me, and
Wow.
in our game group, well, used to be friend, I guess, yeah. In our game group, we have what's called a pat turn, which means you have taken significantly longer than any reasonable amount of time to complete a turn in any game, in any style, of any genre. He has lately been trying to push us to our friend Steven, who is not quite as slow, but plays with us more frequently now as we get older. And I just wanted to get the court's opinion, I suppose. I think it's a matter of tradition that it remains a Patrick turn. And I would like everyone to start using it as well, if they could.
So this is the timers should be integrated into every game.
Yeah, every.
Were you even listening?
I was trying. And that's the best I can do most days.
It's appreciated.
So wait, okay. Now
I
I'm
think
going
Tom's
to
going to be the judge.
I'm now going to prove that maybe I wasn't listening. You're saying that your friend is your friend Stephen also a bit slow?
Yes,
So they're both slow, but you think it should still be called a Patrick turn
at least out of tradition, yes.
out of tradition. Sway me.
I mean, have you considered? I would like to defend this man's friends in the
Okay.
court of law. If anyone would like to prosecute them.
I'm judging, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I take quite a long time, so I don't know if I can, but like.
Well, no one has
I
to.
will say I've had a Patrick turn or two in my time.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, sure, I'll do whatever you need.
I would say, in defence of these innocent people, that perhaps you're playing the games too quickly. If everyone else is slow, then perhaps you need to calm down. And maybe actually what we need is a timer where you're not allowed to finish your turn until like a minute's passed or something.
Until a measure of at least one Patrick has been pursued.
Yeah. Just like move your cards around in your hand a bit like you're a character in a video game or something, and then be like, I've chosen. I don't know. I mean, I'm just spitballing here. It's a court of law.
You're saying
you know?
there should be mandated idle animations in their games?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Sustained?
Yeah, and I think so. I think if people are being very slow, that's fine. And it's just like you just don't play games with people if they always play really slowly and it winds you up. Just do something else.
But that's not what they're talking about.
He wants to name the timer after one friend who is so slow.
Right. And
No,
you think
it
you
is
shouldn't?
called that.
I'm
It is-
ignoring that because I think that unless that person is the slowest in the world.
Because if everyone's a Patrick, no one's a Patrick.
Exactly. If you can come back to this courtroom with detailed, documented facts proving that Patrick is the slowest board gamer in the world, then I will approve it. I won't approve it. I'll ask the judge to approve it. I'm not a judge. I knew that having the roles being fluid would be awful and brilliant.
Ava, you got any thoughts? That's what a judge
Wait,
says,
what am I
right?
doing? Am I defending this?
do whatever you want.
So you're going to get a timer and you're going to call it the Patrick timer? Or you're going to call every turn
And
that
he
is
wants
too
everyone
long
in the world to do that.
to call a... No, wait, what?
Yeah.
I don't know what our jurisdiction is, but I have a feeling that everywhere in the world is not really. Can we mandate
I thought it was
that?
about right.
I think we have better things to do with our time if we've got that power. Can we not do something? Can we hear from Patrick? Patrick, you...
Yeah, can we
yeah,
have
can we hear
a
from
brief
Patrick?
have a Patrick?
Yeah.
Hi, Patrick. Can everyone say hi, Patrick? Patrick, are you the slowest board game player in the world?
Once. So the issue was I took a long time when it got to my turn every time on every game. We've been playing together for 10, 15 years in some cases. And it became a joke.
Don't hurry up, Patrick.
Long story short, over the course of the years, I practiced, I prepared, and now my turn's pretty quick, pretty snappy. It's just the name never changed. Our friend Steven takes a very long time. And so I want, you boo yourself, sir. I have stated we should now call it the Steven turn because I no longer take Patrick turns. Patrick turns are now snappy.
So it's libel then.
Wait. Can I do a plea deal?
What? You're going to have to explain to me what the hell that is.
So it's when the prosecution and the... Come on, you've seen Better Call Saul. It's when the prosecution and the defense agree that there's like, this is what we're going to do, and it will stop wasting the court's
Oh, they're going to
time.
make friends?
Yeah.
They're going to kiss and make better?
Yeah. No? Wait, no.
You guys might be taking a Steven turn.
This is a matter that's far too busy and heavily knitted for us to deal with in the court today. I feel like this is a complicated legal case, and I think that...
Can we call it a Steve Rick turn?
I think it's unfortunate that you found yourself having to train yourself to learn to play games faster so you can not irritate people. I think that's very sad. And I think it's also very sad that you're also trying to name clocks after each other. Maybe you need to go outside, all buy a really big clock together, and then name that clock after all of your names together, and just enjoy the time you spend together.
Yeah. What he said.
Now get out of our courtroom.
Or you can stop being friends.
You will both be allowed to leave alive.
Please, take the stand. Is that what it's called? Is that right?
I think you say stand up.
Stand up.
This is less Judge Judy and more Dear Abby, or maybe you have Dear Henrietta in the UK, I'm not sure. So when I was new to board gaming, I saw a game that I really wanted, but it was out of stock in the US everywhere, so I wrote on Board Game Geek, and the designer sent me a copy for free. Turns out the game kind of stinks. And so now I don't know what to do with it. It's been sitting there for 7 years, and can I get rid of it?
Well, the only way to lift the curse is to burn it, I think.
Yeah. You've got a few options. You can burn it, or you can give it away,
Yep.
or you can leave it to fester in a cupboard for many, many, many years. And presumably the board game will, unfortunately, outlast you. So someone...
You did this for a while. Could you ferment it?
Could you ferment it?
Could you give it away and then sneak into someone's house and then burn it? Or you could do what Tom did for a while and just hide it in someone's house.
Yeah.
Just go around to the house, when they go to the toilet, just hide it somewhere.
For background here, there's a game called Lizard Wizard, which me and Quinns have a sort of, a kind of an ongoing feud about, where I'm trying to sneak pieces of it into his house at any given opportunity. And he can't trust me anymore. Because he's afraid to go to the bathroom, because Lizard Wizard might just be waiting on the counter when he gets back. And I feel like the end game is to get it into his bed. So he's gonna get ready to go to sleep, he's wearing his pajamas, he's got his nightcap on, his little tiny candle like a big Scrooge.
Ideally, you want to inception it so he puts it into his bed without realizing. And then he like has a mental breakdown or something. Does that answer your question?
I think so, yes.
Justice is served.
You may walk away a living man.
I think we did a great job on that one. Please.
Hi.
Hello.
So I guess I'll be the defendant since my wife isn't here to be the defendant. We have a bad habit of, with friends, when we play the first game for the first time, we'll read the rules as we're playing and just read it, agree to it, and go. And then halfway through the game, inevitably, we're gonna realize we have done something wrong. It could be fairly minor, it could be major. I am of the opinion that when you find out you're doing something wrong in a game, you switch to doing it the right way for the rest of the game. My wife is very strongly of the opinion, no, we've been doing it this way, we're gonna finish it this way. And in the sake of, you know, keeping things happy, I've always acquiesced to her demand.
Calm down, everybody. I can feel unrest. That's the first time in a show I've heard like murmurs moving around in a way that I'm like, is this gonna get bloody? Like, you can talk about it amongst your friends later and have the physical fisticuffs later. For now, we'll just please behave.
This is why I want the court's opinion, so I can have, you know, an objective thing that someone backs me up with. We should switch to doing it correctly.
It's a sticky one.
Or not.
I think that we should do the only right thing to do in a court of law, which is a show of hands.
Indicative.
Indicative?
I don't know.
That's another one of the legal words.
Yeah, I may know.
Cool. I wrote some legal words before the show, and I'm going to bust them out later. Don't you worry. So I guess we should, firstly, to sort of kick things off, I want to take the temperature of the room before I really put my foot in my mouth here. Who thinks you should change the rule once you've, or you should play by the new rule? Wait, the rule was always there. Kind of an immutable fact about the game. The ignored rule. Raise your hand if you think you should play by the rule that you ignored, now that you know that you've done it wrong. That's like loads of people.
That's a lot of people.
What about not?
What about the other way? That's fewer people.
It's fewer people, but still quite a lot. But interestingly, almost all the people standing up with complaints had their hands up, which gives us some insight. It's interesting. It's an interesting correlation. I think this is like, I feel like this one is really not binary though for me. Like I think it comes down so much to the nature of the game and how it's gone so far. Like
Right.
we've had this a few times over the weekend where we get halfway through a game and we realize, oh, we've done this wrong. And we tend to just then swap in the new rule, but at a time which makes it feel fair. And it's like, okay, well, if we do it after Ava's turn, then we've all had the same amount of turns with that. But then if you have something whereby somebody has really been clearly like taking advantage of a system and breaking the game in a way that then we go, oh, actually, no, you're not supposed to be able to do that. That's an entirely different situation, and I don't know how you get around that. But if most of the time, it's like everyone's kind of been taking advantage of it about the same amount. And so for our instances, we tend to change it to the way the game is supposed to be played, because otherwise we're not really doing our job. So I don't know if we're good judges of this, if I'm honest.
In my head, I'm sort of rotating a kind of graph in my brain, right? I'm thinking about some kind of thing that...
Tom, could you return to the case, please?
Sorry.
Spinning 3D spreadsheet.
Yeah. Some kind of thing that has weight over time. If it's a nice, light game, and you've not been playing it for long, go ahead. Change the rule. It's fine. If it's a really heavy game, and you've been playing it wrong for like the past however many hours, do not change the rule or I will actually hurt you. And I've sort of got this larger thought, right, which is that, so sometimes we'll play a game, we'll get the rule wrong, right? And then because of how emotions work, we might have a really bad time with a game that we got a rule wrong in, right?
Right.
And we'll have a bad time with that game. And then it's very hard to detach the negative feeling towards the game, even though you got a rule wrong. So when you sit down to it again, you're already kind of a little bit knackered by looking at it. You're like, oh, we had a horrible time. I mean, yeah, we got a rule wrong, we had a bad time. I think at that point, the only solution is to burn the game.
I was gonna say, I can flat reset it. I can go, oh, okay, and I just flush, and I just literally like, I remove all the thoughts.
You
from my
flush
brain
the
and
game?
stuff.
How do you
I
flush
flush
your
my brain.
brain?
I
How do you flush your brain,
I know,
Matt?
I do. I go, my opinions on that are like they are spoiled, so I just wash them all away and I start again.
Just some Matt trivia for you. There's a tiny switch on the back of his head. If you press it, it just purges everything he's ever learned.
It's like
oh my
a
God,
Japanese.
I really want one of those.
Yeah, it's like a Japanese toilet. It's got like a thing that like does a warm little trickle on the back as well. It's lovely.
It does the Castlevania theme, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's sweet. But yeah, I think what Tom says about that epic strategy game is so true. Like if somebody's used the rule earlier in the game and then you build up to a big strategy to do something and then they go, oh no, actually we got it wrong, you can't do that.
Yeah, you just have to start again straight away.
That's like I don't flip tables, but I will be like, no, I will fight. I will fight on that.
I think the only responsible thing to do here is for us to set up a cardboard courtroom specifically for doing this and to charge quite a lot of money for it, because I think we do have to do it on a case-by-case basis, and I think I can see some...
Yeah, we probably get some whales with that, right?
Yeah,
Same people calling up every Saturday night and going, I hate my husband.
me.
And it's like, this isn't really what that's about, but we are charging £20 an hour. So
We're in the middle of a Patrick turn. Help us!
Are we going to let this man walk away alive?
Yeah, why not?
John.
Yeah, you can live.
Congratulations.
Your Honor, I come to you as a defendant. The game my group has been playing recently is Root, and most people tend to gang up on whoever selects the vagabond pretty early on. Some people think this is not a fair idea.
Yeah, it's because the vagabond's a knob.
That's my exact thought. We
Sorry,
can't let the vagabond get away with it. Am I guilty?
I might have been influencing the jury a little too early. I apologize.
I want to do a PSA. Straight down the barrel of the camera. If you play the vagabond, go to hell.
I think we might need a new jury on this one. Although we're not the jury.
No,
Who is the jury? Do we have a jury?
Nah.
These are the jury, aren't they?
Nah, not really.
No.
We're like asking what they reckon, then we're like,
yeah.
I actually completely forgot the question. I just like
Is
there's
it,
a red
I think
mist
it was
over
like,
my
is
eyes.
it okay to like just bash the vagabond?
That's why they're in the game. Or like that's the only way to beat them. You got to bash them. It's just the rules. It might as well say on like the page of the vagabond, it's like if you're this guy, just get ready to have the living shit kicked out of you. Sorry, I don't know. Are we allowed to swear a little bit?
Well, we try not to, but you know,
Yeah.
we've done it now.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the vagabond. Don't talk about the vagabond. It turns him into a different person. He's not usually like this.
I'm
so
so
sorry.
angry.
I'm so sorry. I think you're fine. You're fine. All of your other friends can be sentenced accordingly in your own time. You may leave with all of your limbs intact.
Thank you.
We've been quite nice. We've not hurt anyone yet.
No. I mean, we won't be hurting them. It'll be that man there and that woman there.
Hello.
Hello. My question is more a question of decorum. My husband is here with me today, and we play quite a few board games. We really love Ticket to Ride, and one of the versions of Ticket to Ride that we own is Ticket to Ride Europe. And when we first started playing Ticket to Ride Europe, my husband has a sort of muscle memory, not really a tick, but whenever his turn is over, he'll go to the person next to him and go, "You're up." And since we started playing Ticket to Ride Europe, I respond, "Europe." And it has now bled into every other game that we've played because he can't stop saying "you're up" when his turn is over, and it makes him comically furious. So do I have to stop doing this thing that I think is just hilarious? And I encourage everyone else to do it when you hear, because once you start, everybody goes, "You're up," and you can go, "You're up," and it's joy.
I have to recuse myself from this. I can't take part in this because I also shout Europe.
You have a professional connection to puns. So
No, sorry, I can't.
It's not legally.
No, I can't take part. You're correct.
Thank you.
In every way. Every way.
I would say, in defense, acting as the defense of you in this situation, I'd say that, listen, I'm a man of family values. I've been married now for 7 years, and I think that it's a really core, important part of any marriage that you should consistently try and make jokes or do things that you think are funny, that your partner doesn't think is funny, has never thought is funny, will never find funny, and actively just gets aggravated with. Personally, my choice is whenever I do anything around the house that's vaguely DIY or workmanlike in any way, I come in and say, "Is Cash okay?" She's never found it funny. It gets worse every time, and I'm not stopping. It's gonna get worse. I'm getting quite into DIY, it's gonna happen a lot more. You've gotta find those things. I'd say to you, sir, you just gotta find your own thing.
He's got so many.
Wow.
For some reason, he thinks that Jeff Goldblum was in an uncredited cameo in the movie La La Land, and now every time he's trying to think of Jeff Goldblum, he's like, "Oh, you know, that guy from La La Land." That's one of the things that I do not find funny, but he will never give it up.
Well, all I can say is I'm so happy for both of you.
Thank you.
Enjoy
Thank you.
the rest of your life as you walk away and sit down a fully alive human being.
All right. So me and my friends have been playing a lot of Deception Murder in Hong Kong, and we've had this argument repeatedly around the acid. One group says it's poison. It is clearly not poison. That is the case.
Doesn't it say poison on the card?
It's acid. Like, if you look at it, are you
Yeah, fair enough.
Are you gonna get poisoned? Like, is the cause of death poisoning, or is it severe injury from being hit with acid? You're not gonna drink the acid.
Wait, so the card? Hold on. What does it say? What's the
It's
word?
just a vial.
What's the word on the card?
The card says acid.
Acid.
And it's a picture of a flask with some liquid in it. It doesn't have a little skull symbol or anything like that on it.
There's so many ways you can kill someone with acid.
Yeah, I don't think poisoning is the obvious choice there. Because I think what you'd have to think about with acid, with most types of acid that could cause a human a lot of damage, right? You have to think about how that acid is going to affect other substances. Like some acids, if you mix them with water, then they're going to react very strangely. Some acids, if you put them in plastic, it's just going to melt them. Same with like glass. So
Exactly, and that's the problem with dissolving some bodies.
Right?
Yeah,
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it
So,
does,
you know,
it does
you
a
put it in
good
the
job.
bathtub.
It does a good job with the bone.
Yeah, you check the thing and you're like, oh no, this is the one for ceramic. It's not the one for plastic. And then like...
Have you had that thing? Have you made that mess? Have you had to ever clean up the mess?
Baths are expensive.
Yeah.
Anyway, like, yeah, no, I don't think it's practical, personally. I think it's like, if you're going to use acid, if you're going to poison someone, use poison, you know? It's like, call a spade a spade. Occam's razor.
Yeah.
It's classic, right? The classics are the best. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah! Perfect. Thank you.
Walk away to kill again. How'd Ava go? Good. Can we have our next criminal, please?
Yeah, so
Just
I have a
remember I'm getting
confession,
paid.
I guess, that gets me a lot of flack from the community. My favorite board game is Monopoly. I can go all night.
Don't boo him,
toe-to-toe.
don't boo him. That's our job.
Let him speak.
For many reasons, it's like the first game I played, first game that, whatever. I have like 175 different versions of it. I think it's really cool to look at them and the pieces showcase like whatever it is. Yeah, look at me crazy, I know. But that's my confession, judge me on it.
You have 175 different copies of Monopoly. And you said that was kind of a showpiece. That's a showpiece in a showroom.
Very large closet.
Welcome to the playroom. And the door swings open. And Mr. Monopoly's twiddling his mustache
on a tiny little tricycle.
The court
Let's play a game of Monopoly.
The court requires that you get an Uncle Pennybags outfit.
You can open a museum. That's amazing.
I mean, like, I'm really interested in this. Like, out of these, like, do you play them? Or are they like collector's items? Do you kind of keep them and don't open them, or?
So I'm not gonna pay full price for a lot of them. It's more like one of those things I've collected over the years. I play a decent amount of them, but it's like really interesting to see what like pieces the designers kind of like chose to represent that property or whatever like that. So
I think I think this is quite interesting. I think if somebody was like, I love Monopoly, I've got a copy of Monopoly, I play Monopoly all the time, I'd be like, all right.
Well,
so I
also think it
but this
teaches-
is different. This is like, it's a social, cultural icon, regardless of what you think of it. I wish it wasn't, but it is.
Yeah.
And actually having that many of them and being interested in the differences is like when I go to Burger King in like France and I'm like, you could buy a beer here?
Yeah. He's like the beans man.
I don't know what you mean, but I'm going to agree with you.
There's that guy in the UK who's so obsessed with
Uwe Rosenberg.
There's that guy in the UK who's so obsessed with Heinz baked beans that he's got like beans tattooed on his head. Like he sort of like bathes in beans.
Yeah, that's you.
You're like him.
You're the Monopoly bean guy.
And it wraps all the way around. If you told me that you eat beans for dinner every single night, I think you're crazy. But if you tattooed a load of baked beans on your head, I think you're okay.
Do you still like really enjoy playing Monopoly the game?
Yeah, I try to play once a year with my family, and that's on Christmas Eve, and we play once and that's it, and we don't talk about it
You play with
again.
like full auction rules?
No, which I don't agree with, because I think if you play it the proper way, it teaches you a lot about business and capitalism and how it sucks, and that's a whole nother conversation. But
Sure. This could be a much longer conversation, admittedly, yeah. If I'd known you were here, we just would have done this instead. Like, you know.
Right now. But no, we play with the traditional rules that like I learned when I was like however old.
How do you feel? This is my final question, members of the jury. How do you feel about cheating in Monopoly?
Define cheating.
People taking money from the bank when people aren't looking.
So that's a no-go.
That's a no-go.
But making side deals. So saying if you
No, I'm sorry. If we could have this man killed. Just if you could kill him if you could die quietly, that would be great. We're still doing a show. No, I respect the audacity of the strangeness here. I do. Does anyone else want to have him killed though?
Yeah, well, there's the acid out back.
But get in the porcelain bath.
Yes.
All right.
Right on.
Not the plastic one. All right.
Well, no, I thought he should get in the plastic one. Shoot.
I'll do both.
Have I got time to go and check the bottle?
Your face there looked like the kind of person who's left the oven on at home.
It's a similar vibe. Thank you very much. I don't know whether to kill you or not, so.
Hello, I'm here in defense of myself. I may need to submit a guilty plea and plea my case in hope of a lighter sentence, but I kind of accidentally took a bribe to sabotage my team in Codenames. So
settle down.
So I don't know if this is everyone's experience with Codenames, but most of the times when I play, one of the words on the board becomes the funniest word ever. And this game it was duck, and I think duck is like inherently funny to begin with.
Yeah, it's a good word.
At one point, one of my opponents, not the Codemaster, offered me $5 to pick duck, regardless of what the clue was, and I took it, and it was the double agent.
I don't know how Codenames works.
That is wild. I'm actually like, right, so Codenames is basically like you're trying to get the words and there are some bad words on the table and they are the cards that no team wants to hear. And the Spy Masters know what they are and they just have to try and come up with clues so no one on their team ever picks those words because if someone on your team picks that word, your team is out. So basically the other person specifically got him to throw the game to purposefully, unknowingly choose something that would...
The other person didn't know that it was
Correct.
It was the assassin.
So what, they just paid you to say a word randomly?
Well, he also thought duck was funny.
All right, my view on this case, this is like a Phoenix Wright story, honestly. Like, I've gone from being like, who would pay someone $5 to win a game of Codenames? That is not right. And I had no problem with you doing it. That's free money. Games of Codenames only take about 10 minutes. Like, just start another one. Buy yourself a nice little drink for the second game. But somebody giving you $5 just because they thought it'd be funny for you to say the word duck, no one's a criminal. There's no crime here. Only love. Love of minor amounts of money and love of the word duck.
What did you do with the $5?
Paid someone else to say duck.
That's a good idea.
Hey, wait. Can everybody in the room say the word duck after I say 3? 1, 2, 3. Duck! You owe a lot of money to these people.
Okay. Is that my sentence then?
But no, if you haven't done so already, then just pass it on. That's what I'd say. Just find somebody else, get them to say duck, and give them $5.
Thank you very much.
Duck it forward.
It's his mission for this convention. Hello.
Hi, I'm putting myself on trial. This is for a game of Blood on the Clock Tower. I was an evil character, and I had the ability to make one player per round mad. I picked the same player round after round after round. She then died, and I made her ghost mad the next round. She is the best player in our Blood on the Clock Tower group, so when I lay awake at night thinking about this, I tell myself it's strategy, but I'm worried it's bullying. So I'd like to be judged, please. I have the storyteller for that game here, I didn't ask him to be here, but he's decided to be a character witness.
This is an open and shut case, to be honest, but go ahead.
The extra relevance that needs to be added here is this man is evil literally every game. There has not been a game that he is not evil. He just took his evilness to an extra level this game.
Yeah, I think that is. I don't think that's evil though. I think you did the right thing. Because if there's one thing I dislike more than anything else in the world, it's people who are really good at Blood on the Clock Tower. It's not the point. It's just not the point.
Yeah, you shouldn't know how to play it.
You should know how to play it.
It's not the point. If you know how to play it, you got to just do something else.
And if you are really good at it, it is your duty to get absolutely hammered before the game. Because I just,
just knock your head a couple of times. I don't know.
No, you did the right thing. There's nothing more infuriating than playing Blood on the Clock Tower with someone who's really, really, really good at it and just making them awful at it. It's a challenge for them. You're doing them a good deed.
I actually think it's good for that person, right?
Yes.
Because, people, it's a puzzle that they want to solve, and then they've solved it, and then the problem is, after they've solved the puzzle, they continue to play the puzzle again and again and again with people who are trying to solve the puzzle. And that kind of spoils the experience of people who don't know what they're doing. So actually, having somebody who really knows the game and who's really good at it, and then you trapping them in a perpetual loop of utter confusion, making them feel like they don't understand the game anymore, you've just gifted them, you've re-gifted them the feeling of what it feels like to be a new player again.
They look on the game with fresh eyes. It's a service.
I think that's beautiful what you did. I'm gonna cry.
Thank you, I'll sleep well tonight.
Didn't deliver a verdict there, but I feel like it was pretty clear.
Yeah. Kill that man.
Hello.
Hello.
I was recently playing a game of Rummy with some friends who I've not played Rummy with before, but good friends, played games in the past, all sorts of things. When we sat down to play, we didn't go over the rules. We said, hey, we're going to sit down and play Rummy. And turns out halfway through the game, we understand different fundamental rules of what it means to be playing Rummy.
Did you still have clothes on?
Yes, this was at a restaurant, so
no. Same question.
Yeah, it was still early in the evening.
You are really avoiding this question.
But yeah, what's the? I'm just gonna
We're sorry.
But what is the best thing to do when the rules become unclear halfway through?
It's simple. You put your clothes back on and you find a middle ground.
What if the clothes? What if hypothetically the clothes never came off?
I'm going to have to leave this to some other people.
You need to put some more clothes on top of the clothes that have already not been removed. No, I mean, honestly, there's loads and loads of different versions of Rummy. Just saying Rummy is kind of meaningless. You, at that point, you just go, oh, wow, this is confusing. And then you deal a new hand, having agreed to play one or other version of the game. Sorry. Oh, that's boring. I'm not having fun,
I mean,
am I?
it's kind of amazing you got that far, because I find that whenever you do that, you play a card game, and you're like, have you played this? And you're like, no. And then you start playing, and you're like, oh, I have played this game. I just call it this name. And there's 12 different names for the same card game. And you're like, and they're like, I play a 5, which does this. And you're like, are you crazy? Fives flip, and 2s are backward 2s, and 4 means you play another 4, and then you play an 8 and a 9. And someone's like, no, that's 7s. And
This is why I never play Rummy with Matt.
It's just immediately chaotic. So I'm amazed you got as far as you did.
Well, it was specifically the rule about if you pick up the face-up card, do you need to play that immediately, or can you store that in your hand?
Right.
And I had always played that you can store it in your hand, and my friends had always played that you must that follows the same rule of other pickups where you must play it immediately.
Okay.
And that's why it didn't come up for a few turns around the table.
This is simple, right? Next time you go to a restaurant, take with you a small dossier of printouts where you've done a little quiz about the rules of Rummy. Hand them out to everyone with some little pencils. Yeah. Everyone can just take a few minutes to answer the questions about the rules of Rummy, and if anyone's got the questions wrong from your perspective, then you can educate them on the correct rules, and then you can all have a nice time and take some clothes off. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, we just have a microphone issue for one moment.
Testing, testing. There we go. Okay, so my roommate is a very nice man, but he mumbles.
But is he?
He's a very nice human.
But is he?
Yes, yes, he is.
We'll be the judges of that.
Look, if you want to ask him, he's here.
Where are you? Are you nice? He doesn't know.
Well, my
that's a good sign, to
question
be honest.
is, does he deserve community service for mumbling when explaining the rules of a game, or getting them wrong on occasion?
Is the mumbling taking place the entire time? Is it just
85%?
Does he deserve community service? So you think your brother should be prosecuted under traditional legal systems for mumbling?
He mumbles everything most of the time, including game rules in public spaces.
so it's just one continuous low rumble?
Yeah.
Teaching a Vital Lacerda game, and it's just
I
a
told him
40-minute murmur.
I told him he was being put on blast, so he's aware.
What sort of community service would you like to see him doing?
Mumbling
Speech
some
therapy.
robots.
Oh, speech therapy. Right. So teaching other people.
That's rehabilitation. That's not community
Yeah,
service.
community service is when you have to work. Like if you're getting him to do community service as a speech therapist, that seems cruel to people you don't know.
See, I'm not the judge, but I feel like he deserves something for his mumbling.
Feels like he deserves a little treat, maybe. A little present. Maybe he deserves maybe the community, like maybe he deserves some speech therapy for his mumbling, which is just a nice thing to do for your friend. But also
brother.
Oh, brother?
Oh,
Housemate.
brother.
Housemate.
You say housemate?
Housemate.
Housemate.
Yeah.
How did we all think?
No,
I thought it was housemate. I heard correctly.
He thought it
which
was
is
a
ironic, 'cause
friend.
I haven't been able to hear anything anyone's been saying.
I don't know anything. All right.
I think everyone's quite mumbly here tonight. I think like mumbling's fine. Honestly, it's a shame if housemate, if you could try and enunciate a bit clearer, that would be great. Plaintiff.
I mean, honestly, I'm not going to lie. If somebody's not good at explaining game rules for whatever reason, that's your job to do it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what it is.
Can you teach the games, please?
Just take the rule book
Could
out of the hand.
you do the community service?
I'll do my best.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
So every once in a while, when I sit down to play a game with a group, especially if it's a group of people who are not frequently playing board games, then someone will say as we're getting started, I guess we'll take our turns counterclockwise. And my gut reaction is always, no, we won't. We're not cavemen. We're gonna go clockwise like civilized people. And I wonder if I'm being the pretentious board game person when I do that, because it doesn't technically matter. So am I doing the wrong thing? Should there be a universal standard?
So this is interesting.
There's a lot to unpack here.
I'm so boring, but basically it's a real cultural assumption, and lots of parts of the world it is normal to play games going anti-clockwise. So
And
yeah.
even, clock is the kind of modern Western idea of left to right, which is not commonly seen in loads of other places. So actually, I think you might be a Nazi.
Ooh.
Which is kind of awkward, because I don't think...
really
I'm sorry that we
not
outed
how
you
I
like
expect.
this.
Not
I
how I
don't think either of us
expected to find
expected
out.
this.
Yeah.
No, I think that's probably a little harsh. Yeah, we might rescind that later.
I was feeling bad about telling the other person to read a manual and do some teaching, and now you're calling this person a Nazi?
I don't know, he just seems like the sort of person who'd be able to take a good joke. No, what's the problem with going reverse? I think it was the word civilized that really caught on my thing of being like, oh, I don't know about that. You're going to start recommending Ben Shapiro videos. I was having
But hold on.
I do hope you know I'm joking here. You seem like a perfectly nice man.
It's a slippery slope, though, from
Now, I respect this. I respect this guy immensely. I think that you have clockwise is standard in almost every single board game, right? And if you run literally counterclockwise to that assumption, you risk chaos. And I'm a hater of chaos in my board games. I like everyone to take their turn on time, silently, without talking, and then we all wash our hands and say goodnight. And you look like the kind of person who thinks exactly that. So I respect you. I don't know. I think this person is great.
Are they just suggesting you do it for fun?
I mean, I think that they just are choosing a direction at random. But yeah, I'm used to like every game says in the rules go clockwise.
That
and-
does seem chaotic, although I would say that if you always end up sitting down at a table and you always end up going to the same seat and you always play clockwise, I can see why people would be like, shall we go the other way? Because definitely I know that when me and Ava play, we have a strange synergy where whenever we're playing like anything that's like an economic Euro-y game, we will both, without meaning to, end up honing in on exactly the same tactic and exactly the same racing line. And depending on the order, whichever person is second just has a terrible time because it's like they always you always take the move exactly what they were going to do just before them.
It's always exactly the move.
And it's
like,
weird.
we're both like apologizing constantly for it whilst doing it.
So either we have to like reverse it or sit
No.
diagonally.
I think
If we start having...
Wait. I've got a case here. Inish, you need to you have to play counterclockwise sometimes.
Yeah, but that game's freaky.
Because in some games you have to be able to invert the order. It is good to get practice in playing in both orders.
No.
Yeah, no, it's good because otherwise it's really weird when you have to go the other way around.
I will leave the company if we start having some kind of turn order free-for-all.
I really did not expect this to be the end of
like
us.
Inish is freaky. It's like it's not that freaky.
It's weird.
Like, what is this kind of this beige, brown, serious, important game that you're like? What's the kind of game where like if I say let's go counterclockwise, you're gonna leave?
Monopoly.
Right, you need to be added to a collection. You need to be wrapped in cellophane and put in a cupboard.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Did we resolve that one?
No.
Hello.
Hi. I'm coming as an arbiter for a disagreement with two other people, because I want to make this your problem, not mine.
Great.
So the issue we're having is in kind of longer, crunchier games with like multiple people, like 4 to 6. If there's a mechanic in which people come out, like Monopoly when you run out of money, or Risk when you run out of places, if you're down to just like the last 2 people, should the game just be over? Because everyone else isn't playing anymore, and we could move on with our lives.
I think
Is this in reference to like a specific time this has happened?
I'm 30, so about 30 years of it, yeah.
That's impressive.
Hit the bricks.
I think I think that the rule here, the judgment here, in my opinion, should be that it's just okay for everyone else to leave. Like, if there's 2 people and they really, really want to find out who's the best at, like, I don't know, Monopoly, then that's their problem, not everyone else's.
Honestly, I think it's more than that. I think it's ideally everyone else doesn't leave. They move to a different part of the room and they do something significantly more fun.
Yeah, and leave them
And you
just
leave
go
those 2
serious
people,
for an hour.
encouraging them, and then every now and then lean over and go, "Hey, have you finished yet? Are you doing okay over there?" And like watch them get more and more.
We're
like,
making
fuming
another
and
18
hating.
margaritas. But you can't have one until you've bought Park Lane. This is, I mean, we were saying just before this, like I was jokingly reading the manual for a game, and I was like, you're like, how does the game end? And I just was like, when everyone has had enough and wants to stop playing. And we were sort of saying like that should be in every rule book. Like the game ends when you get 20 points or when everyone decides they want to stop playing the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, in fact, it is okay to end games. We're officially giving you permission to decide to say, hey, this isn't fun. Shall we stop?
Yeah.
We do that sometimes, and we have to review games professionally. Admittedly, we don't normally review games that we've stopped halfway through.
Yeah, usually if you're like, let's just stop playing this, usually that doesn't end up being too popular. Yeah, but no, it is that weird thing where you're like trapped in some sort of vassal state where you're there acting as like an AI losing a game of Civilization.
Why
and
is
you're just
Tom Vassal there?
He's everywhere. I think you've just got to like, I mean, there's 2 options here. I'd say that the other option is to exacerbate. I have a very fond secondhand story where a friend of mine, his ex-girlfriend, who was a little bit all over the place in many regards, but I respect this tremendously, they had a game of Monopoly and they refused to stop playing, and she'd already been like knocked out, and she just sat, and they sat playing for like 4 or 5 hours, just the 2 of them, and the reason they both kept playing is because they were sure that they were going to win, because she'd been giving them both money secretly from the bank. And they didn't realize until they realized that the bank was empty. And then they were like, And yeah, so I think that's what you have to do. If people demand that you be there, then you need to work out a way of creating an infinite game of Monopoly.
I love it. Make a better time for yourself.
Or,
Perfect.
like
Thank
when
you.
they go to the toilet, take money from them and put it back in the bank, and then wink to the other player and be like, and they'll be like, and then just keep doing it to them, and until eventually, like, both of them go bankrupt, and it doesn't make any sense.
Do I have to put the lizard game in their bed after that point, or? Okay.
What you do in your time is your business.
Thank you very
for
much.
coming up.
Yeah.
Right.
I think we've got time for one more.
No. Can we not go to lightning round?
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
We've got time
We're
for
going to go to lightning round.
lightning round.
No new people are allowed to stand up, and
You must-
everybody's got to say their thing really quickly, and we're just going to really, really snappily, like, just be mean to you. Or not. Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah.
Is that a system?
That's fine.
Can I just point out that Matt has just written the word criminals on this bit of paper?
I'm taking notes.
Okay, in a game of Decrypto, one of the words was language. The clue given to refer to that word was second, and it was in the second spot on the board. There is a rule in Decrypto that says you cannot refer to the position of the card. However, it also clearly only refers to the meaning or refers back to the word.
Is that like a law word for like, oh, it's a bit
I would
fussy.
allow that on saying clever. I think if it was only in reference to the position, that's obviously nonsense. But I'd say not guilty.
Yeah,
That's
Not
correct.
guilty. If it is related.
Thanks.
That's
then-
correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
Go on.
That one was easy.
Easy. Lightning,
Bang.
lightning.
Okay, so I'm here to ask for a ruling. For years, I've been trolling my brother by buying him as many games as possible that start with the word dice, after a particularly extra weekend where we kept mixing up Dice Forge and Dice Throne. The problem is that there are a lot more games that start with the word dice than I originally reckoned, and that part of his collection is getting quite large now. Do I need to stop?
Nah.
No, there's an easy solution. It's called a post-it note that you just tape to the front of the box with the word dice. And yes, you're defacing a lot of games this way, but it'll keep the theme up, right? Dice
Yeah.
Teutonica.
Yeah,
Dice and Euphrates.
Yeah.
The options are endless.
Yeah, no, that's quite good. Buy him a good game and just write dice on the box.
Just
ruin the
vandalize
box,
it.
but it means he won't sell it, and that's sweet.
Yeah, that actually happened for his last birthday. My friend brought him Dice Island.
Yeah. Either that or just keep doing it and accelerate. Just buy more and more until it's literally a problem.
And all the words are just dice on every single box. Do it. Thank you very much.
Hi.
Hello.
I have a question, a debate between me and my boyfriend. We have a lot of games, a lot of them being card games, and he refuses to play them until they're sleeved, which leaves us not playing games a lot of the time. Is it okay to play a game that has cards unsleeved until you get the sleeves, or do you have to wait to get the sleeved, and then play the game?
I think you should only play games unsleeved.
Yeah, I agree. Also, if you sleeve every game before you play it, then how much of your life are you wasting sleeving games that you then don't like? Unless you love sleeving things, in which case, if someone's like, well, I'm not going to play it until it's sleeved, then it's like, well, hurry up and sleeve it.
He does
Hurry up
sleeve
and
it.
sleeve. What? If you're going to sleeve me now. Thank you for coming.
So I have a weekly Twilight Imperium game with my brother, and he came to one of your cardboard confessionals and admitted that he manipulates me in the game because I like the prettier color planets and I like trading. So he manipulates that into tricking me into winning the game. And there was no punishment for that.
This is literally somebody who confessed to this at our Shucks, isn't it?
Yes. he
Amazing.
confessed
So we had this somebody confessing that they did this about a month ago, and now this is the person who is being tricked. All I can say is, I'm really sorry, and yes, he's guilty.
He also sent the video to everyone else that we play with, so now they all know how to manipulate me in the game.
Justice! Yeah.
So I was thinking that his punishment should be that he has to have a whole game where he accepts any trade that I want.
Yes.
That's perfect. I agree. I 100% agree with this message. This is a bad man and must be punished in space. Decreed. Number 1 lion, space lion.
Hey, I have a case that is similar to the clock tower issue. So I have a friend who's just great at any board game that comes his way, whether it be very random like Love Letter or very deterministic and strategic like Terra Mystica. And we've gotten to the point where the only way for someone else to win is for everyone else to gang up on him. It still happens even with brand new games that he's never played before. So should we keep doing that?
It's their own fault for being too good. If you're clearly much better than everyone else, you just have to tone it down and like play on stupid mode. Yeah, until they can stop being good of their own accord, it's up to you to make them go mad every turn. Next, not guilty, but he is.
We have 40 seconds left.
So I just started playing Magic the Gathering about 8 months
Guilty.
ago.
Next.
I gotta ask.
I'm kidding.
I'm playing private games outside of a game shop, and there's one guy who shows up every single time, and he only plays one deck, and it's a $4,000 deck that he spent years building. And we're bored of this deck, and the problem is when it pops off, he just makes a turtle defense and takes everyone else's stuff and never attacks anyone or does anything. So the game grinds to a halt when he does well. And we're bored, but we like him, but don't want to play with him. Is that even a legit and fair thing to do?
It's the nature of the game. It's your own fault for playing Magic the Gathering.
Guilty.
Fair.
Wait, both of you are guilty.
He's more guilty, but sadly, yeah.
Okay, same as the 1-2 times ago. Player who's too good, but particularly at Secret Hitler. So is it wrong for us to always accuse him of being Hitler?
I feel like I can't weigh in on this one. Is it okay to continually say someone's Hitler because they're good at games? Is quite a question if you forget to frame it as we're always playing Secret Hitler.
You should ask Quentin Smith. Guilty.
Yeah.
I don't know who is, but
Yeah, everyone's guilty.
everyone's guilty.
Everyone's guilty.
He was a
Particularly
bad
Hitler.
guy.
And the final question.
My family's go-to game is Catan, and we are not beginners at Catan, but they always insist on using the beginner board setup to nerf all of my annoying strategies. Can I get a court injunction to make them play one game with the actual full Catan board?
Now listen, I think this is similar to what we had before. You've got to start throwing games. Yeah. And this is different. Rather than you being like, oh, I should be a nice person and I should just try and play badly so everyone has more fun. Yeah, do that, sure. But also, if you keep playing badly and letting them win, you can lull them into a false sense of security. And then it's time for big strategies. Alternatively, just try and find a gaming group with some people who are all grown-ups and not children that you can play at a higher level, I guess.
My family's all about, my age or older, so it's not me being a jerk, it's just that they don't want to have to deal with the possibility of it. So I figure, why don't we do it once to try it and see if we can get along?
Have you considered defacing your manual so that it now appears that there's a new beginner setup?
Yeah, Photoshop is great.
Just a new one every time. There's probably a generator online, it'll be fine.
Technically, this is gaslighting. But I feel like it's so elaborate and kind of cool that it's probably fine.
How you make gaslighting okay.
Gaslighting's allowed as long as it's cool.
Yeah, like if you have some sort of elaborate system where you're I don't know, changing the lights in someone else's house from next door, right? That's pretty nifty, right?
Right, we're overthrowing this justice system. It is as corrupt as everyone.
Yeah.
We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this.
That's all the time. Thank you so much, everyone. I, for one, never thought we'd get this many criminals in a room coming all at once together. Please feel free to go out and start fighting about whether it's okay to change the rules in the middle of a game. Just keep the blood off the carpets because the volunteers will have to clean it up. Thank you so much for coming!
Thank you!
This podcast features adults using adult language. You have been warned.
Previously, on Acquisitions Incorporated, our heroes finally left Revel's End prison. The party actually escapes Revel's End. Here's how it happened. The evil sorcerer Kellic is abusing the powers of Diamond, a gem-bound unicorn, to control the Ink blood clones.
Once this test is complete, we will be able to mind control all of the clones manufactured here in this facility all across Faerun, and then Drawn Enterprises will rule more than the city of Waterdeep. But in its union with the League of Malevolence, it shall rule the entire world.
And the rider of the half-mechanical dragon turns out to be a jacked clone of Jim Dark Magic, fully yoked to the heavens in full beef regalia.
I'm gonna go rescue the unicorn. Anyone?
I'm coming with you.
Okay, great. Evelyn takes off.
Dragon, stop them! Everyone roll initiative.
Strix uses gaseous form to slip between the dragon's plating, looking for a weakness. Bobby valiantly goes to free Vi and the Cosmo Hopper.
And Vi, her eyes open up. You're awake. Are you okay? Oh, darling. I was having a terrible nightmare, but now it is followed by the best dream. It's time to fuck them up.
Let's go.
And thanks to the efforts of Omen and Evelyn,
your divine magic arcs from your form up to the amethyst, and the amethyst explodes.
Oh, yeah.
As the amethyst prison shatters, all the blood clones fall lifeless to the ground, and Strix takes care of the mech dragon from within.
This heart, is it a creature or an object?
Ooh.
Hey, it's an object.
I am going to animate that object. It's like got tentacles on it that are like the intestines. So I want those to be arms, and I want it to just pry itself out of the chest.
This is...
With Revel's End cleared and its clone factory in ruins, the Archfey Megacorn reveals another shocking truth.
I am Celestiana, the Duchess of Delight. They were intending to use my power to control the clones all over the world that they have already spread throughout the Sword Coast and beyond. But Kellic made it quite clear that this is not their only clone facility. The other is located in a place called something like the Home Office.
What?
Uh-oh.
Vi initiates the Cosmo Hop back to Waterdeep, home of Ack Inc., but the party is intercepted by an old business associate of Omen's.
There is a faint smell of brimstone around you, and seated with a martini glass is Asmodeus, Lord of the Nine Hells. When I assisted you and saved you and your friends as you passed through the Far Realm, you agreed that you would accept my infernal intern into your number. Twice now. You have banished Tiny Tim.
Yeah, I mean, I hated his hat.
If you do not accept my minion the third time he approaches you, then I will have no choice but to change my dealings and approach perhaps your daughter.
This is like a whole different level of inheriting debt.
Fortunately, an agreeable compromise is struck.
I will accept another intern. But Tiny Tim is mid.
Returning to Waterdeep, the party finds the home office of Acquisitions Incorporated completely unrecognizable, having been flipped by Drawn Enterprises into a carnival funhouse. Demonic clowns patrol the fairgrounds, each bearing the mark of the Rakdos clan.
The Duchess of Delight goes.
Oh no.
She blooms into her megacorn form. She points her horn, and there is a massive cone of violet light. All of them now start dancing in place.
This is fucking horrifying. I'm just imagining that it dance with the leg. Oh my god, this is horrible.
Once inside, a massive iris opens to reveal an interclone-tenental ballistic missile. Watching them from a viewing chamber are none other than Lord Rakdos. And at his side, the architect of bespoke miseries, Hortensia Drawn.
And thanks to our friends from Ravnica who followed your cosmic trail back to Faerun, while you whiled away your years there, we are about to launch our greatest triumph. The clone missile that will seed our minions all over the Sword Coast, and Drawn Enterprises' control will be complete.
Now, in their former headquarters, teeming with enemy team-ups, and the final nail in the coffin of our heroes poised to fall, there's only one question left to answer. After tonight's game, will there be anything left to save? This is Acquisitions Incorporated.
Welcome to Acquisitions Incorporated and a night in the Clown Palace where we will experience perhaps some dungeons along with some dragons. I am Jeremy Crawford, playing the role of Dungeon Master tonight, as well as the other characters who will meet our heroes over the course of the evening's events. Joining us on stage, first, as always, is Jerry Holkins as Omen Drawn. We are also joined tonight by the daughter of Omen, Certainty Drawn, played by Jasmine Billar. Woohoo! Woohoo! Woohoo!
It's so nice to be here again. We gotta stop meeting up like this.
Let's meet up like this more.
Yes. Hi, Dad.
Yo. Also returning to the Acquisitions Incorporated stage is Holly Conrad as Strix Beestinger. And finally, we are also joined by the luminous light of Anna Prosser's Evelyn Marthane. So I think a few things happened last session.
Well, I mean, one or two. I think that was a lot of work for Chris in the intro.
And so, you now see that clone missile not only rising up through the roof of what used to be Acquisitions Incorporated and is now the Clown Palace, subsidized by Drawn Enterprises. And from the base of this rocket,
the flared base,
flames are beginning to emit. The whole neighborhood is rumbling. Your friend, Bobby Zimborowski, lover of cheese, leapt up onto the roof and cracked the tip of the rocket. You are not sure where Bobby is now, for your attention is upon your sister Portentia, Omen, and standing next to her, the double-swole Rakdos.
Yes.
The demon lord of the Rakdos blood cult. The rest of you are still out on the street with the horde of dancing clowns, still ensorcelled by Celestiana, the Duchess of Delight, aka Diamond, Evelyn's new best friend.
Maybe more.
No. Absolutely not.
And so, what do you do?
We should stop that missile, right?
Yeah. I think that's a great place to start.
How do you feel about onticide?
Listen.
Anticide.
Yeah, we don't, honestly, it's like we're gonna have to invent a word for it, but we can call it something after we do it.
Yeah, because this one is not working.
Yeah, this ant is not working
All right,
out.
I'm gonna hold
and
her
I've
down.
got an
You
ant
punch
guy.
her.
I've got an ant guy. We can get another one in.
Is the ant guy you?
Yes. Yeah, with the wig. So
I'll go low, you go high.
exactly right. And she's behind some kind of a.
So Rakdos and Portentia, as well as the sorcerer Kellic and other lookers-on, are all behind crystalline blast shields. There, many of them with cocktails, ready to watch the launch of the clone missile.
I feel like we could do the anticide maybe after we stop the missile. I feel like that's the most pressing, maybe.
Well, it could be a two birds with one stone situation.
Mm-hmm. What if Bobby cracked the missile? What if we reorient the missile to go through that flash shield? Because I would love to do that to them.
Is there anyone serving them cocktails?
Yes. There are a number of attendants wearing Drawn Enterprises tabards, and they all look rather dazed. So dazed, in fact, that there are not metaphorical, but literal spirals going around in their eyes as they bring cocktails that are of luminous colors, some of them smoking, others appear to have eyeballs in them, depending upon the drinker. As you notice this, Rakdos, this towering figure, looks directly at you, Omen, and through his voice, projecting through this blast shield somehow, says, "You will not stop the launch of this missile." There is then a cyclone of fire where he was standing. It spirals down into the floor, and then a split second later spirals right back up in front of you, standing between you and the missile. And now that he is no longer behind the blast shield, some distance away with your sister, you see just how huge he is. He is taller than an elephant. He is as broad as a wagon, at least at the shoulders. And these huge wings unfurl from his back with fire blazing upon them. And he pulls out of what looks like a tiny little coin purse.
Nice.
A giant scythe. The coin purse is only about this deep.
The coin
only
purse I'm holding.
a few inches, but this scythe just keeps going. And he even has to kind of use two hands
That's
as
impressive.
he pulls it
Don't
out.
like that.
Show
off. That's neat.
I feel like this is like Rakdos fan fiction.
Whose side are you on?
Yeah, exactly. This is a little bit too, and you're glinting a little bit too much here.
You came to Ravnica and destroyed my circus. And so here, I have done everything in my power to help Drawn Enterprises destroy your circus. And now, back, you puny worm. In Ravnica, you and your group gave me a marvelous show. I expect your death to be spectacular. And he brandishes the scythe, and I need you to roll initiative.
Right from the jump.
This is not good for my anxiety. My eczema is gonna burst out right now.
It's combination skin.
Yeah.
I was ready to alter itself into a cocktail waitress.
That was a good idea.
Or into a cocktail.
I was gonna poison the cocktail.
You still might be able to.
Let's just kill this god, and then we'll investigate a new, job.
All in a
That's a
day's work.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Certainty.
14.
Omen.
Not 1, but 14. Yeah. It's twin style, but that's the best part is that I can roll like a middling, decent roll, and the crowd's like, you know what?
Good job.
You know what? He's getting there.
You did that.
He's getting there. All right, buddy. You know what? You did okay.
So the two of you tied. So which of you would like to go first?
Oh.
I want to go first.
Certainty is going first.
Thank you.
All right, Certain, you will go first. Strix
I got a 7.
and Evelyn.
4.
Oh my goodness.
We're doing great.
We're so good.
What could go
Failing.
wrong?
Yay! Suboptimal doesn't mean worthless.
I mean, people fail up all the time, so
It happens a lot.
It can happen. Maybe going last is good. Maybe you won't get sliced in half by Rakdos.
Yeah, maybe low numbers are like high numbers.
Yeah. Maybe it's like golf.
Yeah.
Anything's
Took
possible.
6 strokes off your game.
Exactly.
So,
In the light of Lathander.
God bless you.
Certainty, you're going to go first, and you are standing outside near the Cosmo Hopper, which you can see down there at the
I don't like
front
that
of our
this is
table.
covered. That's very nerve-wracking.
Ensconced here.
Yes, with
Fog of war.
We will say that this fog of war here represents the Clown Palace.
Indeed.
And between you and your dad and Rakdos, there are the dancing clowns, and there is the corridor of mirrors, funhouse mirrors, that Omen had to run down to get to the missile's launching chamber. Between Omen and Rakdos are large metal doors that are standing open. What do you do?
Can I see Hortensia from where I'm standing?
Not from where you're standing. You would need to go further into the building.
Do I have the movement, or can I do so without becoming entangled in combat?
That's my girl.
You're not sure if Rakdos notices you.
Okay. I'm gonna move to where I can see where they're having drinks. And I am going to take out my quill, draw a door with a little handle, open it, dimension door beside her, put my dagger to her throat and say, "Call your beast off my dad, or I will spill your filthy blood all over your tacky fucking shoes."
Woo! Woo!
She looks at you for a second and says, "Dear niece, and I thought you were going to be the impressive one." Drawn Enterprises is in the superior business position. If you join our branch of the family, your future prospects will be far, far better than if you stay with the ruined, miserable, constantly losing value Acquisitions Incorporated.
Uh-oh.
Hey now,
What are your stock options like?
when do they vest?
Yeah.
They are moderate, but for family members, most generous.
And all you're asking me is if I'm gonna let you kill my dad?
Well, it's unclear to me if the demon wants to kill him. He might just torture him for maybe 1,000 years or so.
Right. Not bad. Right.
And then he might let him go.
Yeah. Do you have a contract I can look at? Because I would love to shove it up your filthy ass. Ooh! You thought you could buy me? I'm not you. I cannot be bought with money. I make money.
So be it.
So be it. I think that's my action, so I can't
Yes.
stab her. But I action surge and I stab her!
Nice.
Oh gosh. Okay.
We're looking for the
Drawings,
big.
man.
We're looking for the big numbers.
I'm so mad right now. I have a dagger, Dad. I have a freaking.
Yeah, I know.
You open letters with it.
I sent you to a good school.
I've seen you pick chicken out of your teeth with it.
I am going to give you advantage
Thank
on this
you.
roll because
For the materialization.
because of family fury.
Family. I burst in with a car. The power of family. That's better. A dirty 20?
That hits.
Nice.
For 7 points of damage. And I think I have a second attack.
So he's bloodied, I'm sure. Get her with that sharp thing. Get her with that
I know. I'm like.
cheese knife.
I thought our families were dysfunctional.
No, this is Netflix shit.
There we go. So
That's
22
You hit again.
You definitely tried to murder us.
for another 8 damage.
Yes, that's it.
At least me.
That's hot
So-
shit.
She grits her teeth. You can see she goes, "Argh," like refusing to cry out in pain in front of you. And as you slice here, you notice that the blood that comes out is blue.
Between the blue and blue blood.
You know what's up.
I know what's up.
She's your sister.
Yeah. I know shit.
And so what do you do now? And you have witnessed all of this because right beyond Rakdos is the viewing chamber where Certainty just teleported and stabbed her aunt.
Absolutely. And do I even know that this happened? Because she was behind me, and they're behind glass.
So
Do I even know that it happened?
yes, because the way you're looking toward Rakdos,
Yeah.
right over to your right, you saw Certainty suddenly appear and stab her aunt.
Absolutely. So, I mean, I can't, just mathematically, I can't imagine a scenario where this goes great. Where it goes well.
I didn't major in math.
No, exactly. That's not where we excel. So I'm just going to take a step forward and I say, do you think I'm alone? I'm never alone. And I'm going to cast Spirit Guardians. And the manifestation of those guardians is all of the Drawn family matriarchs, beginning with my own mother, Prophetess Drawn, and going backward all the way into the enclave Pax Anima.
Whoa.
And they are there, and they begin to whirl.
So you don't get chickens when you cast that?
No, I don't
That's
get any
concerning.
luminous. I don't get any luminous chickens.
That's concerning.
And so this glorious cohort of matriarchs appears, and they all brandish maces, staves, symbols of Tamora, and they are shimmering with light and with fury. And you can see, because you've summoned them before and you know you cannot control their emotional response, and you can see a number of them are looking at Portentia with fiery hatred in their eyes. And Rakdos says, yes.
Oh, of course, he loves this shit.
And then Portentia goes.
Oh, yay! I love that for me.
Niece. She presses a hand to her wound. I know that must have been an accident.
Yeah, I tripped.
And she steps backward, provoking an opportunity attack from you.
Oh, I stab her again.
You hit her
math.
again.
23.
Just one more swipe.
For another 5 damage.
This time, she gritting her teeth. This time, a little bit of squeal of pain comes out, but she keeps backing up into a chair that is behind her, and there is a very obvious big red button on the chair that she sits down and hits the button, and as she hits it, a metal container in pieces goes and encloses around her, and it forms into a point and looks like a smaller version of the clone missile. And underneath it, fire starts coming out.
Oh, and you are very near.
And
In enclosed
emblazoned,
space.
How many of these things do they have?
emblazoned on it in front of you, glimmering, is the logo, of course, of Drawn Enterprises.
The hated sigil.
Thank God we don't have to pay every time we show that.
Exactly.
All right, Rakdos, now looking at all of this, says, I will have to come to this strange world more often, if this is the style of entertainment I can find here. And at this, what do your spirit guardians do?
They begin to dance about him, whirling and sweeping weapons of divine manufacture. Spirit Guardians, so this is radiant as I recall. Hopefully that's something he finds stimulating. Hopefully that reveals skin's freshest layer, exfoliant. 3, 4, okay, well, 7. Now we're getting better. 15. Yeah, 17.
17 radiant damage.
Indeed.
As the matriarchs whirl around him, beating him with their weapons, he just stands there unflinching with his scythe in one hand and his other hand up, and he just goes. And you can see he is actually being injured.
Oh, this is his. Oh shit!
Oh, man.
God, this is what he was looking for. Oh
He's
man.
probably just like aroused.
This is gonna go on his OnlyFans. You know what I mean? He's gonna get subs off this, like both kinds.
Yeah, I was gonna say. What kinds of subs?
And as you think this, you notice that a number of the Rakdos cultists who are in the viewing booths around, who have these glowing red cocktails,
right.
As he is laughing and being hurt, they're all going,
Oh, this is it. This is it. I dislike it now. I'm not gonna cancel the spell yet, but I'm thinking about it. I want to lean in.
He then snaps his finger, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, well, that's my best one.
Am I near him?
You are not.
No, we're eating popcorn on the other side is going.
Yeah, you in fact are surrounded by popcorn and cotton candy that you exploded last episode.
That's right.
Delicious.
We were eating it last time.
Yeah, it's still fresh.
Yeah.
No time has passed.
Crunchy. Sweet.
All right, looking for a big number. Looking for a real big number here. For the best old, good old number. Looking at the character sheet, see if there's any good stuff in here.
Uh-oh.
All right. Hey. How about 16?
That's good for you.
So for you, you feel unusually dexterous.
I feel like this is it. This is what we trained for.
And as you have that feeling, a split second later, your stomach drops as a little whip of fire sprouts from his hand. And this, by the way, is simply a reaction to you hurting him.
Oh, wow.
And it hits you anyway.
That's a lot of dice.
There are 6 dice.
You got a lot of dice in there. You got a handful of
Can
dice.
you guys hear this rattle?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a lot of rattling.
It's a big rattle, right? Okay.
Doom
I'm just
rattle.
checking in.
That rattle deals psychic damage.
Yes.
You take 32 fire damage.
Oh my!
This is a god, just in case anyone didn't know that. Strix
Now,
knows that.
is it important to note that I have 1 hit point? Is that important information?
I
at
find
all?
it important
Yeah.
for what it's worth.
It's pretty. I feel like it's a key indicator for Q4.
And so
Impacts
then
our
he
futures, for sure.
He raises up his scythe.
Oh, that's right. He's not done.
God.
He hasn't even taken an action yet.
No. It's a god. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said before.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think 30 hits your AC.
30. Yeah. It just hits it.
The scythe hits you. You take 24 slashing damage
Oh.
and 13 fire damage.
I dropped my popcorn.
As then Omen drops. So you're now at 0 hit points.
Yeah, thoroughly.
Dude,
I'm
does
at
Jeremy
double-
Crawford kill Omen Drawn tonight?
I'm at 00.
Tonight. He just did.
You
I'm
are-
at 00.
You are unconscious now.
Yeah.
And as you crumble down to the ground, there is a shimmer of reddish light around Rakdos, and he gets a little bigger.
Ew.
Like he's being empowered
No.
by your pain.
Ew.
No. Son of a.
This sucks.
Now he moves, and he flaps his wings and soars all the way down the funhouse mirror corridor, stands just inside the clown palace, and with the massive reach of his scythe, then swings it at you, Evelyn.
He's super evil. Save us.
But he got only a 17 to hit.
Woo, 18. Evelyn sticks her tongue out at him.
Maybe don't do that.
It's too late.
It is now Diamond's turn.
Ooh.
Thank Christ.
And she looks at you, the megacorn, with the purple light keeping all these clown demons dancing. She says, "My dear one, did this foul creature just fell your friend?"
Yeah, if you could heal him real quick, I'll deal with this guy.
What?
Maybe it's delicate.
Yes, yes, my
Thank you,
No.
my sweet.
And at this, there is a rainbow shimmer around the megacorn. She vanishes, and then there is a poof of flower petals, and little birds and bees fly out.
It smells like a good shampoo.
Yes.
Right?
She does smell like good shampoo.
She appears right next to you, Omen, and leaning over, touches her horn to you.
I'm loving this.
And you regain 50 hit points.
Christ.
Wow. Nice. That's my girl.
That is the healing of an archfey.
Yeah, such is the healing.
Right. Oh, man. Strix,
Yes, hello.
what do you do?
Can I leave?
I'm out.
No, oh gosh, I'm gonna alter self and turn into one of the drink bringers. So I'm gonna disguise myself as one of them.
All right.
And I'm going to try and get one of them to give me one of the cocktails. I'm like, oh, hey, I'm not paying attention either. Ooh, I'm gonna take that. You're spilling it.
Please give me a charisma persuasion check.
Okay.
With advantage because of your magical disguise.
Okay, I was like, it wasn't for my acting. It was definitely for the disguise. Okay, that's 13. We do better? Ooh, 16. All right, plus, hold on, I got a lot of this. 21.
Nice.
I may be dirty, but I have a lot of charisma.
Please take it.
Thank you.
If I spill any more, they'll disintegrate me.
No. Uh-oh. Now that my plan has worked, I have gotten more scared.
It's not always the way.
And I'm just gonna make my way towards Rakdos.
You're just gonna walk up to him.
Yeah. I'm clearly doing a service.
He's working up a terrible thirst. Killing
Yeah.
me. It's thirsty work.
But this is gonna be a little bit difficult for me to do. Because I don't know if this is gonna work twice.
Did you poison it, or are you just gonna feed him?
No, I'm going to
She wants to become a beverage.
I'm gonna attempt to hand it to him.
Oh, that's a good idea.
As he takes it, break the concentration on my disguise, and then quicken spell animate object on the glass so that it becomes a moving glass shard and just like comes alive inside of him.
Ooh.
This is some
The
twisted
inside
shit.
animated objects are really your
It's the whole,
signature.
like, Ant-Man could destroy Thanos thing.
Ooh.
Rectally.
Yeah. I mean, that's like a butt thing, but yeah.
Rakdos would be the type to have a plug.
Dude,
I'm gonna chill. I'm out. It's good. It's been real.
We already know that this motherfucker is on another level,
It's true.
kink-wise.
It's true.
You know what I mean?
It's true. Strix knows this is pretty stupid, but it's.
He's pretty full of himself. He could think someone is just trying to bring him a drink.
He's full of something.
Yeah.
So
She was like, I saw it work on the dragon. I'll just do it again.
I got this one new move.
So he sees you come up, and you are still disguised as one of the attendants, and he says, "Yes, I informed Potentia that I like refreshment when I play."
Okay, so yeah, I got this motherfucker dialed in. I mean, I know what's up. I got him dialed in.
I'm uncomfortable. This is like when a sexy or racy scene comes on in a movie and you're watching it with your parents.
Like you're watching it
I'm
with
just like,
your dad. You're watching it with your dad. It's like, ugh.
disadvantage on all my rolls.
Don't look.
How big is, like, is hand gonna hold this thing a little toothpick? Like, boop.
So he is in game terms huge.
Yeah.
And so it would be like maybe this big.
Okay. Okay.
Sort of almost like a
thimble.
a toy. Yeah. It's a little toy glass.
Okay.
A little cordial glass.
Interesting.
Snifter.
That's a snifter. All right. You know what? I'm thinking about it. I don't know if I can actually like. I have some like garbage on me. So I'm thinking I have some like revenant dust and some ectoplasm. So I'm just going to pretend that I'm garnishing it with this like undead material. And then I'm changing my mind. I'm like, this is
Little
God. I'm
mixology?
like freaking out. I'm freaking out a little bit. So I put that in there. And I'm like, And I go to like hand it to him.
He takes it, and then we'll wait for his turn for him to take his drink.
Okay.
Is
Anything else?
Is that stuff poison?
No, but you can possibly turn undead, which will cause it to like reject from his body, maybe.
I love playing with the undead stuff with this one. Yeah.
Don't know.
I like how you think.
Yeah.
This is some Magneto shit.
Listen, we're screwed, is all I'm saying. Like, this is what happens. Like, Strix starts pulling garbage from her body when we're in trouble, is what happens.
And she starts engaging in some amateur mixology.
Yes.
Listen,
yes.
instead of roofing his drink, you're spookying his drink.
Spookying his drink, yeah!
I like it.
Thank you, yes. I will be opening up a new restaurant in Waterdeep soon.
Evelyn, what do you do? This demon lord is in front of you. Omen almost died, but
he got healed.
You can see his wounds closed over.
I can take a bonus action before my action, right?
Yeah.
And I see now, I saw Strix transform, right? I know that's Strix.
I made eyes at you, the usual like, yeah, I'm doing something stupid.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna kind of like brandish my axe and be like, you want to get hit by someone who knows how to cause pain? And I'm going to cast Compelled Duel on him.
Maybe, okay.
All right, does he get a saving throw?
It is Wisdom 17.
All right. He succeeded on his save.
Well, I'm going to hit you anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I just hit him with my axe then. So that is going to be +9 to hit.
We're looking for big numbers.
Yes, we are looking for the big. A 3 is not a big number.
No.
So unfortunately, that's a 12, which I'm assuming isn't going to hit.
Not a hit.
Here, that being said, I do have kind of a cool trick. As a war domain cleric,
Yeah?
I can add 10 to that.
That would be so great if you did that. See, because then that would add up to 22.
So right as I come back, I can see this, and it's just a little bit off. And as I'm getting up, I'm like, no, I don't think so. I think it should hit instead.
I love that.
It's such a cool power.
And what happens when Omen uses this is, even though they vanished when you fell down, your family matriarchs, because you lost your concentration, despite the fact that they were gone, they actually appear for a split second around you, Evelyn, and guide
Oh, that's
blow.
fly. All right, I
That's
love
really
that.
cool, yeah.
That kicks ass.
Sisters, they're doing it for themselves.
Great. So then I'm going to do my damage, and I'm going to do Divine Smite at, like, what's my highest level? I really don't like this guy. Let's do it at 3rd level. So that's going to be 2d8 plus 1 plus 2 is 4 plus 1 because he's a fiend. So 5d8 plus my damage, which is a d10 plus 5.
It's going to be screwed up. It's going to be a mess.
Oh, I rolled a 1. So 6
We're going to need a calculator.
plus 4 is 10, plus 7 is 17, plus 6 is 23, plus 6 is 29, plus 8, is 37 for my first attack. Great. And then I'm going to wink at Omen as I do my second attack in thanks.
And as...
Oh. That's the same thing I rolled last time, Lathander.
Here, hold on. What happened?
I rolled a 3 again.
Which is a 13?
Which is a 12.
Would you like it to be a 22 instead?
That's why I winked at Omen.
I'll use my other usage of Channel Divinity to fix that attack. So let's just have the matriarch stay. Just for another, but just for a flash each time.
Great, and I'm going to do the exact same kind of damage situation.
You even hear one of them whisper, "No, here."
Evelyn totally blushes. She's so embarrassed, but she'll take the advice. So that's going to be 7 plus 5, which is much better. That's 12. Plus 5 is 17. Plus 1 is 18. Plus 4 is 22. Plus 6 is 28. Plus 7 is 35.
Yes. That's great. So all the rest of the attacks have to hit Evelyn because I can't do that anymore.
Thank you. Glad you're back.
I need a rest. I need a short rest.
That's all my turn.
So, with each of these strikes, at first he looked cocky like before, but with the second one, there is a faint glimmer of concern in his demonic face.
Yes.
Praise Lathander.
Yes. And behind you at the Cosmo Hopper, Vi, who is getting out her rifle, says, "Honeys, that missile's about to launch. And this Ravnica fucker is about to kill us. How do you want me to help?"
You could stop the missile launch. That'd be nice.
"I'll do my best." And she clicks her heels together, and as she does so, little rockets shoot out of the base of her boots. And she flies up toward the roof, and as she flies up over your head, she says, "And I've got to find my Bobby." And
Exactly.
she gets up, and you can see her hovering over the missile as it is shaking, getting ready to launch. And this rifle that some of you saw her fire in Ravnica, and it has done various strange things. She fiddles with something on the side, then and as she fires, there is this purple orb that shoots out, and it expands like a net out over the missile. Yeah. And you can see this massive net-like adhesive attached over the missile. And Omen, you can see actually the goop from this oozing down into the atrium where you are that is holding the missile.
Right.
And as it oozes down, you can see strands
Yes.
of the goop stretching from the wall over to the missile. And Vi yells out, "This isn't going to stop the propulsion, but it will at least make sure that if they hit launch fully, they're going to blow themselves up."
Nice!
Yeah, we'll take it.
Omen.
Yes.
Rather certainty. What do you do?
One of the drops.
I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'm gonna try. And I really, really don't like this lady, so I'm not gonna let her go. I cast knock on the escape pod. And I march up like I'm going to speak to the manager.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that spell, which unerringly opens doors.
So underrated.
Yeah, I had no idea you would do that. Amazing. those metal sheets that snapped into place, then snap open. And Portentia.
Sup? I wasn't done with you. We weren't done talking.
Maybe you should run, niece. You're about to be burned.
I could say the same for you. And I take her and put her under the propulsion and then hit the button so it closes around me.
You're gonna fight inside
I'm
them.
gonna try to grapple her and throw her under
All right.
and take her spot in the chair.
Give me a strength athletics check as you try to wrestle your aunt under the rocket.
I'm not gonna lie, y'all, I'm not that good at this, but.
Well, no, next time we see Bobby, we're gonna tell Bobby that you tried to keep wrestling in the game at least.
But as long as you are fighting your auntie, your first attack roll each round against her, you get advantage for family fury.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That's a 10. Please, please, please. That's better. That's a
All
15.
right. Let's see if she is able to avoid this. She got a 20.
She is good at it.
So now this has turned into Real Housewives of Ravnica. We're just like pulling each other's hair, trying to get into the seat.
Yeah. You have reservations at the same restaurant.
Yeah.
Right.
And then with my bonus action, because I'm assuming that was my action,
Yes.
I'm gonna give my father my bardic inspiration die and say, Dad, do something! Stop dying! And do the thing, Dark S7 maneuver. You've probably never heard of that before. And you get a D8.
Oh, an 8, huh?
Yes.
These
and
days.
Because of the wonderful college paid for with your money, you can actually use this to add to your AC.
Ho ho. Yowza.
So that you don't die again.
That might help. I mean, he did hit me with a 30 last time, but I mean, I like the angle. I like the angle.
Omen, it's your turn.
Yes, hi. So I can roll this D8 and then it's gonna improve my AC?
Yeah, well, when you get struck as a reaction, you can roll it to add it, or you can use it for a weapon damage roll, attack roll.
That's so juice. Listen, so.
College of Valor.
Yeah, exactly, right. So we're gonna start with the guiding bolt because it also deals some radiant. I'm hoping that this will be, again, an exfoliant experience, a St. Ives apricot scrub sort of situation. And yeah, it's a roll +8. Let's see what we got. Wow. Hey, all right, now that's actually 25, which doesn't suck shit.
You hit.
I love what I'm hearing. Now
And the bolt flies down the hall of mirrors, causing this beautiful sparkle as it goes toward the demon lord and hits him in his back.
Ooh.
All right, here, so. Ow, why did you roll around so much? And then, why did you put all that work in to give me the one? See, I've chastised the dice. 7, 8, 9, 10, but it's radiant. Now, with that being said, so So how far away from me is he?
He is 60 feet away from you.
Okay, well, I'm basically gonna start moving at a full clip to catch up with him. Because when I'm adjacent to him, I've got all kinds of bonus actions I can use to do more melee stuff.
And whoever attacks Rakdos next will have advantage because the divine radiance of Omen's spell is continuing to shimmer around the demon lord, inviting attack.
That's right.
This
Exactly.
is some stuff that paladins like.
Yeah, this is the co-op.
Yeah.
This is the co-op skills.
All right, back to the Real Housewives of Waterdeep and Ravnica. Your aunt says, niece, I really didn't want to hurt you. And she pulls out this curved dagger that has sort of a greenish tint to it, and she tries to stab you with it. Gets only a 12 to hit.
That misses. And when a creature misses me with a melee attack, I can riposte using my reaction to expend 1 superiority die to make a melee weapon attack against it.
All right, so she stabbed you, and then you come back at her. This is a different turn, and so your family fury advantage is in place
That's
again.
right, it is a new turn.
Yes.
It's off turn, right?
Okay.
Each turn, your
We
first
need-
attack has family fury
I'm
advantage.
trying to see if I get to add my d8 to the roll. Add the superior die to the attack's damage roll. Okay, so
Oh,
not to
shit.
hit. Oh, 24.
You hit.
The number of the beast. You should roll
Okay.
again because it might be a 20, right?
So then I get a d4 plus 4, so that's 6, plus, so that's 10. Now I have a question, wonderful DM.
Yeah.
Because of my fighting style, when I hit with a weapon attack, I can expend another superiority die to make it a trip attack. Can I do that even though I already expended a superiority? It doesn't say you have to use a reaction, it just says when you hit with a weapon attack.
And have you already used a superiority die on this attack?
I have.
Okay, then.
Okay. All right. I tried.
No, listen.
Good try.
He thought of everything.
Okay, but I still do 10 damage.
Oof, nice. Oh, you are the worst. And she tries to stab you again. But she gets only a 10.
God, you're bad at this.
And then,
Do you need some lessons?
really?
I can show you a thing or two. Yeah. I mean, you obviously need lessons in like negotiation and recruitment. I specialize in HR, but you need lessons in a lot more than that too, including how to dress and how to use a knife and a toothbrush. But you know.
She tries to stab you again.
Does she have disadvantage from mockery?
Yeah, this is some vicious mockery.
This time she gets a 17. to
Okay,
hit.
well that's
A
fine.
17 does hit.
Yeah.
You take 7 slashing damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh yeah. And this thing is septic for sure.
Okay.
It's got stuff on it.
6.
Oh, that's the number of the beast.
We're far away from each other, right? Still.
And so you also now are poisoned. And so while poisoned, you're going to have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
But luckily the family fury is basically going to cancel that out for the first attack each round, right?
Just like, do you clean your toes with this knife? What is on this thing? It's just nasty.
Really, niece?
I'm just saying, it stings. Like, clean your freaking weapons.
You're going to egg this on. And now Rakdos goes.
Of course he is.
Oh no.
Yeah.
See, I was just trying to delay that.
But no, luckily I'm not by him anymore. I mean, he might show Evelyn, but I mean,
Wow.
you know what I mean?
Evelyn, he looks down at you and says, "Don't you worry. You will have your turn. But first I must
wet my whistle.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
And he takes a drink from the ectoplasm and
Revenant dust,
revenant dust cocktail.
technically from somewhere in Ravenloft. Yeah,
Oh, it's an import.
yeah. That's the really potent Revenant dust, okay? It's expensive.
Artisanal.
This is strangely delicious.
And he tosses the glass away.
No, my glass.
Don't get incinerated.
As the ectoplasm and revenant dust works its way, and he is going to slash at you, Evelyn, not with his scythe, but with one of his great claws. And he gets a 25 to hit.
That will hit. I was too busy giving Strix a thumbs up.
You take 17 slashing damage from this, and then he swings his big flaming scythe at you, and that is a 28 to hit.
That will also hit.
This is some Balrog shit.
24 slashing damage and 13 fire damage.
That's less than optimal. Ow!
Only ow.
Yeah, I mean, I've had worse.
This speaks highly of you.
There's no hint of like she's taunting him. That's just the truth.
Yeah. It's just, this is just a fact.
Yeah. She's just unimpressed.
It is true. Far from home, my showmanship isn't what it normally is.
Oh, you're a showman.
And at this, he flexes his massive muscles and he is wreathed with green flame. There we go.
Evelyn goes, ah. That's all.
Celestiana looks at you, the great megacorn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gallops after you and says, "Are you all right?"
I've never felt better. I'm on a new routine.
Aikido.
Yeah.
Does
It's
wonders.
it's Aikido, and I'm doing. I got some kettlebells. Like it's interval stuff. So
Keto bells.
Yeah.
The new fusion.
Yeah, keto bells. They're bells, but they're made of meat. You do the workout and then you just eat it. And then when you're done, it's nothing there. It's like a magic trick.
Like sit-ups while you eat the kettlebell?
Oh yeah, and then it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel incredible. I think I died very briefly, but other than that, I mean, I feel like $1 million. Well, $50.
What good diet doesn't kill you for a second, you know?
Exactly right.
All right.
So it's just conversational. I was like, are you going to go kill that god?
I will try. The cotton candy and popcorn in the air is causing me to cough.
The particulate. If cotton candy is like 100 parts per million.
Yeah, it's pretty much fiberglass, but sugar.
Then,
yeah, stay moist.
That's right. It's the cold the dungeon master is getting
Little
over.
bardic and stuff.
I know all about it.
And so, Diamond charges past you with her glimmering unicorn horn and tries to stab Rakdos in the back.
Straight up, like, charge.
Just charges straight into his back.
Ooh, Evelyn sees her over his shoulder and just kind of like smiles lovingly.
Actually, Evelyn, why don't you roll her 2-hit roll?
Oh no, don't make me do that. I have such bad dice.
This is it.
No, I believe in you.
Okay,
And you have
Xander bust my
advantage
dice.
because of guiding bolts.
And I'm distracting him with a really tasty cocktail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Audience, this is on you. You better be giving this energy. If I fail, it's on you. 13 or 9. You did fine.
With the 13, she hits.
Yay! Good job.
Man, I bet this is serious shit. Because this is basically like a Humvee with a magical jousting lance attached to it.
Yeah.
Going like 60 miles an hour.
Doused in angel dust. Yeah.
I'm just like, what am I looking at right now?
My dream's coming true.
Is this going in the fanfic journal?
Oh, for sure.
She bore him through. Sorry, somebody had to do it.
Yeah,
And so this, because again, this isn't just a regular unicorn.
No.
This is a
Megacorn.
megacorn.
Yeah.
And so think about how long a regular unicorn's horn is.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of horn. Yeah, I mean, it's.
This horn is like this long.
Like
and
5 feet?
Even a little bit bigger. And
Holy
so
shit.
you see that horn suddenly shoot out of the front of Rakdos.
Can it like boop me on the nose through Rakdos?
Actually, I'm calculating how high she is.
I fly, remember?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So, perfect. Boop. It goes boop. And he's a demon, so he's not filled with blood, so it's not even messy.
Aw.
No.
There's like a little like star heart, like when a Pokeball finishes, like little stars. Yeah.
All right, this does 15 piercing damage, but that's not the main part of it. Because she is the Duchess of Delight, and there is this gleam of purple light around the horn, and the combined effect is after the horn pierces, this light then deals 40 psychic damage to him. And at this, he finally does not look happy.
Oh. I wouldn't either.
Strix, what do you do?
I mean, my plan kind of fell apart. I just turned
He
out-
ingested it.
He did, but I'm like, I have to tell, I guess I have message. So I'm going to send Evelyn a message and say, when you get a chance, turn undead on Rakdos.
I can't do that.
You can't do that?
I don't think so.
Can't all paladins do that?
You would think so. You would think that, but I think that I personally just can't, which is really weird, but I have also come up against this in a game and realized that I can't do that before.
Well, no,
Really disappointed in Lathander.
It's a Christmas idea. Skillshare, right? Consider it.
Maybe Omen can do it.
No, I use those powers fixing your shit.
I can make plants grow or, that kind of stuff. Oath of the Ancients, plant paladin.
If you want to open up a mall, she's ready to go.
Is there any way that I can target or like, I mean, I guess it's technically, it's my object. The ectoplasm.
The
But
goo.
it's a liquid. It's like
Yeah.
a goo.
Right.
I feel like it's like a little like floater on top of the like cocktail.
I have to have touched it before because I could do ceremony on it.
That takes like an hour.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only 9:30.
No, you know what? It's fine.
It was a good idea.
Yeah, I've realized that this is no use. I see now a giant unicorn horn going through him, and I'm just like, you know what? It's fine. I got to serve a cocktail to a god, and that honestly is the best time of my day.
It's a great story.
So I'm just going to cast a Sacred Flame on him and just be like, surprise! I was Strix all along! And you ingested some ectoplasm, and it was gross. Boo! I spit in your drink.
Yeah, exactly. I adulterated your beverage.
Yeah, I made you a gross drink. Take that.
Disadvantage for offense.
Wait, you spit in my drink.
Yes.
Well, a ghost spit in it.
A ghost spit in your drink.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
That's right. Aren't you offended? That's not pleasure. Wouldn't that make you a little bit tinier? Because you're grossed out?
Oh, no, you misunderstand. Disgust
is good.
No!
Good. You can't get away from it.
I can't win with this demon.
He's a puzzle box.
Then I cast Sacred Flame.
All right, what is the DC for his
It's
saving?
Dexterity 17.
All right.
And I'm just going to push it on my...
Wow, he somehow failed.
He failed?
So it's about to get hot?
All right, it's just 2d8. I mean, this is nothing. This is a cantrip. This is... All right, I got an 8, and then a 6. That's actually not bad.
Nice.
So...
14.
14, yeah. I had to count on my fingers because I'm a bad counter.
We got you.
Yeah.
The divine radiance sears him, and he is actually not looking great.
We love what we're hearing. Okay.
You actually don't look great right now. Did you know there's a unicorn horn sticking out of your... Megacorn, excuse me. Got a little,
You got something on your shirt?
Right
a little
there.
red.
Yeah.
Got some right here.
Little horn.
Little horn. Right here.
But Lathander loves you anyway.
I don't think he really loves Rakdos.
No.
No.
I think if we asked him,
He'd say no.
I think his comment card for Rakdos would have a lot of ones on it.
Yeah.
Fair.
It's a big frowny face.
I'm just pondering how to work unicorn deaths into my show.
Megacorn. Megacorn.
I'm ready for this. I can't wait to see
I
this.
can see it on the poster. Evelyn, what do you do?
You know, I'm just really good at hitting people. So that's what I'm going to try to do again. I'm just going to keep hitting him with my axe. A 4, 13 to hit. Probably not, I'm assuming. Okay. That's better. 22.
That hits.
Hey,
Great.
This is a higher number.
I'm also going to use it is called Thunderous Smite.
Ooh.
The first time you hit with a melee weapon attack during the spell's duration. Oh, do I need to have done that before I hit? Your weapon rings with thunder that is audible within 300 feet of you, and the attack deals an extra 2d6 thunder damage to the target.
Go ahead and do it.
Cool. And then it also must succeed on a strength saving throw or be pushed 10 feet away from you and knocked prone, which in my view would push him toward the megacorn,
Yes.
which would potentially do more impalation damage.
Oh,
I'm assuming. It's strength 17.
yeah, impalation damage is from one D&D. There's a lot of new damage types.
He succeeded on his strength saving.
Okay, fine. Well, 2d6 extra. So let's go down the d8 train again. All right. 4 plus 5 is 9, plus 4 is 13, plus 4 is 17, plus 3 is 20, plus 8 is 28. And that's the only spell slot I've got left. So
God, these
28.
are huge hits.
Oh, I didn't do the d6s. 2d6. 5 and 4 is 9 lightning damage on top of that.
Good grief.
For my first attack.
Yeah, that's healthy. That's healthy.
In response to this, he snaps his fingers, and that little whip of fire that hit Omen comes out at you. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
But my turn's not over, though.
I know, he's
Okay.
doing this as a reaction.
Okay, that's fine.
It's pretty hot, just
Is
to
that a spell or an ability?
let you know.
It's a spell.
I would like to counter spell.
Good, because I was going to fail.
And I will cast it as high as I can. Because he's big and scary. Which will be 5th level.
That's pretty high.
I'll say.
All right, so what does he need to roll to stop you from doing this?
Oh gosh, 10 plus the spell's level. So 15 in DC. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what ability it says. I can't remember. It doesn't say dex or anything on here.
Would it be just your spell save DC?
Yes, he's tested.
Oh, but it's 17 on is my spell save DC. Yes. I too have a cold and my
Fail,
brain's not
fail,
working.
fail, fail, fail.
He succeeded.
No!
This is great.
Well, I rolled a 12.
You failed.
No.
I tried.
I'm afraid.
It's 'cause
What's
I
the
can't-
damage?
It's so hot. This thing he's doing is hot.
At least I got booped by a megacorn before I died.
That's right, that's right. Think about that.
I will.
Think about the bunnies.
No.
No!
Oh my God.
I'm telling you, it sounds bad
This
when
makes
it's
me
happening.
feel bad.
Jeremy's just
A
smiling.
lot of dice.
Yeah, we don't like
The
this.
rattles back,
it's-
the death rattles back.
It's unusual to get to roll 60-10.
Good night.
60 what?
10.
Jumping.
I'm always like, haha, a scratch. But 60-10 is
That's
a
a
lot
lot.
of D10s.
That's a
Yeah,
lot.
it is. And he already got some in there too, right?
Yeah, I've only got 40 hit points left.
That is 37 fire.
You're so close.
Evelyn's like, smoke comes out, but she's still up. Still flapping her little singed wings.
Amazing.
And now you have one more attack, right?
Oh, I sure do. Thank you, Jerry.
No problem.
Ooh, I'm mad. I'm so mad.
Hopping mad.
Come on. This is a way to die. This is a way to die.
Or maybe Lathander doesn't like anger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're right. I'm sorry, Lathander. That's a 12 to hit or something. I don't know.
That is a miss.
Yeah, I thought so.
Certainty.
You're alive.
My cat fight continues.
You're poisoned, and there is your bleeding aunt. And,
Yeah.
and the blood, again, continues to be blue.
I'm gonna ask my dad about that later. Yeah, she looks hurt, right?
Yeah, she looks really hurt.
Yeah, I'm gonna shank her. I'm gonna shank this raggedy bitch. That's a 8, wait, I think it's a 17?
And you have family fury, so I would, that
It cancels
hits.
out with the poison, I think.
Oh, you're right.
Right
so,
for the first attack.
I DM too, so
Thank
I got
God.
your back, don't worry.
Yeah.
It's a lot to keep track of, and then
But
later
you hit
the YouTube
anyway.
comments will be like, Jeremy Crawford forgot that poison gives disadvantage. So 17 hits.
It does.
Now I shall expend my superiority die and turn it into a tripping attack. I am going to try to stab her in the calf and like just try to right behind the tendon.
Yeah.
I'm savage, y'all. So that's a 6 plus 9 damage, and then she needs to make a strength saving throw. She needs to beat a DC 16 on a failure. I'm knocking her under the escape hatch or escape pod.
She failed.
Yes. I go like you know those torture porn horror movies, the kind I don't like?
Yeah, some Eli Roth shit.
Yeah. I go Eli Roth on her. I slice that tendon and kick her out of the pod underneath to the fire underneath and then hit the button.
So she falls down, and your whole scheme works.
Jeez. This is a storied NPC we're seeing here.
And as her body gives just one twitch, and her head is barbecued, you, Certainty Drawn, just killed your aunt, Portentia Drawn.
And I don't feel
head
bad about
of
it.
Drawn Enterprises. And
Nails emoji.
And as Portentia sizzles, her whole appearance changes, and her clothes, everything alters, and what you see in front of you, and you can tell this despite the crispy head, is the form of a doppelganger.
Oh. She would.
Anything else?
As I hit the button, Can I use my bonus action to try to steer this escape pod into the much larger rocket that's taking off and knock it over?
I like that.
I'll allow it.
That's a good hook. That's a good hook.
Go ahead and give me a, let's see, I'm going to say, since you're steering, a dexterity sleight of hand check.
I'm not horrible at that.
Oh, it should be all right. Hey.
+6. 23.
And
That's it.
so you steer this thing. Are you going to stay in it?
I'm gonna try to pull a Always Sunny in Philadelphia, shout outs to Philadelphia, we're here, and try to pull a Mac and jump out, but I feel like I'm gonna end up like Mac and be in the car when it hits the wall. Either way, here we go.
And then someone will have to come in and do the Charlie work to clean
That
up
would be
the
Omen.
mess.
Omen will do the Charlie sound of, ah, and come running. Why didn't you jump out?
All right, so the rocket crashes through this crystalline shield and hits the big rocket. And you're now noticing, too, this purple goo coming down from the roof.
Goo.
Purple goo! Purple goo! And you slam into the clone rocket, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw to see if you can make it out or if you're going to be a Mac.
19?
Oh, you are not Mac.
Project Badass. I do a backflip out of it and land in front of my dad in like the Black Widow 3-point pose.
Nice.
It is because of all the crow's milk that you drink.
I feel so bad for people who don't watch that show because these are some deep cuts.
Yes.
Protein.
Yes. I have seen every episode multiple times.
I love this for us. Yeah. 3-point pose and I give him an ocular pat down.
And the entire rocket teeters back and forth and then crashes over into the other side of the atrium, into what was Acquisitions Incorporated. Which then also causes the fire that was coming out the bottom to now blast the whole other side of the building. No. And so
it started out good.
And so Omen, you can see down the hall as Certainty lands the Black Widow pose, this rocket hits the other rocket and it falls. You can see one half of your company being
destroyed by the other
demolished as this giant missile crashes into it, as essentially then this giant flamethrower then starts blasting
down the corridor.
No, the other side where the other observers like Kellic were, and but they
I just start to laugh.
Got a demo to Reno.
Certainty, you can see that the blast shields, for at least the moment, are protecting them from the flames, but the fire is beginning to climb up the structure. That was quite a turn.
Yeah.
Omen.
All right, so it's all gone. I mean, it's all in various.
It's happening behind me, so I don't even see it.
It's all in varying states of
What do you
gone.
think?
Am I wrong? Am I that it's destroyed one half and now the other half is on fire? Am I understanding the scene correctly? Is what you're telling me true?
Are you crying?
Don't worry, it's only about money.
Why aren't you
The Clown
impressed?
Palace, formerly
Capitalist,
known
man.
as Acquisitions Incorporated, is it before your eyes in the process of being destroyed.
I look at this over here and I look at this and I reach out for a certain day and I say, come here.
Oh.
Have they never burned down their house before?
Probably not. Do you think that she'll ever stab him too?
Oh, gee, probably.
Yeah.
I look at it, it's happening.
I did it.
You did do it. You done good, kid.
I killed her. She's a doppelganger.
Killed
Pretend.
your aunt?
Yeah, she's a doppelganger.
Yeah, but she was our doppelganger.
I barbecued her.
Oliver?
Just the head.
Is that better?
She wanted me to sell you out. That made me mad.
Well,
You know how I get when I'm mad.
no, I've seen it. I say, well, here, I want you to stand at my side. You have done so metaphorically in the past, but I would like you to literally stand by my side. Now just turn around and just take a look at.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I wanted you to.
That's why it hurts.
This was yours.
Yeah.
And
I should have sold you out.
it was certainty. It was very hard
I
to
can
make.
watch my office burning.
It
I
was
just had the upholstery on my chair redone.
it rocket insurance was available and I did not get it. And I did not get it because I couldn't picture it at the time.
Yeah.
And I was like, what is a rocket? And they described it and I said, that's not real. So I was like, I saved 2 gold a month.
I'm glad you have that 2 gold a month, Dad.
We've rebuilt our house like a million times.
Yeah.
You'll be fine.
You just look on Instagram for some great, what's it, Witchtagram?
Yeah.
Use for lots of tips.
Yeah. Is Rakdos listening to this whole conversation?
Yes.
Oh, I just like look up at him and I'm like,
You
how
can- you
are you
can-
vibing with this?
And you can see him like before when he first appeared in the family stuff, and his hands are up again, and you can see him quietly mouthing,
Does he still have a megacorn horn through his chest?
yes.
Yeah.
He is the
love it.
head of a blood cult.
Yeah. I mean, I'm starting to feel this guy's flavor, honestly. I'm starting to get like weird uncle energy.
Weird uncle.
And I'm here for it, frankly.
We're still in initiative, right?
Oh, yeah.
So are you going to
Omen.
spend your action to watch it burn with me, like
Yeah.
the end of Fight Club? Like,
Yeah,
what
but-
are we doing
Well,
here?
no, I'm saying that they have got, Evelyn has got this dealt with. I can't really see Evelyn from here, but there is like a megacorn on one side and an Evelyn Marthane and a Strix Beestinger on the other side. I
A little
can't,
kebab.
I can't usefully, I specifically chose to leave all the metaphors out of it. And, and I, like scrupulously, I think. And I will use my entire action to watch the company that I have built burn to the ground.
Dang. These people really care about buildings.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
No.
You can't take it with you when you die.
No.
I would
A
have
company
figured out a
isn't a
way.
building.
I
Yeah,
would have figured
you
out a
would
way to
figure out a way.
take it with me. There's got to be a contract. There's got to be a way with the powers that be.
And as the fire starts to consume the structure, something in the basement
Yes, well, that could be a couple things.
where there are many things.
Yes,
There's a basement?
Didn't we go there and there were clones there once?
the basement has a basement.
Something in either the basement or the sub-basement suddenly explodes, and the floor underneath the rocket erupts, and what comes out is the largest gout of green flame that you have ever seen. And you stand there and watch Acquisitions Incorporated destroyed by green flame.
Yeah, it happened.
Poetic. Beautiful.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I like that. I mean, that kind of closes the circle there. You know, puts another parenthesis around it.
Yeah.
As you watch it, there is that strange feeling you get when you know who is going to pay you a visit.
Not now. Ugh.
And rather than you being displaced into the red curtained room, this time, and everyone else, you don't see this, just suddenly time stops. It's like you're standing on a stage, and
verisimilitude.
There are red curtains behind you and to the sides.
Oh. Oh.
And out in front of you is your company burning with green flame. Green flame! And next to you, seated in his large armchair, Asmodeus, Lord of the Nine Hells, eats popcorn. And he says, Omen, Omen, Omen.
Asmo. What's up, buddy? What's up, Mr. Bighorns? What are you up to these days?
If we had come to a more agreeable proposition, partnership, I'm sure I could have stopped this. Or rather, you would have, with the power I would have given you. Just imagine what you could do if you went over 50% of your soul and had the power of hell at your command.
God, at my fingertips. A lot of hell. Big hell. Energy.
And
well, yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. I mean, yeah, I would be able to, I could make a Pop-Tart between my two hands. There's the issue, and I think that you understand, is all the rest of the hell. It's I understand that there would be certain conveniences afforded to me, by joining your organization, but there's a lot of hell, and too much hell. I mean, that's not for me to say, but a lot.
It is a hell that would empower you to make more money than you can possibly imagine.
I do like that. You know what? Here's the issue. Vitamin A. I think that it would change things. I think that it would change the structure of our relationship if I had some sense of why you want this, and I just gestured loosely at my body, so bad. I'm sorry, honestly, it would help me understand what it is about it. I'm not fishing for compliments. I want to make sure you understand. I'm not just trying to, I don't want you to butter me up. I think it would help me a lot if I knew why you wanted this as bad as you do.
I will set aside the, I think, accidental insult that I need anything or desire anything from you.
Yeah, I guess to you that is, yeah, okay. Mortal, sorry. I mean, we're like this.
But I will admit to a morbid curiosity. You and your organization, over all of its years of existence, have not only acquired,
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
not only absurd wealth, but strange treasures, creatures, allies, enemies, frenemies. What?
Sorry, that's fine.
It is a glorious shit show to watch you and Acquisitions Incorporated. And while you do good sometimes, so much of it is fueled by greed that I find it delicious.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, I'll give you that. It's not no greed.
And so, let me make this more straightforward for you. For I can only keep time paused for so long, while I am down in hell and you're in Faerun, and your company is burning. This is what it would come down to. Become my cleric.
Ooh.
Renounce Timora and become a cleric of Asmodeus.
I'm in the audience. I'm not at the table anymore.
Say, now you, baby, we gotta keep this. We gotta keep this, I mean, we gotta creep, you know? We gotta, this gotta stay between us.
Are you gonna make Asmodeus your side chick? What are you doing on the DL?
I say, I think that this is the first good idea you've had.
Oh no, what about Lathander?
I think this is the first good idea you've had.
Lathander,
They say they can't teach an old dog new tricks. But you're cooking up something here, mister. Now listen, I don't hate it. I'll be honest with you. I don't want you to send any more of your weirdos. But
you've already agreed to one.
Yeah, I know. But you're also asking more of me. I feel like it's not a terrible trade. To all external purposes, I feel like my utility to you would be substantially improved if my patron were to be ambiguous.
It is perfect for you. For your service to Timora, from what my observers have told me, is perfunctory at best.
Wow.
I have a reputation. Yeah, I leave them.
And unlike some of my divine kin in the upper planes, I do not require ostentation from my clerics. I do not require you to utter my name boorishly in front of other people. It is far more delicious to me if you serve me in quiet, gather your wealth. Far too many of those who worship me are grotesque, destructive, boringly villainous.
Exactly right.
But imagine the head of a corporation simply acquiring massive wealth, giving people the impression that good is happening.
No.
We played this game for escape, Jeremy Crawford.
Are we the baddies?
No,
This is too real for me.
I'm the baddie. Evelyn can't know.
I would never, and none of my servants would ever reveal this fact to anybody. It is the discretion that makes it powerful.
What shall be my sign of office?
I will let you choose. For part of your appeal to me is that you command a company. I do not want a sniveling worm. I have plenty who worship me, who grovel upon their knees. No, you are unafraid of me, Omen. It is foolish of you to be unafraid of me. But the fact that you are unafraid of me and create such amazing works with such wealth, delicious.
I hold out my two-handed maul, and I set it on its pommel, and I hold it in front of me like a cross shape. And I say, what can you do with this?
Would you like it to take a different form?
I think the form is good, but there has to be something in it that recognizes our relationship.
Hand it to me.
I do so.
I'm gonna know.
They're not gonna know.
I'm gonna know. Strix is gonna know.
How could she know?
She's gonna know. Don't be suspicious. I have a really high religion check.
Yeah. Well, as long as you have a nose, I think the sulfur is probably gonna come across. I'm gonna need to get a new cologne.
Are y'all as stressed as I am?
Just watch Anna. It's like watching a flower melt. Just watching the light of Lathander bleed out of her.
And so,
The weapon is the holy symbol.
he puts his elegant hand on the head of the maul, and there is a burst of fire over it. Green flames. And when the fire subsides, there is now implanted into the maul a ruby. This is now a weapon worthy of my servant. I will have no more need of visiting you like this.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what this ruby is. Ugh.
For now, whenever you draw upon your power, we will be connected.
Just installed spyware in your mall.
Yeah, dude, exactly. This is like the Bonzi. This is the Bonzi buddy. You know what I mean?
You downloaded an app and now
Yeah,
just
exactly.
everything. You've got your browser history.
I wanted that search bar. I thought it would be
He's
convenient.
seen all of the paladin things you've
Oh,
looked up
yeah,
on
exactly.
your incognito
No,
tab.
it's like college paladins.
Blonde with winged boots.
Oh my god. Oddly specific.
Wing-
I'm so upset.
Wing play. All right. Shh. All right. This is great. I say this is. I say this is.
Take
This
this
is incredible.
representation of my ruby rod.
Oh yeah, exactly. Oh yeah. Oh no. Yeah, y'all know what's coming next. I seize it.
I'm going to bed.
And
I'm
bow,
going to.
and bow your head. I will ask you to do this only once.
Oh, God.
I told you we should have left.
I bow like a tiny, like almost imperceptible amount. We good?
He
he reaches out and just barely touches your forehead. And there is a slight burn for a moment, and then you're fine.
Oh man, see, it's fine. You're freaking out. It's great.
Now,
yes. What do we do first? I'm raring to go.
you have a new company to build, new wealth to gather.
Yes.
I look forward to seeing what is next. And then he is gone. And you are standing next to your daughter again. And Certainty and the rest of you, you did not again notice any time pass, but Certainty, you do notice that there is now a ruby.
God damn it.
On
You're gonna blow up my spot.
On the tip of his maul.
What's going on over there?
And I'm still watching. I'm not looking over. I'm just
When
still
did you get
watching it all
that?
come down. What, I can't get something nice?
My passive investigation is 22, by the way.
Oh yeah, I know who I trained.
That looks
Can't get something
expensive.
Nice. It is. It's incredibly expensive.
You didn't have that like a minute ago.
Oh, I know I did.
Oh, cool.
What deception, old man.
Of course, yeah. That's how it has to be.
Cool. And we learned gaslighting.
All right. No, I actually have gaslighting.
Okay, good.
It's +5.
Oh, great, yeah. Do I like smell like devil?
Shit.
So,
Does he smell like hell?
Strix, given your past,
I've met Asmodeus a few times. We're not on good terms.
I am going to allow you to just sort of instinctively make an intelligence arcana check.
Okay.
I'm going to say also, Evelyn is a huge designer objects fan and weapons enthusiast, so if she was paying attention, she would definitely notice that, but I feel like the unicorn and demon have her pretty much
Yes,
occupied.
I agree. I think that's what I thought too. And so let's definitely.
Good, we're in agreement.
Yes.
Yes.
I
All
got
right.
a 21.
You not only kind of smell very faint brimstone, but you have the same kind of heebie-jeebie feeling
Yeah.
that you have gotten before when the Lord of the Nine has been near.
I look immediately at Omen.
Say, hang on. I've been stalling on this roll. I got to do it. 1 sec, Strix. 16.
This is versus my insight.
What is this?
Oh, I'm trying to lie to my daughter.
Yeah.
So go ahead and now make a wisdom insight roll.
But make it low.
Give me strength. Give me strength,
It's not
audience.
strength. No, it's wisdom.
14.
The old man still got it.
According to the dice,
Yeah, no,
your
no.
dad appears to be telling you.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Oh, I can't believe I didn't notice it before. That thing's huge. It's
Yeah.
like a rock.
No, listen, I got that drip, but you have to understand.
Yeah. I like it.
It's
I
a-
think
no,
you needed
no.
a little bit of panache. You know?
Exactly, right? And it's just like, I got this whole romantic campaign. It's like, it
What?
kind of looks like I'm taking care of myself. I got a new cologne.
You got a romantic
I
campaign.
got a romantic campaign. You know what I'm talking about? Like an ongoing
Who?
romantic
With Uncle Jim?
What do you mean?
I'm pretty sure you won that campaign.
What do you mean, Uncle Jim? What are you talking about? What about Uncle Jim?
He's your special friend. He was around a lot when I was growing up. Like I'm saying, I think you've beaten the campaign, gotten to the end, and now you're on DLC. There.
The dog was around a lot, but I'm not fucking the dog. You know what I mean? Like, I think that you have come to
Right.
some conclusions.
What other conclusion was I going to
About-
come to? What other conclusion was I supposed to come to?
I think that you have come to some
Right.
conclusions maybe
Yeah.
about Uncle Jim
Yeah.
and me and our genitals that are not.
You literally introduced him once as your
True.
special friend.
We are special friends.
how was I
Rakdos is loving
supposed
this,
to
sure.
interpret that?
We've known each other since.
I'm not
Evelyn's just
mad about
bleeding.
it. You know?
We have known each other.
I'm an ally. I support.
Well, but
You know?
I thank you for that.
Yes.
Thinks
I
Asmodeus is
appreciate
in her clothes.
the support, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't need it. And you should give it to someone who maybe, is inside this community.
Right.
I am more of an evilosexual.
Oh. What? Evelyn?
Yeah.
I thought that was like a one-sided thing.
Can we hear this?
Yes.
What?
And
I've kind of been bullying her about it.
and the Demon Lord Rakdos can also hear this. And he is just going, all the drama.
I think it's.
Evelyn can hear this.
But I'm not thinking about it. I'm like, I
Yeah,
think
Evelyn's
it's-
just staring and bleeding.
I think
It's okay. I'll heal you. It's fine.
I think it's going.
Yeah.
I think it's going good.
No, she said
I wrote a couple letters and then she wrote back,
Yeah.
which that's not a bad sign.
Yeah, no, I think she likes you.
Yeah,
I trolled her at
that's
the carnival we went to try to, because she was trying to impress you.
Well, don't do that anymore. I can't tell you what to do, but don't do that.
You're telling me not to
any-
mess with people?
Well, you can mess with them, but mess with them in a way that makes me look incredible.
That's what I did.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Listen. As long
when
as
I
that's-
manipulate people, it's to talk you up, not
Yeah.
to talk you down.
Okay. Well, listen. Then obviously we're on the same page,
Right.
and I think they heard all that.
Strix. Does anyone smell Asmodeus? I get a little bit of Asmodeus whiff in here.
No. It's a new cologne. It's hell for men. And
I don't.
Yeah. It's new.
Do I see the ruby?
Yes.
Oh.
I put my hand on the ruby.
Okay. I'm just going to notice it and just I'm just not gonna say anything, but I do see it.
But I put it. It's so smooth. It's so cool. I put my hand on it and I'm like,
It's not cool.
like I'm supporting myself on the. Oh man, that was killing all those guys.
All right. Strix. Yes, Evelyn.
What's an evilosexual?
I am not the person to ask this. Ask Rakdos.
Rakdos.
He would know.
He would know.
He would know.
He would know for sure.
I think he's our friend now. I gave him a drink.
Are you a friend now?
I have no idea what's happening.
Well, yeah, and
Me neither.
he's just surrounded by fire. The
And
place
drama.
is just burning down. He has had a great drink, and then he's had a meal of mortal drama. He's probably completely satiated.
Are we
You're
still,
tired. You should go home.
Are we still in initiative?
So, as you wonder this, and Rakdos is standing there with the megacorn horn still through him, and Acquisitions Incorporated is being incinerated as a backdrop.
It's for the best.
The typical.
He looks around and says, I thought I wanted to kill you. But this, the drama,
It's just exquisite. It's just exquisite.
the blood. Blood. The unicorn horn.
Horn.
I had even intended to destroy your world-hopping device, but I'm not going to. Because
What? Yeah, thank you.
if there's any chance that you will come back to Ravnica and bring this glorious mess before my eyes again, then I will let you live. For wherever you go, there is a clown palace.
Yeah.
That's a t-shirt. Wherever you go, there is a clown palace.
We're the clown palace. We're the clown palace.
We are the clown palace.
And
Dude,
with,
we're always this messy. So.
and with that, there is a sudden vortex of green flame. And the demon lord Rakdos is gone.
Aww.
We beat him with incompetence.
Yes, yes. No, but I assume we get full XP.
You will get something. Yeah. And as he vanishes, and you're no longer in initiative order, the clone missile behind you now fully explodes.
Yeah.
And so I need all of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Yes, no problem.
As
Don't
your
even worry about it.
company that was not only burning now explodes, and you need to dodge pieces of Ak ink flying
As you
out
literally
at you.
stab me in the back, Jeremy Crawford.
If anyone is near me, they get +5 on saving throws.
I think yes.
Also, can I, instead of trying to protect myself, can I throw myself in front of Celestiana?
Oh, I will allow that.
Great.
What's funny is that like her surface area is
I know, and Evelyn's like this big.
it's like a milk
But
tanker
she's still
truck.
gonna do it. What do I roll for that?
I'm just going to, because that is so lovely,
It's kick-ass.
I'm
It is.
just going to give her advantage on
Aw,
this save.
yay.
I rolled a 5 and a 3.
No, everything was going so well.
No, it wasn't.
Maybe.
It wasn't.
All right, well, here, let me see how
All
this
right,
is going
so
to go.
what-
Something bad is about to happen.
What did you get, sir?
17.
17. All right, so you managed to dodge the biggest pieces, and so you take only 11 bludgeoning damage.
Is it like marketing materials, like stuff from the gift shop? Right? Scroll cases.
Pieces of cubicles.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
Little pens that when you flip them upside down, like Evelyn's clothes fly off.
Also, if there were clones in the basement, there might be pieces of literally Evelyn flowing. Like,
Oh, yeah.
It's
All
funny you
clones.
mention that,
Oh, no.
Just some dead clones flying
because
everywhere.
clones were not only in that missile,
right.
but also in the basement and in the sub-basement.
Yes.
And so there are pieces of all of you blasting out.
Gross.
Yeah, we got to get this place
Man.
closed down.
Why are there so many?
Evelyn,
What'd you
Omen is so messed up.
Don't look, Evelyn.
She's probably dead anyway. I mean, she had 3 hit points and she threw herself in front of a megacorn.
That's true.
What did you get, Strix?
So I rolled so poorly that I needed to use my favored by the gods, which means I can roll the 2d4. So with that and Evelyn's bonus, I got a 13.
Wow.
You take 22 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. I tried.
Right, I'm going to roll this dice. It's -1, but it's also +5. So that's the same as +4, really, if you think about it. 19.
So you take only 11 bludgeoning damage as a gym clone head hits you.
Oh, God. Bah, bah, bah.
Do you catch it?
I'm
Evelyn,
mad. Stop it.
Evelyn, you take the full 22 bludgeoning damage, and you are knocked unconscious.
I feel like Evelyn kind of like takes the hit of the explosion and just against the megacorn side and then just crumples to the ground.
So you all see Evelyn crumble, and also Celestiana takes the full 22 damage.
No, come on.
5 and 3. I mean, you know.
Also, the Cosmo Hopper,
What?
a much larger target.
Not my hopper. No.
You're more upset about that than Evelyn.
No, I'm gonna fix the Evelyn issue.
So
You're correct.
the Cosmo Hopper, basically, it's the equivalent of multiple people taking the full damage.
Well, yeah, it's the surface area, right?
And as more and more of it is hit, the lights inside it start blinking, and Vi, who is still up on above,
Yeah.
pardon me, cries out, "Oh, honeys, we're fucked!" As for a moment, the Cosmo Hopper vanishes. And then it phases back in, still malfunctioning. And as it phases in, there is a shock wave that blasts outward. And I need you all to make a Constitution saving throw as this interdimensional shock wave goes out. You don't need to make this.
Right, that's better.
Too bad. Con's my favorite.
That's exciting.
It still counts.
But you can make the save for the megacorn.
Does she have the same stats as me?
No.
Oh.
Okay, good. She manages to hold her ground.
14.
You, as it blasts outward, you are hurled backward, which is not good, and I'll explain why
Indeed.
in just a moment.
Don't worry, I'm about to give you a big number. Watch this.
Uh-huh.
17.
You hold your ground. What was your total?
14.
14, yeah.
19.
You also hold your ground. So certainty. You are the only one who gets hurled back. And this is bad, because as the Cosmo Hopper phases back, it brings with it other places.
Chunks of places?
Yes, places it has been to before.
Oh no.
And so,
Goodbye,
right
Cosmo
around it appears Vi's lab that destroys the sculpture park.
Oh, it just replaces it, right?
Yes.
Oh.
And so now, in addition to your company burning down and exploding, also the neighborhood is now being wiped out.
Oh.
And phasing over the whole front of the company, further destroying what little is left, is
No.
the real Jim Dark Magic's hellish war machine. And certainty, remember when I said,
Oh,
it's
no.
not great that you didn't hold your ground?
So do you mean this shit on the front?
Yes. Certainty, you are hurled onto the front of that.
Oh my gosh.
Look at the little curtains.
Oh my gosh.
I hate Uncle Jim's hell whip. He always double parks it.
Sideways. Takes up 300 parking spaces. There's a tiny ticket right on the front prow.
Pinned to one of the spikes,
Yeah.
just like me.
And you, certainty,
Yeah.
take 36 piercing damage.
Ooh, all right. Cool.
What are we looking at?
I got 2 left, and 2 is all you need at this point.
And as the whole front of Acquisitions Incorporated now fully collapses, and the green flame begins coursing up over the back of the hellish war machine that belonged to the Jim Dark Magic clone who became a lich. You hear that same voice from up on the stage.
On the stage?
Of the real Jim Dark Magic experience. And you can see, seated on sort of like a high director's chair, really a baby's high chair, complete with a little tray in front of him, a very tiny version of Jim Dark Magic.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
And he says, "Hello, Omen."
Jim. Little Jim.
I have no idea what just happened.
I didn't do it if that matters. If that's part of it.
Is this water deep?
It was. I think they might have to come up with some new name for it because very large pieces of it are now other places.
Well, you destroyed my phylactery.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But you didn't get the other two.
Yeah. Got some real brains up there. You're doing good. You're doing well. You're doing well for yourself.
Well, I could be doing better.
What is this?
It's the real Jim Dark Magic experience.
What?
I'm dead. Never mind.
Yeah. Here, so two things first. She is
You
not.
lay back down.
she is not dead. I say, yeah, Jim. Listen. I mean, why don't you come out of your whatever that is, and you know, I know all the good spots in Waterdeep. I know lots of great stuff about. I got the pho spot. Let's grab lunch. Let's talk about it. And while I'm doing this, I'm backing away from this. I have seen that you are not dead.
Mm-hmm.
I am walking back to heal Evelyn. But I'm talking the whole time, but I'm walking away.
Omen, your friends are in terrible shape. You should help them out.
That's what I'm doing, boss. That's what I'm after right
Boss?
now. Guy. Man.
You'll remember.
Yeah.
I wanted vengeance against you
Mhm.
because you sent me to hell.
Yes, that was a big plot in that season.
Well, after being almost destroyed, I realized vengeance just, not only doesn't it not pay, it just makes you really unhappy.
Yeah, so you turned over a new leaf, it sounds like. That's interesting. Hang on one sec.
I just want to do stage magic. Oh, and if you're still missing the fake Jim Dark Magic, and I am somehow out of hell, maybe I could join up with you.
No. No. No, no.
Yes.
No.
Yes, yes.
No.
Now, I gotta hang on 1 second. I'll tell you why I'm right in a moment. I'm gonna dish up the old cure wounds on Evelyn at 5th level. Only the best.
Excuse me, small Jim Dark Magic. There's already a caster in this party. I'm very good at what I do, and I've seen other gyms work, and it's just suboptimal.
Your eyes twitching?
There's a reason my eyes twitching.
Forgive me, my name is the real Jim Dark Magic, and I have given up working magic for my real passion, stage magic.
And
see, it's fine.
Copper pieces spray out of his little sleeves.
This is worse.
Evelyn, you now have 25 hit points.
How does your healing work?
I am worried. I have the same question, and I'm worried about it. Yeah.
Well, that, but also like, are you like a lay on hands? Is
Very
it like
much so.
Okay. So Evelyn comes to like Swamp Thing,
It's
like
a minute.
in your arms.
Yeah, it's a minute. It's the classic lay on hands type ministration.
Okay.
Church shit.
How many did you say?
25.
Nice. Omen.
My healing is the opposite. I just take some dirt and rub it on it.
Yeah, exactly. Just like when you were
And
a
cast,
kid.
yeah, and cast Cure Wounds at level 3.
On yourself.
Evelyn,
Yeah.
Yeah, resilient.
everyone else was so understandably distracted by this war machine phasing in over Acquisitions Incorporated, as well as Vi's lab appearing across the street, that it takes you to realize there is no sign of the megacorn.
Where's Celestiana?
Oh, fuck. Fuck. Did one of these things instantiate itself over the megacorn?
It appears
Oh.
The hellish
no.
war machine.
Is it like, do we see like a hoof?
Yeah, I look underneath it since I'm like
I can't
on it.
take it, Jeremy.
I
no.
look underneath.
Do we see like a hoof?
No.
Like a healthy,
Instead-
like a healthy hoof?
Instead, amid these spikes
Oh,
in the
No,
front,
how dare you?
Christ.
Don't you dare.
one of the spikes is her horn.
No.
How is it? It's
That's
like,
gross.
I try to shield Evelyn from the horror with my body because I'm going to say that's the horn I'm impaled on and be like, oh no, she's not here. Maybe the Cosmo Hopper sent her to a farm upstate. I pretend to look under the machine. Nope, not here. She's not here.
I'm gonna roll perception. For once in Evelyn's miserable perceptive life, she rolls an 18.
Can I roll a deception against it?
Yeah, you can.
like performance?
A deception. That's it, 24.
Oh, I'm so glad she's not here to see this.
Yeah, she's not. I'm sure the Cosmo Hopper took her home.
I just wish
to a
I got to
beautiful
say
farm.
goodbye.
You know, and on that farm, she's probably got friends who are going to take great care of her.
They got like hay.
She probably already has someone,
so much
someone
space.
special, and
So much
yeah, she
space.
needed to probably go home to them.
She's changing lives wherever she is. That's what we know.
Okay.
And my dad was saying he needs someone special too. Everyone needs someone special in their lives.
No, but I'm like, nuh-uh. Like, I don't need this kind of help. I don't.
But remember when she was,
No.
when you thought she was
La,
dead,
hey,
Dad?
do you remember that song
How
we used
you
to
ran
sing?
over and said, she can't die before I'm ready to tell her. Remember that?
Remember that song we used to
You
sing
see
all
like
the time?
venom in my eyes.
Evelyn will look at certainty and be like, that was your aunt that you murdered, right?
Yeah.
Evelyn will put a hand on her shoulder and be like, the first family member you have to take down is always the hardest. And she'll cast ceremony and coming of age on you. And you get to add a D4 to anything for the next 24 hours.
Oh, okay.
Not
I just
anything.
respond
it's-
with, she wasn't the first. But yeah, no.
Any ability check. That's what it is.
That's right.
I appreciate the comfort, yeah.
Is the unicorn horn still sticking out? Like it's
Of my body?
Did you move, or is it still in your body?
I'm trying to cover it.
I imagine it's coming through you, and you're just like
with my cloak. I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah, just kind of drape it over and just kind of put an elbow on the horn.
You can
like,
fit so much infernal energy in this.
Pat.
God, so,
Is Jim here?
one of them.
I'm up here.
Yeah, it's.
And you see a very tiny version of the undead Jim.
I say, Evelyn, this is like when Mom says that there's Jim at home. I mean, this is not like, it's not like the Jim you would get like at a restaurant.
Evelyn, I think, is still in Omen's arms because he just laid on hands. So she'll kind of look up at him and be like, what do we do now?
Whatever we want.
Evelyn looks like she's never thought about that before. What do we want?
Well, we want to get a lot of water and put it on all this fire. I think that's a good first step.
Okay.
As much water as we can.
And as you say that, you see now that the green flame that is consuming Acquisitions Incorporated is now in the process of consuming most of this neighborhood in Waterdeep.
Uh-oh. We've burned down too many things in Waterdeep to let this happen.
Yeah, no, we're definitely never going to be able to come back
Understand that you two are the first people they're going to look for.
100%.
Well, we burned down our house like 6 times.
Yeah, but we don't live there anymore.
You can't.
Makes for a great renovation, though, starting from scratch.
Oh, yeah. It's 6 episodes.
Highly recommend.
Yeah. Okay, so this stuff is just creeping over everything, and it's magical in nature.
Yes.
I say now, certainty. Was there ever any kind of
Yes,
fire? Okay.
Spell magic.
Let's just start. Let's start dispelling it.
Yeah,
I have
and I'll
that, too.
cast
I'll do
Dispel Magic.
I
at
also have it.
Level 3.
And
it's like a magical firefighter squad.
So as you make your rolls, are you also going to do it? So go ahead and make your roll. And Vi, as she is flying overhead, has flipped another switch on her shotgun and is firing these blue orbs out at the fire that then explode into this crystalline blue water, and wherever
Oh,
it
wow.
hits, the fire is immediately extinguished.
That kicks ass.
Wish I had one of those.
I love what I'm hearing.
And the real Jim Dark Magic up on this war machine says,
I guess I can do some magic too. I'll help make sure not too many things burn.
That's a great start.
and he
little Jim.
points one of his tiny fingers at a piece of a building that the fire is about to jump to, and it disintegrates.
No, Jim. No.
Look how I help!
No, that's not it. I want you to that. Do it. If you went like this, I want you to go like this, and I want it to come like. I need that to be back.
There's no undisintegrate.
Wow. It's just like this dust.
Yes.
That's a good point.
And the people who live inside are standing, looking shocked at the wall that is no longer there.
Okay, well, I dispel magic on the part of the fire that I am looking at, and it's an 18.
It is snuffed out.
I see. Like that, Jim. Like that. Like dispel magic like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm a little rusty.
Yeah, sure.
I've been working on pulling rabbits out of hats.
Well,
and he pulls a dead rabbit out.
Oh, no. See, yeah, you need to work on
Not
that too,
good.
actually. That's.
The showmanship leaves something to be desired. No fringe, no doves.
Bad optics.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm gonna pass, dog. It's a no for me.
It's a branding issue at this point.
Yeah.
I'll work harder.
Okay.
What's your roll, Certainty?
I got a 12, but I'm also like kind of distracted because I'm remembering a very strange plushie I got from the Feywild that I was told if I hugged it, the Actink was in danger. I should save it. So I sit down with my little plushie in my lap, bleeding.
Just like right here in the ruin.
Right here in front of, on the grill of this car.
Well, yeah, everything is like you're surrounded by
spoiler.
this shit, right?
And I cast a spell haphazardly and just kind of like give it a hug with like one single tear, thinking of all the money I'm no longer going to inherit falling on top of this poor Totoro-shaped plushie's head.
And as you're doing that, what is your roll, Styx?
Mine was 19.
19. So you also wave your hand, and a bit of the green flame is snuffed out.
I did it.
And Certainty, as you hug this teddy bear that was given to you in the Feywild shortly before you met the Dungeon Master,
I remember that. That was a good moment.
That was a fun one.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
as your company is destroyed, pieces of past adventures are phasing in with Waterdeep, there is a warmth around you, and you realize that the teddy bear is now gone. And instead, a spectral version of it that no one else can see is now hugging you.
Wow.
I'm 9 years old again.
Ghost hugs.
And a voice comes from the teddy bear that says, Tamora has always had a fondness for your family.
Oh.
And she blesses adventurers and the courageous and those who turn to luck.
Even ones who mess up pretty bad.
Oh yes, adventure has many twists and turns. That's why we turn to each other in the end and give each other hugs. Because things can be always better. Would you like me to try to make it better?
Yeah.
Well, Tamora,
who loves games of chance will require a little roll. And in front of you, a spectral 20-sided die appears.
Oh, God.
And this roll will help determine what will happen next so that you can save Acquisitions Incorporated.
Okay.
Can it be an ability check so she can add D4? She just came of age. It's really important.
It is whatever your highest ability is.
I guess intelligence.
And so it will benefit from you just coming of age and Evelyn's blessing.
Big numbers. Okay, well, that's a number.
13. No, that's
14.
a 1, so 14.
So, 14. Oh my goodness. That is a most auspicious number.
Is it? I never studied numerology in school.
No.
My dad wouldn't pay for the credits. He said it was stupid.
Your company has been around for 14 years. And this means you will go 14 years back and can fix it from the start.
What?
And with that, certainty vanishes.
Whoa. How old is Certainty? She's like 4 now?
Oh my gosh, hi guys. I'm so excited to be here.
And as Acquisitions Incorporated continues to sizzle and pieces of its past adventures phase in, and Vi hovers down to the street and says, "Oh, honeys, we have a lot of fixing up to do." You feel that a chapter has come to a close. And now, 14 years after Acquisitions Incorporated started, the current campaign comes to a close. And tonight is the final episode of Acquisitions Incorporated. However, join us next year as we discover how Certainty and all others who join her attempt to right all of the wrongs that have happened. Thank you.
All right. Jeremy Crawford, everybody. All right. Kind of fun, right? It turned out kind of good.
Yeah, I'm getting so emotional.
Now, thank you so much. Next year, of course, is our 15th year, and we cannot wait to start these tales over with you again. Now, our shout outs, number one, of course, is Knight's Edge. They just put my character in there, and if you use the PAX Up code and download that on your phone, you can have my bald head and tabard when you are waxing fools online. Number two, of course, Level Up Dice. Those are the dice we've used in our campaign for years and years. Thank you so much to our Australian friends. And one more thing, if you would, please roll the tape. Thank you so much. That was nice, man.